Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's we mo. No, but I got to know you. Oh, quit a me room, my amiga, Purumo boy, a baby mo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. A yendeba. Whatever that means, I have absolutely no clue what that means. But as ever with Igbo music, it just it resonates a certain particular free song. So it's that free song that we enjoy. So a yendeba to you. Hopefully those are nice words. Whatever it means, let me know in the comment section. But certainly a yendeba seems to be where we're going at the moment. So a yendeba to you, as guys, I bring this. So the subjects that we will be discussing today. What are we going to be discussing today? Okay. So let me see. So we're going to be going back to the Naira space. And by the way, the bulk of the conversation will be wrapped around Peter Obi's appearance on Arise TV. So we'll be watching quite a bit of that, and we'll be reacting to it in real time as well. But then, in addition to that, CBN Governor Emefiele privately told me banks should accept old Naira notes. So this is Governor Soludo speaking to that space. But then, it looks as though, and we've always said it here, and it looks as though it is now coming to pass. Because it looks as though Emefiele is going to be the sacrificial lamb for this Naira swap debacle. Because the BUHARI space, they're starting to distance from him somewhat. And if that guy does not go to jail, then I'm a banana. President Buhari never told Attorney General and CBN Governor to defy court order. So that is straight from the Twitter handle of Garba Shehu. So now, these are Supreme Court pronouncements that came out near 10 days ago now, that all of the currencies should run concurrently till the end of the year, completely ignored by the federal space. But the federal space now distancing itself from that ignoring of court orders, and they are narrowing it singularly, pointing in the direction of EMEFIELE and Abubakar Malami. President Buhari never told AG and CBN governor to defy Supreme Court order. It's a Twitter from the verified handle of Garba Shehu. So TikTok, Kirikiri calling for EMEFIELE. Kirikiri calling for EMEFIELE. We're still with the Gbadebo Chinedu narrative as well. Gbadebo's father, not a Yoruba man, Nollywood actress. So quite, because a lot of us do have the suspicion that this guy has absolutely nothing to do with Yoruba land, both in his tonality and more to it in his genetics. Is not genetically Yoruba, a lot of people insist. And this famous actress as well, we don't know who yet, Lagos gubernatorial, Gbadebo's father, not a Yoruba man, Nollywood actress alleges. So quite who the actress is and why the allegation is being made, we'll come to that shortly. Peter Obi makes U-turn, says he will not only challenge election process, but also outcome. So confused.com, which is also Peter Obi, just the staggering and the lumbering through the electoral process, this tedious man. So still with that EMEFIELE space, Naira redesign, Buhari disowns EMEFIELE, Malami over Supreme Court judgment. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. If you're not already subscribed, then do us the favor of correcting that immediately. So do click on this like button though. It is an annoyance somewhat. I ask you to click on the like button and then I look over and I see there's no movement at all there. So click on the like. If you have no reason not to click on the like button, then you have every reason to click on the. If you come to this place routinely and you don't click on the like button, then you're like a pickpocket, isn't it? You're like one of those sort of people that go into supermarkets and change the price label. So just click on the damned like button. Just do that. I mean, it's tedious, it is tedious. You ask you to do something at no cost and you have to labor for it. So where was I? So yes, click on the like button. I should really ask more nicely, shouldn't I, rather than way at you. But click on the like button because it's an annoyance when you don't. So click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. If you want to come join us on the screen, familiar as you are with the process, this hyperlink that says StreamYard brings you into a studio space. Soon as we finish fleshing out the talking points, we'll let you onto the screen and engage in a conversation. So that's how that goes. And then, of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee is ever steady and ever ready, highlighted on the screen and in the comment section as well. So all of that. So do all of those. And as we said about those, let me have another micro musical intermission. And then when we get back, we delve straight into the throes of it. But first, you know where we're going. The K guys. The K guys.
Water. Only water. Water. Only water. Where they see ma. Water. Oh yes, water. Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. You all know what that means. May death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Of course, the first and foremost prayer. So, so let me just kick it off with some headlines that I had not read out in the opening salvo. NANS declares support for Sanwo-Olu's second term bid. So, the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, Lagos State, has called on the entire eligible voters amongst the student populace in Lagos State to vote for Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, a man they described as one who is tested and trusted with the best plan for the education in Lagos State. Speaking during a press briefing at the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Ikeja, Lagos, Comrade Olushesi Tolulope said that due to Governor Sanwo-Olu's progressive thinking, Lagos now boasts of 3 world-class universities. So I'm not quite sure what the third one is. I know there is Unilag, there is LASU, of course, but where's the third one? The priority accorded to tertiary education in Lagos by Sanwo-Olu-led administration is unrivaled, as the upgrade of former Lagos State Polytechnic and Adeniran Ogunsoya College of Education as Lagos State University of Education and University of Science and Technology, respectively, are top-notch, he said. Tolulope said the tertiary education programs and policies implemented by the Lagos State Governor were designed to support students' academic aspirations, devoid of Nigeria drama of the Academic Staff Union of University strikes and other academic and non-academic strikes. So, so there is, that's way, a couple more paragraphs, but you get the gist of it. But really, should the student body be coming in that manner is really what I wanted to highlight with that. So gather your thoughts and come let us know. Nigerian Bar Association calls on BUHARI to direct compliance on Supreme Court order on Naira redesign policy. So this is getting somewhat ridiculous. Yakubu, Mike, you are the president. How can Yakubu Maikiwa be the president of the Nigerian Bar? It's just the country has gone to the dogs. The country has gone to, when has Yakubu, anyway, let me not do that. Yakubu Maikiwa, the president of the Nigerian Bar Association, has called on President Muhammad Buhari to direct compliance with the Supreme Court order made on the Naira swap. In a statement by Maikiwa on Monday, he said the situation is the greatest test or challenge to Nigeria's constitutional democracy. He added that the executive cannot afford to disregard the orders of the Supreme Court made for the benefit of the people that elected it to power. He said the Nigerian Bar Associations shall stand up against any action that seeks to undermine the rule of law, the integrity of the courts, and the independence of the judiciary. The statement reads, Maikama noted that the Apex Court did not mince words on the negative impact of the president's directives, which deprived owners of the withdrawn old Naira notes their right to ownership and use of the funds without an enabling law. He said, the Supreme Court the Supreme Court has issued directives to the federal government for the benefit of the people, and there is no option other than to comply. The president is under constitutional obligation to comply and enforce the decision of the Supreme Court. Sections 287 subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 provided that the decisions of the Supreme Court shall be enforced in any part of the Federation by all authorities and persons and by court of subordinate jurisdiction to that of the Supreme Court. We cannot under any guise or pretense accept or tolerate any appearance of autocracy or dictatorship. Our system of democratic governance has come to stay. It must not only be respected by all and sundry, but must also be jealously guarded and protected. This is the greatest test or challenge to our constitutional democracy, and the executive cannot afford to disregard the orders of the Supreme Court made for the benefit of the people that elected it to power. I therefore, on behalf of all Nigerians, call on the president to immediately direct compliance with the terms of the orders made by the Supreme Court in its judgment delivered on the 3rd of March 2023. So the 3rd of March 2023 makes it then exactly 3 days, not 3 days, so 10 days since the Supreme Court made that judgment. But then, of course, total disregard. We've entered one because if this precedence has been set now that you can just abjectly, totally disregard the rulings of the Supreme Court, and if this goes unchallenged and unchecked and more to it unpunished, then our subsequent administrations have no reason to give any accord to the pronouncements of court. I just I've never seen anything, even in a country like Nigeria, you wouldn't have expectation. But here is now the presidential space speaking to that space. President Buhari never told AG, and I'm sharing the screen so that you can see we are taking it directly from Garba Shehu's verified Twitter handle. President Buhari never told AG and CBN governor to defy Supreme Court order. So this is Garba Shehu now, 10 days later, coming out into the space. The presidency wishes to react to some public concerns that President Muhammad Buhari did not react to the Supreme Court judgment on the issue of the 500 and 1,000 naira old currency notes, and state here plainly and clearly that at no time did he instruct the Attorney General and the Central Bank Governor to disobey any court order involving the government and other parties. Since the president was sworn into office in 2015, he has never directed anybody to defy court orders, in the strong belief that we can't practice democracy without the rule of law, and the commitment of his administration to this principle has not changed. Following the ongoing intense debate about the compliance concerning the, I'm not quite sure why they are saying things like intense debate. A court has given an order and you're saying you're having a debate. You simply carry it out. So the debate is only that you have not carried out an instruction of the court. So we're not weighing the merits or lack thereof. We're simply saying that you have not carried out an order of the court. So I'm not quite sure what it means by intense debate. Following the ongoing intense debate about the compliance concerning the legality of the old currency notes, the presidency therefore wishes to state clearly that President Buhari has not done anything knowingly and deliberately to interfere with or obstruct the administration of justice. So you have to understand those words. And by the way, I'm going to post the link. Let me actually post the link in the comment section now. This is directly from Garba Shehu's Twitter handle, his verified Twitter handle. So this is not there's no element of them say to this. This is directly from Garba Shehu's verified Twitter handle. So you can read along if you want to read along. So this is from Garba Shehu's verified Twitter handle. So where was I? Yes, it says the president. Okay, let me take it from here. It says following the ongoing intense debate about the compliance concerning the legality of the old currency notes, the presidency therefore wishes to state clearly that President Buhari has, and you need to pay attention now to this bit now. The presidency wishes to state clearly that President Buhari has not done anything knowingly and deliberately to interfere with or obstruct the administration of justice. So that tells you then that he has not given any directive for them not to comply. He has not deliberately or he has not knowingly or deliberately done anything to interfere with or obstruct the administration of justice. So that is to tell you then that he's absolving himself of that space. So that's why a lot of people are just insistent that he's going to run, of course, EMEFIELE, but he'll still end up in jail anyway. The presidency is not a micromanager and will therefore I want you to listen to this part as well, because there's an embedded lie in this, which actions have proven to be a lie. The president is not a micromanager and will not, therefore, stop the Attorney General and the Central Bank of Nigeria governor from performing the details of their duty in accordance with the law. So that is telling you then that he has not directed them not to abide by the Supreme Court judgment. So that's what he's saying. He's saying they are acting on their own. So that's what he said. But the bit that I was saying that is an embedded lie is telling us that the president is not a micromanager, but patently he is a micromanager when he made a national broadcast about the currency situation, which of course is the purview of the central bank governor. So that's micromanaging right there. But it says the president is not a micromanager and will not, therefore, stop the Attorney General and the central bank governor from performing the details of their duty in accordance with the law. So it's not stopping them from, so in accordance with the law. So the law now has taken a stance, and he has now told us now that he is not preventing them in any way from not complying with the law. So now that situation now that we have is entirely now down to EMEFIELE. So you can see now they have thrown him under the bus, so and this guy will end up in jail, almost certain. And as soon as Buhari gets out of position, the law will come after him. In any case, it is debatable at this time if there is proof of willful denial by the two of them on the orders of the apex court. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe this guy should have written this thing in Fufude, because it's a total nonsense. It says, in any case, it is debatable at this time if there is proof of willful denial by the two of them on the orders of the court. So there is willful denial because the court gave a pronouncement 10 days ago, and the Apex Bank has not given the directive to the banking sector to follow suit. So the banking sector, of course, cannot act outside of the instruction of the Apex Bank. And the last instruction from the Apex Bank to the banking sector is for them now not to consider the 500 and 1,000 naira notes as legal tender. So if the Apex Bank does not send that signal and the banking sector continues to transact in the old currency off the back of the Supreme Court judgment, then they carry the burden of, if the Apex Bank refuses then to abide by the ruling of the Supreme Court, they carry the burden of the expense and the loss of those transactions. So the Apex Bank has to react for the financial space to get the signal. So there it is. It says, in any case, it is debatable at this time if there is proof of willful denial. So there is proof of a willful denial by non-compliance. So non-compliance is willful denial. So it says, in any case, it is debatable at this time if there is proof of willful denial by the two of them on the orders of the Apex Court. The directive of the president following the meeting of the Council of States is that the bank must make available for circulation all the money that is needed, and nothing has happened to change the position. So that is being clever with language, of course, because it said the bank must make available. But then when it said to make available, that was, of course, in the new colored currency. But then, of course, a pronouncement by the Supreme Court has now come into play since those instructions were made. So there's a new dynamism to that narrative that the space, especially the financial regulators, have to respond to. It is an established fact that the president is an absolute I don't know, man. I think this guy, I think they think they are punking us. They must be trolling us. It is an established fact that the president is an absolute respecter of judicial process and the authority of the court. Maybe we should seek their opinion of the Nnamdi Kanu family on that. Just how much these people respect law and order. He has done nothing in the last 8 or so years to act in any way to obstruct the administration of justice. They told him to release Sambo Dasuki, he did not release him. They told him to release El Zakzaki, he did not release him. They told him to release Nnamdi Kanu, he did not release him. They told him that the Naira must flow, he said no. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, man, what sort of special diet this guy is on. He has done nothing in the last 8 or so years to act in any way to obstruct the administration of justice, cause lack of confidence in the administration. Of course, there is lack of confidence in the administration of justice now because the Supreme Court made a pronouncement and the Aboki from Daura made a national broadcast that superseded that pronouncement. So the Supreme Court is meant to be the final arbiter within the Nigerian space because hitherto they said after the Supreme Court pronounces, it's only an act of God that can change. But now with Buhari, even with the Supreme Court pronouncement, Malam from Duari, he knows better than the Supreme Court. This is a semi-literate guy from the Sahels. He has done nothing in the last 8 or so years to act in any way to obstruct the administration of justice, cause lack of confidence in the administration of justice, or otherwise interfere or corrupt the courts, and there is no reason whatsoever that he should do so now. When he's there is no reason whatsoever that he should do so now when he's getting ready to leave office. The negative campaign and personalized attack against the president by the opposition and all manners of commentators is unfair and unjust, as no court order at any level has been issued or directed at him. So you have to understand the language though, because what it's telling us is that the Supreme Court judgment is essentially abiding and binding to the CBN space, and it's not directed at him, Malam Buhari, purported president of the country, because he is not, of course, the person that superintends. You know, to all intents and purposes, and by the status of legality, the CBN is meant to be an autonomous space. So that is what is saying to you there now. So you have to, this is, if you have ever heard the phrase throw under the bus, this is literally somebody being thrown under the bus right here. Let's take that again. The negative campaign and personalized attack against the president by the opposition and all manner of commentators is unfair and unjust. And listen to this. So this is where they throw EMEFIELE to the wolves. As no court order at any level has been issued or directed at him. It carries on. As for the cashless system the CBN is determined to put in place, it is a known fact that many of the country's citizens who bear the brunt of the sufferings, surprisingly support the policy, as they believe that the action will cut corruption, fight terrorism, build an environment of honesty, and reinforce the incorruptible leadership of the president. It is therefore wide of the mark to blame the president for the current controversy over the cash scarcity, despite the Supreme Court judgment. The CBN has no reason. So listen to this now. I've not read this before, by the way. We're reading it together. The CBN has no reason not to comply with court orders on the excuse of waiting for directives from the president. So they've now isolated EMEFIELE. So this situation now is entirely about EMEFIELE. So listen again. The CBN has no, and by the way, I've put the link in the comment section so you can read it yourself. So they are sacrificing this guy to the gods of to Shango, Ogun. No, Ogun, because it's Ogun that likes dogs, isn't it? And EMEFIELE, of course, a dog. So they are sacrificing this guy in full glare. It says the CBN has no reason not to comply with court orders on the excuse of waiting for directives from the president. So that narrows it entirely down to EMEFIELE. President Buhari has also rejected the impression that he lacks compassion, saying that no government in our recent history has introduced policies to help economically marginalized and vulnerable groups like the present administration. So that's where that rounds off. But there it is right there. EMEFIELE sacrificed to the gods. EMEFIELE sacrificed to the gods. Okay, let's just have a look at this. Okay, yeah, let's I'm not quite sure what the veracity of this is, but let's have it anyway. CBN Governor EMEFIELE privately told me that banks should accept old Naira notes. So this is Soludo. Governor Chukwuma Soludo has directed residents in Anambra to use the old 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira bills for their transactions alongside the recolored Naira banknotes. Mr. Soludo, in a statement, said Godwin Emefiele, the CBN governor, personally confirmed the development to him in a telephone conversation Sunday night after the Bankers Committee meeting. The governor of the CBN gave the directive at a Bankers Committee meeting held on Sunday, Mr. Soludo said. The CBN governor, Dr. Godwin Emefiele, personally confirmed this development to me during a telephone conversation on Sunday. So I don't think personal conversations with Soludo is what a national broadcast is what we really need, or publicize the directive to the banking sector and to the Nigerian populace. The Anambra governor's directive was sequel to CBN ordering commercial banks to dispense and receive old banknotes as deposits from customers. According to him, tellers at commercial banks are to generate the codes for deposits, and there is no limit to the number of times an individual or company can make deposits. Residents of Anambra are therefore advised to freely accept and transact their businesses with the old currency notes, including 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes, as well as the new notes, he said. Mr. Soludo said Anambra residents should report any bank that refuses to accept deposit of the old notes. Anambra state government will not only report such a bank to the CBN, but will also immediately shut down the defaulting branch. And by the way, there's also a pronouncement from Lagos State as well. There's also a pronouncement from Lagos State as well along those lines to suggest that any bank that does not accept the old notes, someone who said he will shut them down. So let's go on to the next. Lagos gubernatorial. Gbadebo's father, not a Yoruba man, Nollywood actress alleges. So, Nollywood actress Bimbo Akisanya has claimed that Labour Party LP candidate Gbadebo Rhodes Vivo has no Yoruba heritage. The actress stated this whilst reacting to the LP candidate's academic results. Correspondents report that earlier Gbadebo had shared a picture of his MIT certificate, and the name on it were Patrick Rhodes Vivor. Rhodes Vivor was heavily criticized due to the names on the certificate. Citizens bashed the LP candidate for bearing 3 different names within the space of 15 years. So there it is. So it was Chinedu that transmuted to Gbadebo, but then of course originally Patrick. So a 419. Only Jibiti Only Jibiti is a 419. Citizens bashed the LP candidate for bearing 3 different names within the space of 15 years. Reacting, Akisoya insisted that Gbadebo's father is not Yoruba. The actress begged Lagosians to forgive Sanwo-Olu of his shortcomings and not vote out of anger. She insisted that annoyance would lead to the destruction of things, adding that the incumbent governor is doing exceedingly well in the state and deserves a second term. She wrote, let me quickly screenshot and post in all platforms. This guy is Igbo. His father is not Yoruba. Sanwo-Olu is doing excellently well. Let us forgive our darling governor. Let us look at his good sides and please vote for him. Now beg at the beg, anger will only destroy things. Sanwo-Olu deserves a second term. So a lot of people complain. Anyway, I too am of the view anyway that this element is not a Yoruba man. I think we all know that. There's no name in Yoruba land called Rhodes Vivor. It's just and certainly not Chinedu. All right. Naira redesign. Buhari disowns EMEFIELE Malami over Supreme Court judgment. I think this might well be based on what we already read from Gabasheu's Twitter handle. So Gabasheu's Twitter handle. So let's go to it then, and then bring in the panel. The panel. I want to play this clip of because this seems to be the one thing that has been ricocheting around the political space. So I want to play this, but let me bring in the panelists as we have a listen to Peter Obi. But let me bring in the panelists. So we've got Collins, of course, Posh Collins. We've got Ola in Canada. Efe joins us. Maybe we'll hear from Efe today. Joins us all the time, but we never hear from him. The mighty Adele Koko, of course, always a delight. Fatai makes his appearance. Lexi joins us, and Igilo joins us as well. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So let's have a little bit of a feel of the Peter Obi interaction with the Arise TV space, and then we'll kick off the conversation from there. So I'm trying to mute you. Let me just. All right. So let's just have a quick feel. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Let me do this. All right, and then let me bring this back. And I wanted to do this so that I can do this. So let's have I'm sure you've all heard it anyway, but let's have a bit of a listen together to Anambra Born and a squeaky voice. So Anambra Born and a squeaky voice.
It is not wrong.
Okay. Real quickly, I'd like to ask you this. Has presidential candidate Tinubu, has he called you? Because he says he's not. Has he reached out to you? Have you spoken? That's number one. Number two will be, what would you say about now the ethnic strife that has resulted in the governorship contest in Lagos? They are now pitching the Igbos against the Yorubas. And secondly, what would you say about people that are saying some people are too young to be governors in Lagos because they're just 40 years of age?
Well, thank you, Rufai. First, that I've always said that the APC presidential candidate is an elder brother. I can even call him a father. And I have all respect for him and everything. I've not been opportuned to speak with him. You know, I don't have any issue with him. I respect him, and I'll continue to do so. I'm only challenging the process in which he was declared winner, because that process is wrong, and that process must be corrected. I believe that the things must be done rightly. We must follow the law, rule of law. We must have a society where things are done in a decent, organized manner, especially as we're trying to build this new nation that will be exemplary and the world will take us serious and respect us. Number two is that what you see as ethnic strife is just people trying to hide under what does not exist to cause confusion. There's no such. The vote that got in Lagos, I said it earlier without knowing you were going to ask it, got across everybody in Lagos from the, call it Yorubas, Igbos, Hausas, Jijons, any of the tribes that reside in Lagos voted for me. I can tell you that I have a lot of people who I know have truly Yoruba, who are actually supporting me 24 hours. And it shouldn't be. In 2003, Obasanjo got over 90% of the votes in the entire Southeast. Despite the fact that our own revered leader, Ojukwu, was contesting. Nobody shouted at anybody. Nobody said, I won't do business with the Yorubas or with the Northerners or with anybody. He failed in the Yoruba land. But we gave him more votes in the Southeast, even when our own revered leader was contesting. Nobody quarreled with it. We have Yoruba people who live in the East. Don't think that it's the only here. I can tell you in Onitsha, where I live, two prominent people that I deal with are completely from the Southwest. And they were there. Nobody had asked them. There were people doing their business who have democratic right to vote whoever they want. And I can go back to history. In 2011, we voted for Jonathan. He got more votes in the Southeast than he got in South-South. When Abiola contested the election, he had more votes in the Southeast. Even when his vice presidential candidate is Muslim from Kanu, and from I don't know where Kingi became again, maybe from the north. When Tofa had an Igbo man as vice presidential candidate, a respected Igbo man, yet Abiola won. And when that election was annulled, go and check the principal and people who actually lost more in Nedeko. It is the Igbos. We lost more in Nedeko. It is the Rafobias of this whose business were ruined. Go and check it. So when people bring what is not there, so who are those who voted for me in Abuja? Were the Igbos? Nobody got 25%. Is it the ones in Nasarawa? Is it the Igbos in occupying Nasarawa? The governor of Nasarawa said I won't get 10% of the votes in Nasarawa. The governor of Kaduna said I won't get 2,000 in Nasarawa. In Kaduna, I got 300,000. So let us not, at 300,000 Igbos in Kaduna. So where does this start? It's just people. I'm appealing to people for the interest of Nigeria. Today, we have a Pakistani as mayor of London, an Indian as prime minister. And they are doing far better than we're doing. In this place that is not even working, we're still trying to divide ourselves based on, and that's what we're trying to remove. It is this rascality, it is this structure we're trying to remove that brings this hatred, which we must remove in this system. So that the system can work. When people can no longer compete based on character, competence, compassion, and capacity, they resort to ethnic, religious, and be shouting, oh, Peter campaign on religion, oh, Peter campaign on, but they are the ones doing it. I've never in any way told anybody in any church, in any gathering, vote for me based on this. I've said it, do not vote for Peter Obi based because of this part that is from the southeast. People voted for me on issue of somebody being young and modern. It's laughable. It's actually, we should actually stop people from being old and contest. If I have my way, if we can retire our bishops at 70, retire our professors at 70, Supreme Court at 70, it's time we put age for this our politics so that people can also retire. Because there's a reason why we say at 70, 75, people should go and rest. So let us, is these people that are saying it that are bringing confusion? Age of 40 is age where people are becoming or became president in America, the world's biggest economy, 25 trillion, and you're just 400 billion. And you're talking about age. That is the right age, the right background, the right education.
Capital B, we've been talking about the presidential election. But your party, despite the criticism that you had no structure, you had no representation in the National Assembly, ended up getting into the National Assembly. 6 seats in the Senate, 34 in the House of Representatives. I would like you to comment on that. And then second, this issue of INEC not allowing you access to inspect election materials. Now, Yusuf Tanko, the spokesperson.
All right. So that session with Peter Obi is an hour long, and I'm not sure that you especially want to see an hour long of it, because I suspect that most of you would have seen it anyway. But we will want to wrap some of the conversations around that. But let us kick off the conversation. Let's kick it off with Collins anyway. So Collins, so Peter Obi's appearance on Arise TV, did you see it, and what were the highlights? What came through for me was when he said that he was not necessarily challenging the outcome of the elections, but he was challenging the process. So the backlash then, he has then added an addendum. But confused.com, this guy, what's going on with him, Collins?
Good evening, one man. Good evening to everyone listening and everyone present. Nice to be with you all. Yes, I listened to it, all of it, and first let me start from the ones that I found funny that didn't make it, that I'm just glad that he pointed out. The one of Wike, because Wike was already trying to play to her Obi's base and he's my hero and everything. I'm particularly glad that he pointed that out, that this man worked against me. So let's not get it twisted. And then moving forward, I think what you're trying to point out, I think the process, I think when you challenge the process, you basically challenge everything. I think sometimes which is good. I mean, we all reason differently. I mean, I saw what you're saying because I saw a lot of it on Twitter as well. I saw what you're saying, and people are within their right to come to that narrow conclusion. But the way I saw it was that if I challenge the process, he's basically, I think what Peter B was trying to do there, right there, and at the station was, I'm not interested in picking an individual fight. I want to pick a fight with the system, which will eventually lead me to individuals that are being that's been declared. So he doesn't want to we are very sensitive.
Is the whole thing not indicative of a lack of clarity of thought? The guy is because this is not the first time that we by the way, that he has made a public pronouncement only to add an addendum. What is it with this guy? He says one thing and then I don't know, man. It's getting tedious with him, isn't it?
No. When you support Tinubu, you shouldn't even say that. So let's just leave that. One man, what I think about that is that everybody is very sensitive. I think he probably came in with a pre-rehearsed kind of answer about that thing, because he's trying not to play into dangerous field where everybody will be like, okay, this, that, because everybody is very sensitive. People are still very...
Sorry, Collins. I have to interject. That is a Freudian slip. The guy said the truth. He just said the truth. There's no numbers that they're getting. There's only process they can attack. And that has already been ruled upon in the court. I think it's after he got back and they started criticizing him that he said he wanted to contest the result, because a lot of his so-called supporters believe their phantom results like 900,000 Lagos lead and 1 million, 1 million in Plateau State, that is still coming to come and overturn the election. Let's be candid with ourselves. Peter Obi was candid in a moment. That was a moment of honesty for him. Continue.
Okay, thanks for...
And also, because I'm with Kulata somewhat, because there's nothing in his narrative that led up to suggesting that we've even always said that if it's not challenging the result, it's just an academic exercise that he's embarked upon. And if he's embarked on that academic exercise to query the process, if the court will decide that the process is the anomalies in the process is not sufficient enough to cancel the will of the people, and then they will just give learning lessons to INEC and everybody moves on. Well, it's just colleagues.
Please, I have a question. Good evening, everyone. Please.
Hello, Rosie. Yeah,
please, I have a question, because to me, if he's questioning the process, why is it that the areas whereby he got the senators, he got the House of Rep, he's happy about that? He didn't condemn the process in that area. But then when it's coming to the declaration of who the president is, he has problem with that process. So I think if he doesn't want it, then he should say he does not accept, even though those labor guys that have gone into gotten positions, he should say no, he does not accept any of that. He does not accept any of the results. Because it's like the ones that favored him, the one that favors him is okay with it. The one that doesn't favor him is not okay with it. So I'm kind of confused about that.
Can I answer you? Because
Go ahead.
That's a typical Nigerian politician. Don't like to accept defeat. That is just it.
I don't think you watched the extent. The thing is that with the IREV results, those results were being uploaded directly from the polling unit. However, the presidential were not being uploaded. So INEC has like 3 systems in place. 2 of them worked for presidential. 3 of them worked for other ones. Even as of yesterday, when they were questioning Mr. Kofestis Okoye, I don't even think that the presidential is fully uploaded, but the other ones were uploaded right from the polling unit. So there are 2 different things. I think the question is, why were those ones going through and this particular one was not going through? I don't know if I answered your question. I think that is more like what.
Let me interject you right there. Your mentor, on the interview was speaking from both sides of his mouth. Everything he said all through contradict each other at one point or the other. he said, I mean, he doesn't, it's not, he said he doesn't have problem with the outcome, right? But the process, that was clear. On another side, he said he does not accept Tinubu as the winner. So what is this? What is he talking about? He doesn't accept Tinubu as the winner. And on the other side, you said you don't have problem with the outcome, but the process.
I think we all listen differently. I think it was actually very clear.
And please,
That was exactly what he said.
No, Angelica, let
Yeah.
me butt in and answer. We listen
Did he not
differently.
say that? No, did he not say that?
No, yeah, I never really. I think whenever it comes to Tinubu being declared winners, he was always very careful to not make the issue. Listen, he was always careful. He's always like he's not.
Collins, what he said was the process was not excellent. He didn't say Tinubu was not the winner. He just said for you to be declared the winner, the process needs to be excellent. That is neither near nor there. It's not denying that Tinubu is the winner. He just said the process
That's
is not
what I'm
excellent.
saying. He's always very careful not to make the issue about Tinubu. He's always focusing on the INEC thing. So because he will say, he will go on to say whoever they declare, the INEC declared the winner. So he wasn't exactly saying the president-elect. So I don't think
if he's not challenging the results, is it his place to challenge the process? Because the process has to be challenged by whoever superintends INEC. Is a candidate, not the supervisor of INEC. So if he has difficulties with the results, then that's where he comes into play. But the process is the process. If he doesn't object to the results, then he has no. It's not the supervisor of INEC.
Okay, now let's go with his clarification that he added on the Twitter. He's challenging it. I don't know.
Yeah, is that not an afterthought? Which is now that not a clarity, it's always yin and yang, yin and yang.
No, it's not an afterthought. It's probably a case of I don't want to make this issue about this individual. But since everybody is now like maybe in the process, I kind of made him the winner or something like that. Let me clarify. This is where I stand. I think people are allowed to make clarification. So let's assume that everything that he said on the interview was not clear. He has clarified it. He's challenging both the result and every other thing that goes with it. So I think that much is clear now.
Collins, let me say this. I can remember what he said vividly. He said that he didn't actually mention Tinubu's name, but he said he said he did not accept the winner. He said the person declared as the winner did not actually win. That is what he said. So what does that imply? Who won the election?
That implies that nobody wins because the process is faulty.
No, he said the person that is declared the winner, he is not accepting him as the winner.
Sorry, so but Collins, what makes the process faulty?
And he said that on the other side, he said, "Oh, the outcome, I don't have problem with the outcome, but the process." So what is he actually saying?
No one is clear yet what Obi is disputing. If he's saying that it's the transmission, he has already been to court on that, and even pre the election, he's already had a judgment to be clear to him that INEC is not obliged to transmit electronically. So he has a judgment already, which is publicly documented. So what is it? If he's challenging the results, then he should come out and do that. Then we know where we are.
What's this scared for? What is this? I mean, what's the problem? What's he scared for? Why can't he just come out?
I think he's scared of his base. Ajale Koko, this is what it is. He knows he has lost, but he doesn't know how to tell them.
I don't think anybody knows anything. They're already in court. They're going to court. So, Kolata, let me answer your question. The process is faulty. There were a lot of things that went wrong on that day. Either you refuse not to see it, that's okay.
So,
But
Collins, a lot of things means nothing. Is the entire whether went wrong? Does it deserve canceling the entire election? And if
that
it does,
that is now for court to determine. I'm not the court. I'm not the judge. These guys will look at facts. They will look at. That is why it's actually good for them to go to the court. This guy will look at facts and look at everything. They will not just be like, okay, Obi said we should cancel.
Okay, so in your own opinion, what was wrong then? Let me not. I mean, you be the judge.
You cannot make me the judge. If you make me the judge, I wouldn't have pronounced anyone the winner on that day. So let's
you know,
Brother,
Collins. Yes, sorry, Fatai. I'm actually looking forward to this law case because this thing is still shrouded in ambiguity. So I want to see the itemized list of what he's challenging. Because he's always talking in all this vague and ambiguous language. But we want to know what's your problem? Fatai, you wanted to come in, not you, Peter Obi, not you. You are excellent, Collins, but Peter Obi, yeah, what's his problem? Fatai.
Yeah, I wanted to say first of all that I enjoyed the brother Collins, your first jibe at one man.
Yes, I let that slide. I pretended like I didn't hear. Collins, you know all these posh people, you know.
I was laughing. Well, I think Peter Obi forgot the word first. I think he wants to. I would rather put it like he wants to investigate the process first. Before he will be able to mount a robust debate, a robust challenge to the in the petition or whatever. I think probably he was overwhelmed or whatever. A lot of things to say, and it probably. I mean, it could be forgiven for if he made a clarification. Everybody makes a mistake, but I think the point he was going is consistent with what they are saying. They want to see INEX everything, and then they will prepare their petition. So I don't know, but I think the problem is that the opponent have a lot of things to counter them. I think that's really the issue. I don't think they will win, but I think he probably made a mistake saying I want to challenge the process, not the win, because in the same interview he's saying no, I don't accept the winner. I know he doesn't win. You know, blah, 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 like this. And then in the other hand, it is confusing, but I think he made a mistake, right? And indeed, Collins is right. If I am a Tinubu supporter, I will forgive anybody if they have a slip, if they make a mistake speaking. But the other issue about where I think this madam, I don't remember, asked a question and he was addressing it. I think when it's my time, I would like. I would like to address that when I have my own time for a long time about why INEC, why the Senate. I mean, at least an alternative explanation why you would have first the Senate, right, and you didn't have the presidential candidate on the IREV.
Give us a brief feel of it now, so that you don't hold us in anticipation. Give us a sorry, Collins. Let's allow our moment. Okay. Go on, Fatai.
Yeah. You see, this is I think this is the problem that that is consumed everybody, right? I think probably people are trying not to understand that organization have a pattern, and technology also have a pattern. Fred, that is a minor explanation. It seems minor, but it's not really minor. What we are dealing with is a three-level. In this technology, it's a three-level situation. We have the beavers, we have the backend server, and we have the IREF. Nobody, even if Mahmoud promised you that polling unit to IREF is going to, you're going to see it immediately. It doesn't work. It can never work. Google cannot promise you that. So from the polling, actually what he did promise, if everybody listen very well, is that they are going to upload polling level result, not from polling unit to IREF. There was never that promise. So you transmit to the backend server. At the backend server, they will process all of these things. All this processing takes a lot of levels. Like, let's say, for instance, so you transmit, let's say, one local government, just as an example. So you have a local government, right, with 10 polling units. So 5 polling unit results have uploaded, and maybe there is internet or whatever connection issues with another 5. It's not this thing that is not scattered all over HiRef. So I'm waiting for 5, collect these 5 in the system, the way it's going to be programmed before all of that. So you have for the presidential, you have all of these 176,000 whatever processing at the same time. For the Senate, it's quite easy. It's like what happened in Osun. It's one state. It all gets collated to the state level quite easily. But when you have 100 and something thousand interacting with the computer, at least majority of that, it's possible to have a crash. So the processing before it's sent to the IREF, it could take a time. Now we are talking about how long will this take. Mahmoud was saying, if you listen very well, it's more like a hope that they will be able to finish all this processing on the election day, not like real time. You will be seeing it 1 second after in the next second. I mean, I don't think HINEC has the latest mainframe. The HINEC server is like the latest IBM mainframe, whatever they are using for the area. They don't have the capacity. They will never have the capacity in any near time to, like, in 2 seconds. When you upload it in 2 seconds, the server transmits it to the, and it's not even about the transmission. It's also about they have to process it. They all going. If you open your IREF, you go to a local government, then you go to the polling unit. It's not like you just see a bunch of forms of polling units scattered all over the place. It's not like a live TV show. And when you are an organization, if you are going to be responsible for what you're publishing, right, you have to process it. You have to approve it. It's like you're asking a company, a farm company, right? And you are expecting that the farm workers are going to post details about the farm produce, maybe the price, straight to the commodity market. No, it's they take it, sent to the line manager processes it, sent it to the general manager approves it, sent to the CEO then sends it back to the IT manager before it's posted. It doesn't work like that. The state, what do they even call them? They have a I don't remember their name. Anyway, they have collation collation managers that will approve things. There are like 3 levels of approval within these before it gets to IREF. In addition, if they are telling you that their server is being hacked, one of the like global solution to hacking is to go offline. So if indeed, I'm not saying for sure, but if indeed they have been hacked, even after all of the polling units have been uploaded to the server, they might decide to go offline because
all right. What I want somebody to do, if anybody is able to get where Mahmoud Yakubu actually made this promise, if you can send it to me via Instagram, we need to hear his exact words. I think we're now at that space. Round of Fatai.
So my point is there's a lot of processes involved between the polling unit and the IREF for anybody to have a reasonable expectation of a real-time publishing on the IREF.
Okay, Fatai, what you're basically saying is that they overpromise and under-delivered. So I get that.
That is acceptable.
I get that. However, some of those people were saying that those guys at the polling unit said that they didn't even have the code, or they were told not to upload. So these are the systems that needs to be tested. Are those guys lying?
It's not possible not to have the code. Because how do you even open the beavers in the first place? I mean, they are saying they don't have a code to upload it to the server. But how did you have a code to open it in the first place?
This is the things that need to be tested in court. Are those guys lying? All those are we just those things that I'm seeing? Are they just internet talk, or are there
A
any
lot of
facts
that.
to do? Are there any fact to those things? Because if there are, they have to be explained. Because there's a lot of them that says that those people will tell.
Yeah, but is it even substantial enough, all of this, to hold the election to hostage? Because
And
it
that's
seems to.
But the election is already done, though. The election is done, and the winner has already been.
Yeah, but Peter Obi is still trying to hold the space to hostage.
No,
so,
he's not. He's not. One man, be fair to this man. If anything, he hasn't even gone on street, because if he tells his guys to go on street, they will he hasn't even done anything. He just allowed the thing to continue normal. Let's go to court and see how they interpret everything. There's no hostage that has been held here.
But it's still as punchy as it was during the electoral phase. Hopping from one sofa to the other as television studios are still constituting not letting the victor have the fullness of the fat of his win. It's just it's unsightly. This is just unbecoming.
You wouldn't really want your boss to be enjoying after rigging an election.
Who is my boss? Why do you keep? Why are you trying to call me bad now? I call it. The only boss I have is.
After that, I saw you on Dr. Damages trying to tell the undecided voter, go and listen to this. Any kind of whatever that I had about where you stood became very clear. Because
what did I do on Dr. Damages? Is it because I launched that blazer wearing pretentious fob?
No, when you were trying like this, that, I mean, the man was a doctor, for crying out. He can decipher, he can think. But you were trying to, go listen to this interview. That was after we have all this that Tinubu did very well, and that was his only interview. You know what I will tell you? Go listen to this interview, and that will help you. Come on, woman. Let's forget all these. I know what you're doing. I know that you support Tinubu, but what you do not want to do is take responsibility for any of his failure in case he does. But if he succeeds, it will be like, yeah, I know that he was the right man for the job. So
just for documentation, I don't support Tinubu, but I feel it's better than Peter Obi, certainly. I think it's better than Peter Obi as well. Yeah.
What you're trying to do is if Tinubu doesn't perform very well, you wouldn't want people coming for your head like they came for Showore, even though Showore said that he never supported Buhari anyway. So that's why, and it's okay. So because these guys, they are all crook. Like we have nobody of importance should stick out their head for any of these people, because it could come back to haunt you. So it's okay, but you wouldn't.
All right. All right. Going back to the Peter Obi's interaction with Rice TV, was there anything that especially came through? Because I thought that he was trying to. I thought that was the beginning of his reversal into acceptance. Because he has fleshed the language out there that is not challenging the results. So I think we are now entering that whatever level stage of grief. We're headed towards acceptance. But did you?
No, I just think there's a lot of ethnic tension that Peter Obi too have to be very, very careful what he says, because everything that we are seeing, everything is heightened. And I think in terms of that, he also did very well in trying to explain some of when Ojukwu contested, because when I forgot who it was trying to, when I had that outburst, and I have to apologize for that, because that was on your platform. I had no right to behave like that on your platform, so I'm sorry for that. So, but when that man was trying to analyze the results in the Southeast and everything, Southeast have always voted a certain way. So this is not just the first time. They've always done it in every election. Whoever they support that person 80%. And he pointed it out that when Ojukwu Ojukwu in Igbo land contested against Obasanjo, that this was what happened. And when he pointed out that of Abiola, I see people pulling the results out and trying to counter him. And I went to the result and I was still seeing 48% and everything.
Collins, the Southeast elections was rigged heavily.
Colot, I won't go there with you. I
will go there with you because I have a lot of video proof.
You always have video proof about Peter Obi. That's one thing I like about you. You always have a lot of video.
Can I please interject one man, please?
Yeah, go on, interject. I don't think
yeah, come in, Igilo.
Yeah, greetings to everybody. Yeah, Mr. Kulata and Jelekoko, you people always have a very reserved anger towards Obi. You don't always want Obi's the goodness or the good part of him to show or to be brightened. I don't know why. Obi said, you see, when Obi said he is not challenging the result, that is the most civilized, educated statement ever a politician will ever make in Nigerian politics. You see, he is not as foolish as Tinubu, as Shetima, who will call him a trader, a market boy, that Apple, that Igbo boy, that iPod boy, that market boy. Tinubu come on air with his callous and a forgotten mind and be doing as if he's so pompous. He will say, that boy, I will send him to Anambra. You see, Obi is a person who has changed the politics of Nigeria. Agree or deny it, we don't care about that. I am fully, in short, I love that man. Each time I listen to him, his interview today, I listened from the beginning to the ending. He said he is not challenging the result. That is a very fantastic word. Because he is not contesting election. I mean, he is not on a physical contest with Tinubu. It's just like saying a referee is.
If it's not contesting the results, then by extension that means it's conceding the results.
He is not conceding one man. He is saying, because if he is already in a court, so he's trying to be very, very careful, because in a court, he is trying to do is that, okay, if he is now trying to fight as in try to contest on the result, they will ask him, which evidence do you have? He has no evidence. So that is why he's first of all going to the INEC. Let me check the INEC, the IRF, the ballot, the beavers, and if he has that result, that proof, first, then he can now go to now challenge the result. As of now, you cannot just jump the poll and go and challenge the result without challenging the process.
Let me ask you this. Are you saying that Labour Party doesn't have copy of the result across the federation? They don't have the copy at hand?
Labour Party are the only party that has all the results from all polling units in Nigeria. Is the only party that has
the only one.
They are not foolish. They are not foolish to come and publish it. It is a backup. Look, what they have on ground, what they have in stock is the last result where they will bring, and when they bring it out, everybody will marvel. Believe me or you, just leave it. They have everything. They have all the polling units, all the local government where there are no elections. They have all the videos. Obedient movement are everywhere. We have it, all the videos, they have it. So Obi
do you know that they did not have agents in quite a few polling units?
Yes, they have already said that. Obi said it.
So how can they have? So then, how can they have results where they don't have?
They do not have agents, but they have representatives. They have people who are volunteers. Who does that? They have it. Obi will not come out and tell you, look at what we have. They have it in bulk, and they are keeping it for the last resort, and they will use it. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Collins. It's still pretty much as we were during the election. So some people in some highly fantasized
there's no fantasy here. You guys are making it look like the election is still going on. The man is already in court. You guys are trying to interpret everything that he's saying to get something. That's for the court to interpret. I mean, all he had was interviewed. There were some very important issues. Let's leave what is challenging or what he's not challenging. The court will decide that. But there were some very important issues that he had touched on because there's a lot of tribal or everything going on. So he talks about, you know, Southeast have always voted in a particular way. And he say, you know, with the caliber of people that when Abiola contested, I didn't know that the man that was with Tofa was an Igbo man. You know, an Igbo man was the vice president, and Abiola was still getting 48%, 41%, 44% in Igbo. Because when people say things at times like,
Wait, he lied though. Abiola lost the
right there.
Southeast. Abiola lost the Southeast. That was a
no,
lie.
but I'm telling you from the result, the
Obi
percentage
lied
that I'm
right
seeing
there.
today.
He lied.
He lied.
Forget
It was
what
only,
Obi said.
hold on,
Obi
we
said
don't have
that
to
he won.
forget.
Listen,
He
Angelica.
lied.
Obi
It's
said
only
that he
Anambra that
I'm
Abiola
not
won.
telling you.
The
Listen,
guy lied.
I'm
lied.
not
And a
telling you that
liar
he
is not
won.
good to lead
Listen,
the country.
why do we just like to argue? I'm still
Not
saying something.
argument. We are stating
I did
fact.
not say that he won. Obi said that he won. But I'm telling you
But
that
that's
people
a
now
lie.
started
That's what
pulling
they
out.
are saying.
Listen. Ajari Koko, you know this thing, you were there. People now started pulling out results of that time. So I started looking into it. I saw that in my state, Enugu State, that Abiola got 44%. Obviously, he
Abiola
didn't
lost.
win.
Oh, he lost your state. And
He
he lost in
lost, but he got
it is only in
44%.
Anambra that he won.
Listen.
So, in overall, Igbo did not vote for him. He voted against him in overall.
Or Ajale Koko,
Yes.
someone that got 44% did
He
not
lost.
win.
You had 2 states. Hold on. You had 3 states then. Abiola lost 2 states. He only won in Anambra. So how do you want? Why did he interpret that to mean that Abiola won in Igbo land?
Listen. I'm not saying that what Obi said was right.
Okay.
We are not. I'm not arguing. I'm not here defending. I'm saying that when I now saw results, I was not there. Okay, I was born. Let me not make it sound like I was not born when that election was held. But I didn't know anything about election there. But when I now saw results that people are pulling out, then I looked at the percentages. At least he got 44% in Enugu. He got 40 whatever in the other. So it wasn't really a loss. Because the way you guys make it here, like Igbos are always against Yoruba politics, I thought that he was getting maybe like 5%. That's where I'm coming from. I'm not saying that he won all of them, but it's today now that you're telling me that it was 3 states and he won 1. You never said it because Angelica.
No, I've always said that. If you have been following me,
okay, maybe I missed that because I was going to say, man, that I respect that we always say the truth.
No. Hold on. Don't try to turn it around against me because of your Obi that is a liar. Look.
No, I'm not turning it against you. No, I'm not turning it. No,
I have said it here several times.
Okay, I didn't.
During the time of Obasanjo, Abiola won only in Anambra State.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
He lost. I said it several times.
Okay.
All right.
Overwhelmingly, Igbo, he won in. He didn't win. He lost in overall. He lost. So that's.
All right, Colin, speak to us a little bit about Peter Obi's commentaries on Yemsen Wike and also Chinedu Vivo. Because it touched a lot of those, yeah.
Like I said, I like the way he started off with the Yemsen Wike thing because that was because Yemsen Wike was already going around and trying to play him like he didn't know what happened and every other thing. So he came out and be like, he was against me and stuff like that. I like that he spoke out, that he spoke out in public space, like I know, so this is not two of us talking behind whatever. So this is what he did. I know everybody knows that. So I like that. I like that he addressed that. When it comes to
sorry, Collins. Do you think Yemsen Wike would need the obedient vote if it's able to, for him to be able to hold on to River State House? Because his body language is telling me that he's trying to cut them somewhat, which is to tell you that he feels he needs the obedient vote if it's going to hold on to that State House.
The thing is he going to be able to repeat what he did 2 weeks ago? If he's going to repeat it, he doesn't need them because he knows exactly what to do. But being that he has already played that hand already, is it possible to be able to still play it again? And not, would that mean that there will not be any kind of system put in place to checkmate that? I mean, that would be another failure of INEC if they just allow everything to go exactly the way it went. And people that also believe to collate another man I respect as well. I'm not doubting that there might be rigging in Southeast. These people rig. It doesn't really matter, because I even heard somebody in my village who said that they will tell people when they're voting, we are voting Labour. I mean, that's people are not supposed to be saying that where people are voting. But to go and start writing result and something like that, I don't know. I'm not there, so I can still not speak.
Okay, I have a video of someone in the Southeast destroying votes of people that voted APC. I actually sent it to one man. So it went to that extent.
Okay. So when it comes to these people, I'm not sticking out. I will say, okay, this is who I support and the reason, but I'm not going to go all out and be like over zero. Some followers will not do what they feel like they need to do. So people will do stuff. Am I saying that Tinubu has a hand in everything that happens in election in Lagos State? That would mean making him a god. He's not that powerful. He's just one man. Some people take some decisions that they take on their own. So that's by the way. So when it comes to Chinedu, I actually like the name Chinedu. That's my nephew's name. So maybe I should start calling him Chinedu anyways, since you guys want to discard him now. When it comes to the guy,
it was quite glowing. It was quite glowing about him, Peter Obi, telling us that he went to MIT, telling us that he comes from a stellar Lagos family. But a lot of those things, actually, they're like albatross around his neck, because a famous actress now is actually questioning if that guy actually comes from Lagos.
Yeah,
that is not Yoruba.
I was going to address it from her, this thing, because that's the lady. That's one of the people that I actually love in that Nigerian Nollywood industry. I started watching her from only God knows when. So I like her a lot. However, I suppose she's taking that narrow view. I mean, somebody that said that he's been in that his generation date back to 400 years or wherever into Nigeria. Obviously, I don't think he has hidden the fact that there were slaves that got brought back to Lagos, but they've been there for years and they've contributed and every other thing. So saying that he's not Yoruba or he's not Lagosian, that I still find that somewhat hard to digest, especially when it's coming from people that I kind of respect, because I actually do respect that lady. I wasn't expect. I can understand that she likes APC and she wants to campaign, and I believe that if these APC people, if not for answers that they believe that is where what the whole anger about the youth is about, they should be campaigning on based on what this man has done for 4 years and stop attacking people's personality. I mean, he is who he is. We are all who we are without any making of ours, really.
Collins, do you think we're at that point where we have to sort of demand a DNA test of this guy to see if there's even any Yoruba blood in him at all? Should we demand a DNA test from
what do you mean any Yoruba? His forefathers, they've been are you telling me that for over 400 years, even if they were not taken, even if his great-grandfather were not taken from Yoruba land for over 400 years, then none of his this thing has married a Yoruba person, and after many years, I mean, that's laughable, woman. The man is Yoruba. He say he's Yoruba. He say he's Lagosian. He has history that is traceable. So I think people should just probably argue with him or debate him on can you do the job, or that we should go past this. Are you Yoruba or not? That whole conversation.
What,
He's
what, what,
0.1% Yoruba. He's 0.1% Yoruba.
0.1%.
I'm just joking.
You've been watching those DNA something, Abi, and
Yeah, yeah,
0.1
yeah.
Bantu from Bantu. Everybody is
Yeah, that's
0.1% Bantu.
Yeah, that argument is getting a bit tired now. I think people should move away from his person and start looking at his policies, the things that he says that he's going to do. Nobody. The funny thing is that I haven't actually heard anyone pick any of the policies, anything that he says that he's going to do, and try
But
to
he
like.
doesn't have policy though. He doesn't have any policy though.
So why are people not going with that? Why are they focusing on whether his mother is Igbo or his wife is Igbo or he's a slave or whatever? I mean, why is that the focus? Why is it that this guy doesn't have any workable policy? Why is that not what they are focusing and attacking? You know,
Can I offer an explanation? I think in the beginning it wasn't really taken seriously. I think it's been taken seriously in last like few weeks or a couple of months. I mean, especially when it became clear that Jandor wasn't going nowhere. So he became, all of a sudden, became like the ultimate rival to Sanwo-Olu. And by the time he got on stage, it's become the debate about Yoruba and language and all of this, and the ride was just going on like that. But I don't know. I haven't heard a coherent policy. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm not just following quite well.
Yeah, I just think that the argument should be about his policy really, and if he doesn't have any, he should be called out on that and be and be made to explain himself. But other than that, if it's just about his heritage and everything, I think I think it has happened in every election. Whoever Igbos are going to support in Lagos will be disowned. Igbo supported Obasanjo, he was disowned. It was a few years ago, I stumbled on YouTube where people were trying to analyze Obasanjo, Dixon, and how his father was an Igbo. I was like, that was 3 years ago. You know, it wasn't during an election. So any person that Igbo people tend to support that is a Yoruba man is not Yoruba enough. You know, so if this guy is not in Labour Party, nobody would be talking about his heritage. You know, so the only thing
Colin, the concern is that Lagos State falls into the hands of the East. And people see Jandor, not Jandor, Boyega Chinedu, they see him as an Easterner. That's how people see him. So people don't care about whatever he claims to be his ancestry. People see him as an Easterner. And I don't think it's unreasonable that people should be concerned that Lagos should fall into the hands of the East.
I can understand the sentiment. Like I always say, I'm not one of those people that will come and be like, I get the sentiment, but if they disqualify him, if after this election he doesn't win just simply because he's not Lagosian enough, I hope that subsequent election going on, Yoruba, Lagosian indigenes, the real indigenes, that position should only be reserved for them, because people cannot be coming from other parts of Yoruba land ruling the real one. I'm just talking generally now. Ruling the real, because there's still indigenes there, whether we like it or not. There are people that all they know is there, and it's actually not fair, because those people might not be able to come to Enugu, for instance, and be governor. So that's their space. That's the only, even if they sold their land or whatever, but that is still their space. The only place where they can be governors and stuff like that, because of how Nigeria is, especially now, more than ever. So maybe going forward, if he doesn't win, just because people feels like it's not Lagosian enough. I hope that that continues, and it's not necessary because when Jimmy Abaje was I saw
Sorry, Collins, to interrupt your flow, but do you see it as an anti-Igbo agitation or a self-preservation struggle? The push
if we
against this character.
if we think that there is no Igbophobia in Nigeria, we are lying. But we Igbos, we are not helping matters as well. So I'm not going to go into that because sometimes some people are very loud and some people are they say things that are offensive, and I get that. So when you're saying things that are offensive, and the people that whether they treated you right or wrong, but you're making a living, that's why you're there. You say things that are offensive. I get why people are very wary, and this whole IPOP thing as well hasn't really helped the Igbo cause for within the last 2 years or thereabout, or the last whatever. Okay, maybe within the last, at least from 2019. This whole IPOP thing hasn't really helped the Igbo cause as well, because there is something now to attack them with. Because before, you couldn't really attach anything significant that anybody could hold and be like, okay, this is it. But now people will be like, okay, look at Southeast, they don't work on Monday, and this or that, you don't want to. So I get the sensitivity, but people know that even if an Igbo person, because there will be a time, I hope that Nigeria gets to a time in future, maybe in the next 50 years, maybe when we are no longer here, get to a time in future where it's like London, where the Lagos will actually take.
Peter Obi made that reference to what's it called, Khan, whatever its name is.
I was watching a lot of YouTube video, and I see the amount of Black Americans and white Americans moving to Ghana to buy land and everything. And
that's a real thing. That's a real thing,
I'm like, why always Ghana? Why not Nigeria? But who is going to come with all these things that we don't even, we don't even accept. I'm always, whenever I'm watching those videos, I'm like, why Ghana? Why? Because I've been to Ghana, like every time that I've been in Africa, I go to Ghana, and I'm like, what is this Ghana thing? I don't get it. But that's by the way. So maybe in the nearest future, in the next 20 whatever years, if Nigeria stays one, that Lagos will actually, I believe that even if Nigeria is not one, Lagos is positioned to be capital of West Africa. Whether anybody likes it or not, nothing is going to change that. Some places are destined for greatness, and Lagos is one of those places that is destined for greatness. And I hope at some point they will not let certain things hold them back from taking the best, and whoever that may be. But this whole Igbo thing is not really. It's every election. Whoever the Igbo supports is always going to be somebody that people are what they're going to use to campaign against that person. So it's not new, but Chinedu just
all right. Are you doing poor me? Look at this guy. No, poor me. Look at that.
No. I don't. You know what? Yeah, I don't even feel any kind of way, because it doesn't matter to me who is governor of Lagos State. The same way it doesn't really matter to me who is president of Nigeria, if they all know what they're doing and they're doing their job. But when I say it doesn't matter to me who is governor of Lagos, I rephrase. I have interest in Lagos. It does matter, but it doesn't have.
Well, you own half of Lekki, as we all know. Yeah, look at that.
It doesn't have.
Somebody has been offering me land. Quite a few people in Ibeju Lekki, which seems to be the next space. But carry on.
Yeah, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be an Igbo man for me to feel like I just want someone, whoever that is there, let them make policies that are transparent, wherever it is. If I'm paying for things and stuff like that, And the Aboro thing, yes, I also like somebody that will cut out the Aboro thing, because not only will you get a property, or where each strip of sand that you're bringing into your site, you're still paying people. Except if you're in an estate. Every time, if you bring an empty tank, you're paying people. You bring anything, you're paying people. I mean, at some point, it gets a bit tiring as well. So all that, whoever the governor becomes, I hope that they're able to put policy that is acceptable globally, that people outside Nigeria can actually come to Nigeria and bring in their money and invest in Lagos, because where else are they going to go? When somebody is coming to Nigeria to invest, and their first point of contact is Lagos. So if Lagos is in a way where everything is transparent, people know exactly what they're getting, when and how, the place will boom. Whenever I see this Accra and Ghana, I'm always like envious or annoyed. I don't even know what to call it. I'm like, why not Nigeria? Why Ghana? But that's by the way.
No, I think I'm in with you in sentiment on that. But let me take you to safer grounds. I think we can all give a kick into this space. So Malam Buhari now distancing himself quite sharply from the Naira policy situation. So what Buhari is telling us is that he has not instructed either Abubakar Malami or EMEFIELE not to carry out the Supreme Court instruction. So he's told us that. But more to it, he said they have no reason to wait for directives from him in order to carry out a Supreme Court or any court pronouncement. So this is Buhari now serving this guy up like a dog at the Ogun Shrine. So what are you then making then of this tweet by Garba Shehu casting EMEFIELE adrift?
Yeah, in your reader, you said that the guy might go to jail. He might not. But one thing that is clear is that Buhari has finally failed in everything. Everything. Just when we think that he couldn't go any lower. To be honest, I kind of supported the cash policy. I have to raise my hands and be like, I supported it at first because I was looking at it from the Western point of view. I saw that it could reduce kidnapping, certain crime, and every other thing. And when the election things started coming into it, I saw that it could also help curb that. And once Tinubu spoke against it, I supported it more. So that was even the funniest part. That's why it's taking me this long to actually come to see how disastrous the whole thing is, because immediately Tinubu spoke against it, I was like, okay, if these guys are speaking against it, this is a good policy, and stuff like that. But the truth of the matter, I was just talking with my woman today. The truth of the matter is that it doesn't matter who you are. People are really, really suffering in Nigeria right now.
Collins, you remember that Obi spoke in support of the policy?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. And like I said, I supported it too. Until
London on his side as a leader, as a visionless leader, a man that cannot see beyond his nose when it comes to a real issue that affect Nigerian people and the country in general. Does that not like that?
You could also say that anything that comes to Nigeria is where any kind of policy comes to die anyway. So it doesn't even matter. So because some people might be looking at that from what's happened in other places and think that we could do it and do it fairly. Because by the end of the day, the money that they said that they printed, few people took those money and kept them anyway. So it was still not circulating up to today. I was asking everybody that I asked was telling me that it has got worse than it was before even. So it's not getting any better. Anything that you're not able to do transfer on, getting cash has become like, I'm using 4,000 naira to get 10,000 naira. I don't know. That's a kicker. I will probably cry You know,
Imagine that you work hard for your money, and you are not buying the dollar, so you are buying naira at 75%, a 25% commission. I've never heard it before.
Yeah, that's I'll have a breakdown. I wouldn't know how to deal with that. And this is a country where people minimum wage is 30,000 naira. Imagine somebody getting their 30,000 naira and probably wanting cash for some reason, and 12,000 is taken from that. You know, he's just no. I don't know how to. I just don't know how to explain that, but that is what it is. For the fact that it has taken Buhari this long to try to disassociate himself from the policy that he created, because we can blame EMEFIELE for all we want. We know that Buhari has done this before, you know, so maybe this is his thing, you know, he likes to do. So going out, he wanted to do it again, and now they want to throw EMEFIELE, you know, under the bus, like you rightly pointed out. But I think they are all criminals. They know how to resolve things among themselves. But the truth of the matter is that people, everyday people, are suffering. So wherever, if EMEFIELE goes to jail, even if Buhari himself goes to jail, it will not help how many people that probably died. I read was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, that a man was trekking to work and he collapsed and slumped.
Yeah, that was in Ibadan. It was actually a prominent radio personality, you know, and he was walking to work to go and do his shift, and then they were waiting for him. And he just collapsed and died. Yeah. Empty stomach, not because of lack of money, I suspect, you know, a radio personality.
One man. One man, I think if to help a lot of people still alive, if EMEFIELE is fired today, I mean, what is still doing? Nobody is throwing it under the bus. He's supposed to have been fired 2-3 months ago. They should fire this guy. I mean, I don't understand. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Why? I don't know. It cannot be fired. How much damage do you have to cause before you get fired? If EMEFIELE was working in the private sector and you caused this much damage, you would have been long fired.
Who is going to fire him? Who is going to fire him?
Everybody fire him. Buhari will fire him. The Senate is working. They will fire him. All of the government to fire him. What is he doing? You can't cause this much damage to the country, and you still have your job. How much damage do you have to do before you lose your job? How much damage do you have to cause before you lose your job?
And also, Collins, rather than this back and forth Twitter, whose blame is it, whose blame is it not, the situation is still there. Why don't you resolve the situation first and abide by the Supreme Court pronouncement and free up the economy, which has hemorrhaged, when we were checking yesterday, 20 trillion naira, just off the back of what EMEFIELE has done, 20 trillion naira hemorrhaged, because he has contracted it, because we're the cash economy. So why don't you resolve that first, rather than writing some long-winded tweets doing the blame game? The situation still subsists, and you are telling us EMEFIELE is not the body's fault. Nobody cares now. Free up the money first, and then we do the blame games later.
One man, they don't have money. They printed 10% of what they mopped out of the economy, and they burned what they mopped out. They don't have cash. They don't have.
I'm not sure that they have burnt it. Is where the question is.
Well, that's what
somebody was sending me a clip of shredded naira, but I'm not sure they have burnt it, because what El Rufai was telling us was that most of those monies, if not all of them, they're still in commercial bank vaults.
Yeah, the ones in commercial bank, the ones the commercial bank is sent or back to the CBN, they don't exist anymore. This is the problem. There is no sufficient money. And the other time he was claiming, I don't know whether him or somebody from CBN, that they don't have papers. They don't have enough papers to print more money. I don't even think the new Naira note is printed in Nigeria. There's a whole lot of complications.
No, it is printed. No, it is printed in Nigeria.
Fatah, you know what? Yeah,
Well,
even if
there's
they
some
still
story
have,
that is not printed in Nigeria.
No, they said one of the things that we have something called the mains. They
Yeah, I
something
know, I
something. Yeah,
know.
I
We
think
have capacity to print.
one of the conditions that Buhari gave him for acceding to changing was that he had to be printed in Nigeria.
Yeah,
So
but
I
he
think
didn't follow
yeah.
that. He didn't follow that. He was contracted to, I think, a Malaysian mint or whatever, somewhere in Asia. I think I mean I stand to be corrected, but I think I've read or heard it somewhere that in reality the new notes are not printed were not printed in Nigeria, and that's also part of what is accounting for the shortage. So
okay,
we don't have some new notes.
Fatah, yeah. The thing is that even if they hadn't burned that old note and they bring them out, and the bank decide to take them, there will be people in the villages that will never accept that money again. You know,
The
because
complication is too crazy.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
confused the system too
yeah,
much.
because the damage is already done. The only thing they can actually do now is to print this damn money already and circulate it so people can actually get it. You know, all these police old naira and I don't know how they have to. The thing about Nigeria that is really really annoying and upsetting and that leaves you speechless most times is if this was in any other country, same country, let's say that they don't have capacity, they are not able to print what they say, they will contract whoever they need to contract just to print whatever they have to print, just so that the system can keep moving. But they really don't care because by the end of the day, they have just enough for them and their family. You know, they really don't care. And the elites, those of us, if we're in Nigeria, if we're doing transfer and every other thing,
I cannot see how they would not jail this EMEFIELE, because he lives with the Buhari administration, and when whoever gets there, I think they'll be alarmed at what they'll find. Alarmed.
One man, this is the issue. He's sitting on the intelligence of what went down. If you don't fire him, you will never know exactly what went down, and you will never know how to address it. He needs to be fired. If he's
Yeah,
sitting
but
there,
that's
he's not going to know.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's sitting there, but certainly not more than another 2 months, hopefully.
For 2
Because
months, a lot of more people are dying. Fire him today, yesterday, 2 months ago, so that we know exactly what is going on, so that we can know how to address it. He's not going to tell you, covering his ass. He's not going to tell you what he actually went down. He needs to go.
One man, can you really jail EMEFIELE without bringing Buhari to court himself? Because all the crimes that they've committed, all the fake money that he keep printing and giving to Buhari's government and everything. I mean, I think three of them, Malami, Buhari and EMEFIELE, I think they are neck deep into this whole mess that is going on. And I was even thinking while you were reading that thing, I was even thinking, is it not a time that Nigeria start also electing, although we see how our election goes, but is it not time we start electing our attorney generals? Because I really don't understand all the systems that we have in Nigeria. It doesn't seem to be doing us any favors.
well, what Buhari has highlighted is all of the fault lines in the Nigerian system, all of the fault lines, all of the reasons why that country will struggle to progress has been highlighted by Buhari, because all of those things were always there, but it's always been because we've always had somewhat benign leaders, so they've never really exercised all of the darker powers. The Supreme Court gives a pronouncement, you go on national television to override it, which then puts the Constitution in abeyance. So it puts it in abeyance, and then you have court judgments, you ignore it, you flout rules. They said it had no. There was a lot of people that he should have taken along before this currency change. The Council of the FEC, the Finance Minister, all of the synergy that would have made this thing work, all of it completely abandoned. Nobody held to account. So all of it, and they're able to get away with it because of all of the fault lines. So all of the fault lines in our system highlighted by this Daura man.
Yeah, it's a really shame. It's a really shame. And for those of us that supported this for a good cause, I mean, the damage is doing, because one thing it has done though, the kidnapping seems to have reduced.
Yes.
So we can't take that away, because a lot of people were getting butchered. A lot of people were getting, because it became like every day. And it looks like even the Biafran agitators in the southeast, it seems to have, maybe they don't have money for fuel or something. I don't understand. For a minute, I haven't really been hearing about them going
no Python dance anymore.
yeah. So he seems to have done something, but I don't know if you really can, because we never really would know.
The Biafra issue was really a matter of unknown gunmen. It wasn't really about Biafra in itself, like the people causing menace. Yes, once in a while they do some protests and everything, but the real problem of the Southeast was the unknown gunmen. And there was a theory that was circulating that those unknown gunmen people are actually federal government or whatever government agents that are orchestrating it. So the idea that immediately after elections are over, or especially during the elections, all of a sudden this whole unknown gunmen, everything just became peaceful, is highly questionable. Don't you think so?
No, I wouldn't want to go there. I think I don't know if you're from the East, but I think that is the excuse that we keep giving ourselves to allow this thing to keep getting worse, because I just believe that when we blame every other person but us, we don't deal with the problem and they just escalate. And I don't buy that. Our non-governments, they are from
Collins, please, I want to interject, please. Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, one man, please, sorry. See, about that unknown government, you see, the narrative that just what who just said now, is it Kulata or what?
Charles. No,
Charles.
that was Charles.
Yeah.
Charles Annette.
Yeah, what Charles is saying is basically true. I am from the South. I'm from the Southeast as well. Like, I have an affiliation with the Southeast. I'm just a boundary to Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. We just cross each other. The thing is that the existence of a non-government is to counter the Fulani herdsmen killing. And that is just the truth. But
it is not. It is not.
No.
They come under that. No, they are not. Because how many Fulani headsmen have they encountered or brought down?
It is
the only I saw a clip once out of countless clips, so where they got a chieftain of a locality in wherever, and they are used as political thugs. They are used to settle interfamily disputes and all of these things. They stripped this guy to the ground and they were smacking him around with guns. And before you knew that they were going to just open up on him as soon as this. How many Fulani headsmen have they chased? They terrorize the East.
ESN Security Network and unknown government are two different.
No, don't be silly. Of course, they are the same thing. They are the same thing now.
No. One man. Look. I told you I'm from the South. I am from the Niger Delta. We know what Biafra agitation have caused in that region, in that old Eastern region. The creation of ESN, it has helped to enlighten and put more fears for those saboteurs. First of all, the Igbos, I'm sorry to call the Igbos, so the Southeasterners are well known in Nigeria as being the most tribal, like a saboteur tribe in Nigeria. Like, every little thing for money, they can sabotage you, they can leak information, they can run and even betray their own brother. So that
no stereotyping, no stereotyping. We are already under bad reputation.
I am not stereotyping. I am telling you the basic truth about how some people perceive to see, and that is just the truth about it. Anything from man. Okay, look at now. You can see an Igbo man who is called Chinedu Emeka. The next day, see him calling, is now Mohammed Alhaji Chinedu Tanko. So they do stuff.
Where was that? Where did that happen? Where did that happen?
There is a mosque now in Enugu. There is a mosque in Anambra. How do you call it? In Imo State. They have changed their name. They are now going for Quran curses,
One
Quran
man,
curses.
Joe Ibokwe is a good example of those kind of people.
Exactly.
Anywhere belle face, according to Fatai.
Exactly. To end, even Uzoji Kalu is part of it. You see, to end my this thing, ESN has helped to put more fears to sabotage in the south, which we like. But the unknown government was created to counter ESN. By so doing, they end up causing more drama and more pains to the people of Southeast. ESN are there in the bush to fight the Fulani herdsmen. Do you know that I am from Ogoja? In my local government, the very cows that we are running from Enugu, from Anambra, they in millions, they passed through my community for the whole one day. And we were asking them, what, even my mother phone today, as I'm talking to you, my mother phone was stolen by a Fulani man in my village. But they don't harm my people. I don't know why. Because when they move, we ask them why. They said ESN Namdi Kanu has chased me away from Enugu. So we interact with them. They stay in my village. As I'm talking to you now, so I know the fact of what is, So ESN has done a lot of damage for Fulani in Enugu, in Ebonyi State, in Anambra State, in Abia. Look, they have done so much, and which we should give them credit. We should give Namdi Kanu, even on his absence. Thank you.
All right.
I won't dwell on that part, but I would just say this, just in case any other person from the Southeast is listening. When ESM came, we all thought that it was a good thing because that's what the governors should have done, which they didn't do. But that created an avenue for criminals to take over. And most of those people that are ESN, you cannot tell me that a hungry man with a gun is not a danger to society. They would use that gun to do whatever they need to do. And I think that's what ended up happening. That's what ended up happening in the whole of the Southeast. So people now, those people that they gave gun to that they can't even account for, they started using it to. You remember that when Boko Haram started, the Northerners had a lot of excuses for them. They loved them, they gave them stuff, and then until it became, they finished killing whoever they were killing, they're killing themselves. I think that's what was actually going on in the Southeast.
You can't compare Boko Haram's agenda with ESN's agenda.
I know that it's harsh. I know that it's harsh, but sometimes we have to make that comparison because he brings it home. I was in Enugu last year, January, I think. I was in Enugu. I've told this story here before. I was in Enugu. I encountered these people. You would fear just to see them. You needed to see me run into a bush and go and sat. I don't know them, but I was like, if these guys jam me, just going down or whatever, they could just, they might just look at funny enough, I had one wristwatch that I was wearing. They might just look at it and be like, okay, we cannot take it without killing. It's funny thing. These are
you don't know that there's a trend in Nigerian politics that goes along this way. Once a group or an organization that comes out, it might be with clear intentions. At the end of the day, there's a way things just change, and they prescribe them as being pro government or against the government or anti-government. Basically, if you look at the answers, the same thing. They came out, blah blah blah. They changed it. If you look at this ESN, the same thing. If you look at and so many others, I really won't. It won't be. I won't say it's quite absurd to say that. That even look at Nigerian politics, the Gbadebo guy and everything. The narrative, okay, he's Igbo and everybody. The narrative has changed to some tribal. He's not this. They want to take over the country. This. They've changed the entire outlook of the guy and everything. So I won't be surprised if ESN, once they saw it as something that was challenging whatever plan they had, the next step of action is to proscribe them and roll out some form of forces that would discredit them. It's been something that has been going on in Nigerian politics, even in current politics, in NSAS activism, in just look at every single facet of Nigerian politics. So it won't be far-fetched to say that it's just a ploy of the government to actually discredit groups that are opposed to that style of leadership or against certain policies. That's what I feel.
Anyway, let me not take one man away from the direction he was taking the whole thing. But one thing that I will say before I leave that space is that I hadn't really looked at it from that NSAS comparison. Yeah, we all know what happened in NSAS. That I agree with. But when it comes to the unknown gunmen, I don't know, because Monday sit at home was not implemented or is not being enforced by other people, that by people other than people from the southeast. Because I know you know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody, so it's really hard for me to excuse the way I want to blame a federal government. Could they have countermeasure? Of course. I mean, we are a criminal country. Everything is done in illegal way, but I don't want to excuse anything that we ourselves could be doing to that space. But let me just leave that one. So the cash policy, yeah, it has done some good things, but
irreparable damage is done. Let me show you this clip. Actually, let me show you this clip. You will cry when you see this. You will cry.
This is the Dioro market, Mushi. All these banana, plantain, sorry, they are for sales. But just take a look at everything. Just because of shortage of cash. Because of shortage of cash, everything are rotten, spoiled. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. We don't know whom to blame now. I just believe Nigeria will survive all this.
So it's the farmers farming perishables and all of these things. They have just been destroyed. Lives have been destroyed, Collins.
That is really really sad. That particular one is sad. But how come they could not get like a company, those people that do like chips or whatever to
How many of them would they be able to? All of them, the ones that could have gone to the chips company, they would have gone there. I was actually thinking that why couldn't they get somebody to stand there with a bank something and then just do? But these are not sophisticated people. They are just mom and pop sort of down the farm. Let me go and sell it to buy shoes for my children.
to buy food, buy vegetables.
Yeah.
It's really sad. And the funny thing is, because of Nigeria, we don't have data, we don't have anything. We will never know the amount of damages that has been done.
Is there any positive that can be taken from this Naira swap? I really don't understand.
No. One of the positives was actually highlighted by Collins earlier. We're seeing a real drastic lesser reports of kidnapping. Because are you going to kidnap and then tell them to start bank transferring? So all of those activities, and ultimately that might work, but the money has to be in circulation still. It's just the thing,
Some people were kidnapped recently, and they asked
one man. There is no positive.
They asked
there is no positive
to go and bring dollar.
Yeah.
They requested for dollar. They didn't. They said the payment is either, but they requested dollar. So kidnapping is still now. It's just that the problem we have now with this Naira problem has overwhelmed every other problem. So we are not even listening to that. Nothing that is coming into the air because of this problem of this Naira. That this Naira policy, of course, is too overwhelming, and it's that it's dominated the news space, and that is why kidnapping is still going on. Don't let us praise this barbaric policy that it has done anything good. Now, the economy have recorded over 20 trillion Naira loss within the short period of a period of 4 months or 3 months because of this useless policy. So Collins, he has not done anything good for us in that country.
All right, brilliant. So Collins, I'm going to take the conversation on to Kulata, but before I go on, as a senior member of this platform, Collins, I'm inviting you to make an executive decision. So listen to this. So I'm thinking that should be the new opening theme for the platform. So what do you reckon? So you make that decision and also tell us what does it mean? I don't know what it means.
One question: why do you always use Southeastern songs for your?
Because that's my favorite music. It's my
Why
favorite
is it your
music.
favorite? Since when has it become your favorite music?
No. I grew up on Osita Osadebe, Oliver the Cock. You know, those are my that's what, it's always been my flavor. You know, that's
Can't you use
it's my favorite culture. You won't believe.
Song now. Use that MC Oluomo song that you.
No, that's out of tune. The lectures are over now, so it's out of relevance. That's why I'm dropping the Nnamdi Kanu one as well. It's out of relevance. You know.
It sounds nice. Yeah, you should. Probably, yeah. I would recommend it. It's fresh. It's current. Made popular by
Wike. That's why I went to look for it. You know yeah.
Yeah. So and is basically you give us. That's basically what it means.
All right. Okay. Brilliant. So it's not offensive or anything.
No. It just means sharing. You give me. That's basically what it is.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you. Stay with us, Collins. Let me take the conversation on to Kulata if it's ready, because there's been new development even in the course of us having this conversation. So, Kulata, are you there?
Yes, sir.
So it looks as though, Kulata, we have broken the back of this guy now. So let me share this screen with you because this is now a real development. CBN directs banks to dispense and receive old 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes. So it looks as though the back has been broken out of this guy. The Central Bank of Nigeria has directed commercial banks to dispense and receive old Naira notes as legal tender across the country. A statement by the acting director, CBN Corporate Communication, Issa Abdul Mumin, says the Apex Bank gave the directive at a bankers committee meeting held on Sunday. So this was what's his name was actually saying. So banks have now been authorized to dispense and receive the old Naira notes. So read the statement below. So here it is, the logo and everything. Old 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira bank notes remain legal tender CBN in compliance with the established tradition of obedience to court orders and sustenance of the rule of law principle that characterized the government of President Muhammad Buhari, and by extension, the operations of the Central Bank of Nigeria as a regulator. Deposit money banks operating in Nigeria have been directed to comply with the Supreme Court judgment of the 3rd of March 2023. Accordingly, the CBN met with the Bankers Committee and has directed that the old 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira bank notes remain legal tender alongside the redesigned bank notes till the 31st of December 2023. Consequently, all concerned are directed to conform accordingly. So there it is, right there. Too little, too late. But I still insist it must be jailed.
Before Colata starts, I thought you saw that earlier. It was actually released around 4 o'clock today.
No, somebody sent it to me by text, but I was waiting for a formal. Yeah.
Okay, it's been around since about 4.
So there it is. So Kulata, what does this add then to the narrative? Does this absolve EMEFIELE, or should it still be in that cell block 1? Kiri.
Oh, immediately should be. I mean, someone said he should be fired. Me, I say he should be jailed. He should be jailed. I mean, 10 days ago ruling, we are now reacting on it. Buhari, they were waiting for Buhari to talk. Is it Buhari that will tell you to do your job? Like, how long have we been saying he has to do this thing, he has to do this thing? He's flaunted Supreme Court Penny. And look at Buhari. he threw him and Malami, he threw both of them under the bus. And if you remember, the very, very first time that they were bringing this cashless policy, that I found one article about India. And I was warning that if they mess this thing up, it's going to be a total disaster. I don't know if you remember that conversation.
Yes,
if they mess
course,
this up.
yeah.
Because I said there will be little money chasing after little goods. And it's just going to turn everything upside down. Because nothing good has come out of this. Absolutely nothing. And what is really, really pissing me off, I have to go to politics, is when we were saying this thing, when it was obvious that this is a terrible idea, we had obedience saying, no, this is good policy. I'm happy. Someone was saying that I will let my mother, my mother will suffer is only for the moment, maybe so that you can elect your magician president. Look at what has happened now. Say, I have to say Yoruba. Say Oju, everybody is dancing like the eyes are not clear now. As in after the fact, and nothing is going to tell me that the main intention of this policy was not to stifle Tinubu. I'm now fully convinced that it should stifle Tinubu because this was rushed. If you say you are doing cashless policy, what did the country do to improve bandwidth all over the country? What was the incentive given to all these people that have those machines, those money stuff? I can't remember. POS. What did they do? I mean, if you're going to do something as drastic as this, you will have been planning for like 3 years, ramping up capacity, gradually building up, and in a way where when you ever want to now do this cashless policy, first of all, you cannot make a change in 3 months or whatever. You let it ride out for like a year or 2 years, and even that year or 2 years, you've ramped up enough capacity to support electronic stuff. But right now, we now have people paying naira for naira. Like, it's the craziest thing. Inflation did not even go down. Inflation did not go down. It's the most disastrous. I've never seen anything. Imagine if they did that in the UK economy. Yeah, I mean, look at this. The stupid. I'm referring to that stupid Rufai idiot on Arise TV saying this will curtail the inflation. This will do this. This will do that. I mean, there was just one initial drop in inflation when the thing started. But at the end of the day, you did not actually reduce money in circulation. You just kind of handicap people from getting money in the bank. And then, coupled with lack of goods, productivity, everything go. Look at Ogede rotting away. Isn't that goods going away? I mean, in a country where 133 million people, bunch of illiterates, you now want to like create policy. I mean, it's just stupid. There's no, I think in the history of monetary policy, this should be top 3, the dumbest since God created man.
Should he get away with this? Because I have the feeling that he will not. It's just too seismic.
He's going to run away now. Emefiele is going to run away.
Yeah, no, he's going to run. Yeah,
he's going to run away. He's going to buy citizenship in one of these Caribbean islands, and he's just going to escape for life. He has billions. I've told you guys that he has billions of dollars. I mean, all over the place abroad. It's just going to take off. You'll never find him.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, one man. Emefiele can only run away because you and other the Tinubu supporter believes that this policy was only meant to stiffen Tinubu. Remember, Tinubu is not the only person in this race. We have Tinubu, we have Obi, we have Kwankwa. So why is it that Tinubu is the only one carrying always crying? Do you understand?
Guy.
Yeah, the other people, they love the policy.
Guy, if your government is in power and your government creates a policy that makes people suffer, what's the common sense thing you think people that are voting will do? They want to punish the government in power, isn't it?
Yes, but
so do you now get why people say it's because of Tinubu?
Emefiele is not the commander in charge.
What do you mean?
Emefiele is not Buhari.
Buhari too is involved now. Do you think I'm absolving Buhari? I'm not absolving Buhari now. Buhari is equally dense. This is Buhari's policy as well as Emefiele's policy.
But with the Gaba shells to it, has Buhari not absolved himself now and thrown this guy under the bus?
He's not absolved himself, Kankan. He's just some Carlos Aloof idiot. He didn't absolve himself because without his permission, this policy will not have been enacted. Because the way I used to think that CBN was independent. Then someone wrote in the comment section. Then I went to read that no, it's mainly Buhari gone has to give his authority for all these shenanigans to happen. So Buhari backed this thing. The reason why I backed it, I don't know. Maybe he backed it thinking it's going to create the perfect election. But sorry, how will you create the perfect election? How will you cheat your own party? He cheated his own political party. In what pretext will he do that? For what? And I don't think everybody can imagine the decline in GDP we're going to see. The reporting may take 3 months or 6 months before they report it. But you see how bad this thing really affected people.
No, they will manipulate that figure now. They will manipulate the GDP figure to reduce
this one. I don't think they can manipulate this one. It's drastic.
But if I might ask, in the US, if this had happened like under a Bush administration, people say it is who is responsible? Is it the attorney? I don't know how it works in US. Would they put the blame on the president?
The Fed.
Okay, the Fed. Would they put the blame on the presidency or they'll put the blame?
No, because in the US, the Fed is totally independent. And one thing in the US, even when Trump was in power, Trump bullied the Fed. And when Trump bullied the Fed, because he was trying not to make them increase interest rates. And so the Feds actually listened to him. They should have been increasing the interest rate under Trump. But because Trump was bullying them, so his economy could be artificially booming. They did not. So after Trump left, they now start. That's why you see them increasing all the time. It's something that they should have been doing a long time ago when we had capacity to absorb it more. But it was because of politics, and they were scared of public shaming that Trump will have done. They did not increase it. But in Nigeria, our CBN Act ties it to our president. If you go and read the CBN Act, you'll be ashamed. It's time we need to revisit that CBN Act. Like once that Fed chairman is nominated and Senate approves him, the president should have nothing to do with whatever he does. And they shouldn't be doing any sort of drastic monetary policy. You don't do that before elections. Nobody jacks up interest rate like 3 months before election in the US, because things like that will affect the election result. If you increase interest rate, that means you want to make it harder for people to access cheap money. But in this case, this guy wants to make it harder for people to have hold cash. You make them give you all their money. You now say they can't withdraw more than 20K, and then you didn't print enough. You didn't print enough naira. Now we're hearing they try to order paper somewhere in Germany that there's no paper. It's on back order. Wanting. So will people who have been desperate for months and months on ending? It's just crazy. And everybody that shared this policy, well, I don't need to say it. It's already played out. The people that shared it, they shared it for their selfish reasons, and they've eaten. They can eat their own. They can eat their own crow now. They've seen the result. So this man, I know he won't be jailed because he's going to escape, but he should be jailed. Emefiele should be jailed if it's possible.
How quickly are you anticipating that things will start to ease off after
this?
It's
gonna take. Before we go back to normal, honestly speaking, it may be like a year.
No, people being able to access money, not the economy recovering. Because of course, if we are to believe that those monies likely are still in the vaults of the commercial bank.
This thing is so catastrophic. Because first things first is there's the education part. You need to educate the public again that the money that we told you can't spend anymore, all of a sudden now you can spend it. So there's going to be that confusion, that frustration. And then I don't know how much money has been destroyed. I don't know how much money the bank have in their vaults. That's another debate that, you and I can never know because we don't know what happened behind the scenes. So let's assume that they didn't destroy anything. it will take some time for ATM. I mean, the ATM crowding and dispensing of cash for the city people. I think the city people will ease quickly. It's always the people in the rural area that will always suffer the brunt of these things because it will take more time for them to get those money. So for the cash
Because
circulation itself,
as Colin said, they are already suspicious of the old notes.
yes, now it's terrible messaging, very bad messaging. Like, oh, you can't spend it. I mean, first of all, old notes are no longer legal tender. Okay, I give you a week. Okay, you can print 200 naira. Central bank rule. Few banks release money. You withdraw the money. You want to deposit it back. The bank's not taking it. All of a sudden, the bank said you can now take it. EMEFIELE now said you can spend it. It's crazy. Like, if you're running a project, what kind of change management do you want to put Nigerians through? As in, how many town halls can you run to make people? It's crazy. It's crazy. The confusion is just going to be terrible. And up till now, as people are going to be discriminating against those old currency. That's just a fact. Because people will have some hidden preference for the new notes. It's just the way we are. Like, even though they're both legal tender, they will still prefer the old notes. But what they should have done was give it 2 years. What are we rushing for? Give it 2 years. Use that 2 years to make sure all the banks can ramp up their capacity, hire a lot of IT staff, get a lot of all these independent fintech companies, attract a lot of investment, and then gradually substitute and do whatever. Kidnapping cannot be solved by monetary policy. A kidnapper can get paid in CFA, can get paid in dollars, can get paid in barter, can get paid in so many ways. It's a dumb idea to think some monetary policy is going to control kidnapping. After all, we saw the kidnappers with the new notes. How did they get it? So let's just put that aside. CBN is not the police. CBN is also not EFCC. CBN have what they do and is not law enforcement. So they should focus on law enforcement and let this thing like substitute the money over like 2 years and ramp up capacity. We don't even have IT staffs in banks anymore. All of them have gone to Canada. So who is going to support the stupid monetary policy when bank IT is dead? It's the dumbest. I mean, if it's not the number one.
People are saying these guys cannot. It should be jailed now.
It should be jailed.
It will be the biggest injustice yet in that country if that guy is not jailed.
How many people have died in queues? How many people have they tried to go to hospital but there's no cash? How many people have died in their homes? How many people? I mean, you don't know because
can I ask you guys a question? Who is going to jail EMEFIELE? Who?
Nobody.
Well, I was actually thinking if the Supreme Court decide to issue a bench warrant against him, and then let the federal space deal with that.
Omar Salo now, Omar Bebe, I'm sure he has a private jet.
See if they protect him or not.
That time he ran to US, I'm sure he bought citizenship of Dominica or one of those exotic islands in the Caribbean.
I want to ask a question.
One man, you can't jail somebody for making bad decisions in the course of doing their job.
It's flouted the Supreme Court law pronouncement. That would be the basis.
Yeah, but that one they haven't filed for contempt of court. They haven't filed. They gave them deadline of today, Tuesday. So if he hadn't done that by today and they go ahead and file the contempt of court, then the court will deal with that. But
you don't jail him for this now. There are many other trumped up charges on EMEFIELE's head. Like, for example, funding.
Okay, they said for other things, but not on this. They can't jail him for making bad decisions. Nobody will ever take the job again. No serious person will ever take the job again.
He needs to be punished. I don't think it's justice for that man to walk away free with the level of damage it's caused.
The only person that can punish EMEFIELE is if Tinubu becomes the president. Tinubu will go for him as a revenge on that bad policy during the election.
Nobody is going for anybody. I've told you this thing has a political undertone.
But nothing will happen.
Is going to happen to this guy.
Will happen.
And secondly, why will you jail somebody what's the appropriate step of action? Is it not first to sack him, then jail him? You can't just, in a democracy, you can't just
No,
walk into his office and jail.
he has cases in the House of Rep that I need to answer for, unrelated to this.
Okay.
All right, brilliant. So, Kulata, let me take you then to the Peter Obi space and his interaction with the Rice TV when he told us that he's only interested in INEC's process. He, of course, being the supervisor of INEC, now quickly reversing his position, confused as always with Peter Obi. But what were you making of his interaction, that thing that came out, and all of the other pronouncements that he made in that space? So, Peter Obi on the Rice TV, Kulata.
I mean, I saw the man, almost like a hollow shell and at the mercy of rabid supporters. The man knows the result. Is what's it called? The coalition, whatever that they run, the war room. Each of those war rooms, they all got copies of the result. The night of the elections, that all of us were freaking out. That because we were first looking at the early polling units and all. At some point in time, you could see PDP and Labour freaking out big time and APC keeping quiet. So at that point in time, the results all of them were seen in the coalition centers were the exact same copies they all had, and they were not going to win. So there is no magic result coming out from anywhere, and he knows it. And the people close to his war room know it. So all this stuff, maybe it was a Freudian slip that when he talked about the process, that was the honest truth. There's no result getting manufactured anywhere. It's hard, very hard to bump up numbers in an election case. It's easy to cancel polling units. It's so hard to increase numbers because INEC will have to tell you that they are guilty, that the result that they sent is incorrect. And INEC will have to tell you that this is the correct result. Because if you listen to Pa Clark, the lawyer Clark, he said judges by default trust that INEC will do their job. So they automatically trust INEC's numbers. That's the default position of the court. You now have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt why those numbers are incorrect. And in that case, an INEC person will have to say they cheated for the numbers to increase. If they find wuru-wuru, because there's a lot of wuru-wuru in this election, they just cancel that polling unit. It's simple. So it's almost mathematically impossible. I mean, everything is possible one way or the other, but based on the reality, it's almost mathematically impossible to overcome a 2.7 million vote deficit. That's number one. Number two, how do you now also get your 25% in an additional 8 states? You have to be number 2 before you can even chase number 1. This guy is number 3. So whatever he's saying is not tenable. It's just gone to fire up his base, and they're all going wild, saying our mandate. Which mandate? You don't have any mandate. You are behind. You're number 3. Number 3, Okoneji, ETA. That's where you are. So there's nothing. He just went there. Did he even cry? Some people said he cried. I didn't finish watching it. I can't really watch that.
His voice was quaking at some point, even though he has a squeaky voice anyway. But his voice was quaking. Even though he was amongst our friends, as you know,
yeah, I could see Rufai pitying him. Rufai had this mopey, soapy face. Like he wasn't in that attack mode. It was almost giving him tissue, saying pele, no, nobody attacked, nobody questioned, like, okay, what is the veracity of all these claims you guys are making? Didn't your agents have the exact same result? Like, what are you guys talking about? So in realizing that I talked about process, going back on Twitter to now reverse himself, he knows he messed up. Because if he only said, I'm not challenging the result, I'm only challenging the process, the elections that they hope to win in the coming election, they'll lose. But of course, in even the coming elections, they won't win anything. Because for so many reasons. I've not really talked about this Gbadebo thing. I was traveling last week. There's no way they can win Lagos. There's just no way. People are even overblowing it on this Yoruba sentimental stuff. There's just no way. The election, I mean, politics is local. Sanwo-Olu is not Tinubu. Look at the result that came out of Lagos State.
Olata, you said that before the presidential, that there's no way Obi will win 25%. Yeah.
In what? In Lagos? Hey, I messed up that Lagos now. That's fine.
He came to defeat your candidate. Now you are
my candidate. I don't get candidate. I'm for Nigeria.
You started boasting again. There's no way.
I'm for Nigeria.
This is what you were saying before the presidential.
He cannot win Lagos. He cannot win Lagos.
But what's the chances of LP?
Who wants to bet?
Is there
Who
any
wants to
state
bet
LP
again?
can win? Is there any states that they can win LP? Is there any hope of winning? What states are likely for them to
Abia.
They can win Abia with a lot of people.
I think Alex Oti will build Abia. But that Lagos, forget that Lagos now. How about now? Forget Lagos. Okay, look at the performance. Forget the presidential in Lagos. Look at Labour and APC were 50-50. But check out the Senate and the House of Rep result. Except Labour did not field any candidates for those offices. APC won almost all those things now. So you know that all that election was simply about Peter Obi. That's all. So if you isolate it look at also his performance across the country. He led his party. Obi led Labour Party. Because as Labour Party won 12 states, at the end of the day, they got 7 Senate seats as of today and maybe 34 House of Rep. That is lagging Obi. Kwakwanso won 1 state. He had maybe 18 House of Rep, and I don't know if he got any Senate or whatever. Out of 1 state, Kwakwanso, you could see Kwakwanso's was about NNPP. Obi was just about Obi. So any candidate in Labour Party that is not Peter Obi, that thinks he's going to ride on that Peter Obi wave after the presidential election, even during the presidential election, you are joking. The people that voted wanted to vote for him. And there are reasons for that, clear reasons. They Muslim ticket because it was during the religious campaign. The fact that he's from the southeast and they've not brought anybody else. The fact that a lot of people hate Bola Tinubu, even Yorubas, a lot of them hate that man and hate his politics. And the fact that injustice, because he's never gone to the southeast. So that was why the result went for Obi, not for Labour Party, because Labour Party underperformed Peter Obi by a lot. So you now have some guy that is inexperienced, he's been running for 8 years, is a 39 or 40-year-old. How many work experience does he have? When he did masters, so effectively he must have graduated from 25 to 6.
Like I said, I don't think even that LP candidacy, I don't even think they themselves were actually certain of them winning Lagos. I think they were just focused on the presidency, because if they were actually certain, I don't think they would have fielded that guy. I think they fielded him basically because the OB movement was basically a movement of the youths. So they just looked for a young guy, and that's what they just
you know his mother is from Anambra.
Oh,
yeah. Yes.
I don't know. I know his mother is from. I know she's Igbo. I know it's Igbo, and his wife actually went to my secondary school because his wife's elder sister was my junior. Someone was saying it. I did not even know, but I remember the wife's whatever. Long story. It doesn't matter.
Are you trying to say she was one of your
No, nothing. I knew of her, but nothing more. But here's the thing: the man graduated, did masters, right, and he started running for Kowa Party. He was on Kowa Party before he moved to PDP, and the first time he ran was like 8 years ago. So effectively, a 40-year-old guy or a 39-year-old guy, I don't know his age, started running for political office at 31. He must have graduated masters, like everybody graduates, maybe 25, 26. So he only has like 4 years continuous working experience that I don't even know if that is documented. They just call him architect. So you want to take some random guy because he went to MIT. He has a master's from MIT.
But you know, there's so many things dubious about that guy, because even that master's something that he released, He said that Patrick wrote Vivor. And then,
that could be his Christian name now.
Yes,
Some
but
people
then
have Christian name.
I don't know. Is it not all your full names that you? I don't
Hey,
know.
but you know, people do all this thing when they go abroad. They want to use their Christian middle name so they don't get discriminated against. Some of us that don't have any Christian name, we have no. we have to force people to call our full Yoruba name. But so I mean, Patrick, Chinedu, Balibor, who cares? It doesn't matter. That's not the problem. The problem is he has no work experience, and you want to hand over Nigerian economy because Lagos is Nigerian economy. You want to hand over Nigerian economy to an inexperienced guy on a party platform, a schoolboy on a party platform that is shite. You cannot do that now. And Lagosians that vote for that guy must be crazy because your guy is going to the center, is going to Abuja. All your years and yearnings that Lagos has been in isolation, you now have your guy, your inaugural governor in the Fourth Republic, being president, when you should be cashing out and getting the full benefits of integration with federal government. You now want to hand it over to some upstart guy. You must be insane. It doesn't make any sense. I don't even care whether I can't speak Yoruba or whatever. People can go on all about that.
But will you say that Lagos has actually been in isolation from the perks of the federal government?
It's not like a Lagos state governor, the architect, the so-called architect of the modern Lagos is now president. You know how much dreams and ambitions that man will have had as soon as if I get to the center, this and this and this is what I'll be able to do. You know how many things the man will have been dreaming, and Lagos is centered around that. Do you want to throw all that stuff away? You must be crazy to throw all that away. Forget about all this. You can't speak Yoruba. His mom is this. It does. I mean, my own state, Shebi Adeleke is half Igbo, half Yoruba. Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's the fact that the economy.
He has 2 master's degree. He has 2
master's degree. So when did he have time to work? He has 2 master's degree. So when did he work then? Where did he get work experience from?
How come people are not challenging him on all these narratives? Because he has straddled quite enough TV studios, but they seem to be asking him all of these patter cake sort of questions.
Degree.
Yeah.
Let's say he graduates 22, 23. He does 1 year roaming around or working. He does 1 master's degree, another 1.5 years or something. He spends another time. I mean, maybe he does it back to back. I don't know. At least he will have finished those 2 degrees, minimum 25 or 26. And then he worked. Where did he work? Did he work abroad? Does he have Nigerian working experience? Does he have leadership experience? If he doesn't have leadership experience, is he a natural leader? Has he demonstrated that before? And now, if you're a natural leader, can you lead in the context of Nigerian strong ethnic nations? Because Lagos, you can call it cosmopolitan or whatever, is still made of ethnic nations. Has he demonstrated that ability to navigate the Wasobia stuff? It's not about just going about shouting NSAS and shouting online. Is he a leader? You can't give the largest economy to that guy. That's irresponsible.
1 second, Collateral. He gave an explanation with regard to his work experience. I think in that interview as well, or a previous interview, he said he consulted for America and China. He said in New Orleans, he consulted when the Hurricane Katrina or one of the hurricanes, whatever.
Oh my God!
He consulted for America. I don't even know what that means. You consulted for America. Did you work for a consulting company? You didn't say you worked for a consulting. They consulted for America.
Yes, how people get away with all this vague language, meaningless nonsense. What does that even mean? That's not, it's just random. You could have just said jabba jabba jabba. What does that mean?
Yeah, he consulted for America, he consulted for China.
Okay, for what China? What did he do for China?
Can I interject?
Did he explain that?
Can I interject quickly? One man, this is exactly Colata just like put together all my thought better, because I was thinking like if I was in Lagos, I would vote for the guy too. But you see what Coletta is saying now is the real point that you guys have left behind and keep saying Chinedu, 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 and every other thing have just like if I'm listening to Coletta now and I'm in Lagos, I might start thinking, oh, okay, am I being led by sentiment, emotion? Or am I actually looking at the bigger picture? Because I listened to him on TV as well when they asked him where he worked. That consulting thing could also be when he was in school, because the guy is 14. It
Yeah,
only happens many years ago,
yeah,
so I think that's just the thing, because people would think that once they say Igbo, this Igbo phobia thing, people let it get carried away instead of questioning the guy on a real thing and be like, man, go get some real job. Maybe next 4 years, come back or something like that. But anyway, I'll let you continue.
I mean, we're talking about obedience that tell Showore to go to local government. This guy should go and run a polling unit before he even dreams of running for office. Because if you have the audacity to tell Showore that he has no work experience, then what do you call this guy? What do you call him? Honestly speaking, we're getting to stupid levels. If you're thinking some random, I mean, look, it's a Lagosian. Let's not play all that nonsense. It's a Lagosian. Sierra Leone, then Yorubas full Sierra Leone, Akus, even among the Creoles, they're Yorubas, returnees. All of them found their way back. A lot of them are not originally from Lagos. They're from Malaysia. They're from many places. Like the first billionaire or the millionaire, that guy was from Malaysia. Coca family from Malaysia. Astrop from Malaysia. That one was even a king in Malaysia. So there's so many things like we really don't need to follow. But this is the 5th biggest economy. Who are you handing it over to? What kind of chaos will be created if this guy wins and you have APC people all over? It's going to be chaos. Are we thinking? Why will you give that? Why will you give someone that's never demonstrated the ability to handle this kind of responsibility? You now hand over the 5th biggest. That is irresponsible. Voting for that guy is irresponsible. There's no other word for it. It's irresponsible. And anybody that does it, you will regret it at the end of the day if you live in Lagos. If you did it for other reasons, it's your business. But no thinking human being will vote for that guy. I'm sorry. That's just how I see it.
All right, but you know what is overriding this election is not anything about competence. It is, sometimes it feels to me almost like a sports game, like Arsenal versus Man U sort of thing, where you all thinking faculty suspended, and then you just my side must win,
Yeah, one man. Just 1 second. But the only downside to the competence argument, I mean, it's supposed to be the argument, but the only downside, it can quickly come back and say, well, how much experience did Obama have? How much did Obama have? He was under the, as big as it can get, economy of the world, right? He didn't have much experience.
Obama made it to the Senate, at least. Obama made it to Senate.
Yeah, I mean,
Obama was in the State House.
Obama didn't have enough.
Obama was in Chicago State House he was a senator in Chicago State House for years.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't fly. I'm not saying it doesn't fly. I'm just saying that's because he's been making the point that Jack Conde didn't have much work experience before he got to government. But they are saying public experience, that Awolowo didn't have much public experience. I mean, I think that Awolowo was crazy. I couldn't understand what he was saying. There's like, are you joking me? But I think he was making the point about Jack Conde. I don't know. I'm just putting
he can't make that. The guy needs to go and run for local government chairman first. Go and learn the ropes. He needs to go. If they can tell Showore to do local government chairman, he needs to go and do local government chairman.
He needs Showore's treatment.
He needs Showore's treatment. Why would you treat Showore like that and you now give this guy an exception? Is it because he's an Ajepota? I mean, do people have that automatic, what's it called?
Automatic
preference.
Do you think it looks Yoruba?
Forget all that, one man. My kids are not full Yoruba too. My own kids
all right.
are not full Yoruba. So
All right.
I can't relate to all those full Yoruba, half
All
Yoruba.
right.
It doesn't matter to me. The main thing is this guy is incompetent. No, I'm not saying incompetent. This guy does not have experience. This guy has not demonstrated the capacity and the ability to lead. Why are people being irresponsible? It's a matter of responsibility to me. The culture thing, fine, and all that stuff. I'm not too big on that because he has to be able to prove you can run a state as dynamic and as complex as Lagos. And then you're going to run it when you're going to be in the opposition. You're also going to run it when you have a lot of deep-rooted APC folks in Lagos. They're not going to disappear. Why do you want to just do that when Lagos should be enjoying? That's where I'm coming from.
All right. We're still with the Peter Obi space. I want to hear your take on how he positioned regards Yemsen Wike. And I feel Wike is now trying to schmooze the obedience space again for the governorship election. But let me play you this clip first that somebody sent in. I think it's signs of things to come for the future, but what's this?
Today is 13th of March, 2023. Mazinoka start home is 100%. I want to go home, you want to go home. MNK is coming out. Thank you for keeping it at 100%. It's awesome, it's beautiful. No election in Biafra land. We are thanking you. And spokesperson by person of Mazda Simon is greeting you and thanking you and also telling you that 16, 17, 18, and 19 of March 2023, total shutdown. When we get freedom, we'll use the freedom to play. It is nowhere. We are going home, and nothing can stop us. Yes, we are going home. Enough of all this nonsense. We are going home. It is Global News reporting for Farawabia State. Our leader is coming.
What?
Okay. So that was on Simon Ekpa's Twitter handle. It says that this is one of the Africa's largest market under lockdown today, the 13th of the 3rd, 2023, for Biafra to exist and for the release of MNK. So is this now because a lot of people were anticipating that the results of this election a bit a pathway back to Simon Ekpa. So is this the green shoots of that? The back to Biafra sort of thing?
Is that real? I mean, first of all, that guy, the accent, I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was deported. It sounds like someone that was deported. Is that real that people actually did not go out to work? Today is Monday. Is today Monday? Where?
No, yeah, the 13th. The 13th. No, the 13th.
Today is Monday, the 13th.
Yeah.
So people have stopped going out again. Like, what's wrong with all these people? I mean, Simon Ekpa being Simon Ekpa, this is his time to cash out because all the people that weren't obedient now is lost. He didn't even come second. He came third. This time third. So Simon Ekpa is vindicated, right? He can tell everybody that I told you people that you are doing one Nigeria. Now they've rigged your brother out. One Nigeria showed you Pepe. It's time to go for Biafra. But for all these people that are following this Simon Ekpa guy, it's even worse because there's no political solution for Biafra. The only alternative they have is military. You cannot handle Nigerian military. So what's the point? But many, I don't know, that area, I mean, there's a lot of emotions involved. I can't live in their shoes because I don't have family members that died during the Biafra war, so I cannot imagine the way they feel their pain. But one thing I can do is, if something doesn't make sense, if you're following someone in Finland that has no skin in the game, that is making you people suffer, and he has no clear path for you to get what you want, why will you do that? I don't know. But unfortunately, many people are going to go back to Biafra now that will be as lost. Once this election court thing goes away, he loses in court, then it's now Biafra all and all. But it's not just going to be Biafra. Uh, Yoruba people will suffer the brunt because Fulani is transitioning out. Now,
Do you think Tinubu will be able to handle that Biafra narrative? Because it doesn't have the sternness or the gravitas and the military coldness of Buhari. Do you think that Tinubu will be able to handle that space, the Biafran space?
Tinubu will be better. I mean, I think it will be better to handle that space because Buhari's rigidity made it worse. You need someone that can cut deals. Tinubu can cut deals. Most likely, he'll cut deals with Nnamdi Kanu and whoever he needs to cut deals with. He can cut deals with them. The only problem is the guys running this thing is not because of the Biafra, it's because they're making money out of it. So for them to stop it, you need to show them an alternative way of making money that is not Biafra and is more profitable. That's just the way these things are. It's the way people that were bombing pipelines and doing things. They were able to make money out of like busting and all that stuff. But if you give them all that money that doesn't stress them, they will drop it. So you just need carrots. You can implement carrot and stick. You seduce them with more opportunities, better opportunities. Hopefully they follow. If they don't follow, then you now wield the stick. But I don't even think he needs to wield the stick. I think Tinubu is super intelligent. He'll be able to have a political solution for that space. That's what I think.
All right, brilliant. And back to the Peter B interaction with the Rights TV. The Yemson Wike space. So Wike has been making a lot of a little snippets in the public space that he wasn't necessarily working against Peter Obi. And a lot of people feel that now that the federal space has gone, the presidential space, the governorship election now is up for grabs. And the APC candidate, by the way, Tonye Cole, a very strong candidate, and Wike, a very controversial figure. Rotimi Amechi playing very much the ethnic divide in that space. So in order for Wike to be able to hold on to River State, he would need at least a good portion of the obedient votes. So a lot of people feel that he's trying to romance that space. But Peter Obi caught him cold at that Arise TV space. So what are you then making then of that little side cameo between Obi and Yemson Wike?
Wike is like, when a rat bites you, and also, when a rat is biting a human being or biting something, it'll be biting you and blowing air, so you don't feel the pain. So Wike has destroyed Obi, and is now trying to cajole Obi and placate that space that hey. Obi is our heroes because of you that we got South president, blah blah blah. But I mean, I think what the game Wike is playing is, of course, the game is playing is pretty transparent. It's projecting. There's nothing is hiding. It's projecting. Wike is trying to neutralize as much as possible because the election that is still going to be carried out in Port Harcourt is going to be full of violence. It's going to be full of this. But if he can reduce the amount of force he needs to use to win that election, that will be better for him. But it will still use force because that is the way they run election in that area. It will still use force. Now, can he, because a lot of obedience, especially in his area, they're hurt. I mean, because apparently a lot of them came out to vote for Obi and Wike rigged it. Let's not lie, Wike rigged that Port Harcourt. There was a lot of shenanigans in Port Harcourt, especially that Obiakpo area, local government area. So Wike will still do what he has to do because this is survival for him. But he's just trying to see if he has to put full pressure or maybe less pressure. Because at the end of the day, they will do whatever needs to be done to get the results that he needs. He cannot afford to let Tonye Cole win. And another thing is the APC votes are divided because you have Tonyeko, you also have the SDP, you have Magnus Abe. So there's no way PDP is not going to win that Port Harcourt. So what he's doing is just trying to cajole the obedience because he knows it's already hurt them. And you know the important obedience when they're hurt, they really hurt. I mean, you can see from the treatment some of us even get for talking about issues. So Wike is just fooling himself. Obedience are hurt, but Wike will do what Wike needs to do.
All right. I don't think we've heard from you when we were discussing this space, Kulata. So I think in the previous session, we were discussing how slots will be filled in the Tinubu administration. And we were speculating as to who will be the Senate president. Tinubu has now come out to say, because a lot of people are saying government of national unity, that's supposed to be considered to the southeast. But Tinubu has now come out today to say that he has no preference in any of the slots, and the politics should play out. So, what's your anticipation for that space? Speculations also that the secretary to the federal government is between El Rufai and Ganduje. So, those slots, how do you see them filled, Kulata?
I mean, it's just going to be on maybe my own preference, right? Because I can't really tell what Tinubu will do. But the Senate president, I really don't want it to go to Orji Uzor because he's an ex-felon. Apart from that, it doesn't look like someone you can trust. If anything, maybe you should give Akpabio from the South. But then you're now cheating the Southeast. I mean, that's what's going to feel like. But there are other APC senators from the Southeast that are also tenured, but they don't have the figure that Orji Uzor has. So maybe some of these unknown senators from the Southeast that are APC, I think there are a few from Imo State, if I recall. But I just don't remember their names. They're just under the radar. They're under the radar people. So I would prefer Fabio. From a chief of staff, the two candidates, I mean, I heard Bajami Alewo wants it. I think it should go to Fashola.
Do you think he will want it? Because a lot of people, including myself, I think Fashola might just want out of governance. There's a sense that he has had enough of all of the nonsense.
It's sending that vibe. And Gbajabiamila is sending the vibe that he wants, that Gbajabiamila wants it. But Fashola, I mean, you can see it's kind of like pulled back. Well, who knows? But for my selfish interest for Nigeria, I would love to see Fashola do it again because they did it in Lagos. It worked. So maybe it may work in the federal space. Who knows? But I would like that.
Man.
Yeah, Fash.
Well, can I? I don't think he will want to use Fashola because he won't trust Fashola.
Why?
Yeah, they've been having problems for long. People don't know. People don't know. They shared Lagos State for them. You know, Tinubu produced the governor, while Fashola produced the deputy governor in Lagos State. That's how they have to settle Lagos State for them. Many people don't know this. This war has been going on. Fashola produced the deputy governor. So Tinubu just left him because he wanted to rubbish Tinubu. But you know Tinubu now. He just said, okay, if I should allow you to, after Ambode again, it will be another, you know. So he just left him. So that's why he gave him the slot of the deputy governor in Lagos State. So I think it might still be in Tinubu's mind that you look at my eye. I don't think Tinubu will give it to him. You know, it took Fashola a little bit of time before he joined the Tinubu mandate train. It took him a while. They're having their own issue as well, but I don't think it may use what's it called the speaker. I think we trust Amila more than Tinubu at this point in time.
But APC has a Muslim problem, though, a massive one. Because Bajabiamila is a Muslim.
Fashola is also a Muslim.
I know. Fashola too is a Muslim. And if people are saying Secretary of Government that they should give El Rufai, that's also a Muslim too.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a weird one. I personally don't care. It's
Our
just
Christian.
the optics.
What's happening to our Christian? I didn't know
Yeah,
involved.
because they're playing useless politics.
Useless politics. Pope sọ pé, Daddy sọ pé. Okay.
They're following
Daddy Gio
all over the place.
And one man. Sorry, you know what happened about the currency? I wanted to tell you yesterday, but I couldn't get the video. You know, I think it's Tinubu that caused all these things. Because if you watch journalists hangout on Sunday, Babajide Soluju, he was all he was all out on Buhari on Sunday. I was even scared, like, don't allow them cancel our mandate too, because it was just, you know, all sorts of language on Buhari, like what is shameless, you know. So at the end of the day, I tried to get the video. I wanted to send it to you, but I think he edited the video before posting it. So he went all out on Buhari, and the next day, you know, and you know one thing about Buhari, he doesn't like to talk, and he's very, what would I put it, very shy. He doesn't have the confidence. He's not a man with confidence. He likes to do sneaky things, do things behind. So I think the attack, maybe it might not be so, but on that Sunday, I was scared, like, don't allow Buhari, don't go for Neo. I know Bajide can't do that thing if Tinubu doesn't know about it anyway. I know Tinubu might know something about it. But the video, they edited the video. I don't know why. But anyway, maybe for the
Babajide is not a PA to Tinubu now. My brother, Babajide is not a PA to Tinubu now.
Who owns TVC?
Hey, boy, it doesn't matter.
It matters a lot.
But Tinubu doesn't have editorial oversight now. They don't. Do you think he has editorial oversight?
You won't have time to be discussing with Babajide what are you going to say on journalist hangouts, Abi?
No,
I don't think so.
I don't. Anyway, okay. But he went all out on Buhari on Sunday. I couldn't believe it.
You know, he does do that sometimes anyway.
Yeah, he does. But that Sunday one was quite different.
To be honest with you, I've never liked that guy, that Babajide, what's his name? He's too.
I can't watch him too. I'm sorry. I don't like the way he talks. Yes. He talks slowly, one kind, and I get bored.
And it doesn't let his the other. All right, it doesn't let the other panelists talk as well on that program. It just wants to override everybody. It's just a nuisance. But as staying with the and by the way, I am Dan Doda. I see you. I'll come to you in a moment. You seem to be a new voice. I am Don Dada. So you have to explain that name first. But still staying with Kulata, do you think Bajabiamila has the toughness that's required for the secretary to the federal government slot? Because I can see El Rufai there. He takes no
not
prisoners.
Secretary, chief of staff.
Even that, yes. I can see El Rufai there. He takes no prisoners. I can see Fashola there. He takes no prisoners. But I think Bajabiamila is still wanting to do fine boy and all of this. There's something, it just doesn't seem to lack, even though it's the Speaker of the House, but it doesn't seem to have the punch that role.
You cannot give El Rufai. I mean, Bajabiamila knows the ropes. Don't underestimate him. He knows the ropes. But it doesn't strike me like a forceful, powerful figure that is needed for chief of staff, because I always tell people the chief of staff is more powerful than the vice president for all intents and purposes. Not real power like what the constitution says or all that stuff, but the chief of staff in terms of access to the president, being able to get stuff done. That's the guy. That's almost like the president, because that's the president's voice. That's the president's heartbeat, is the chief of staff. So while Bajabiamila may be able to relate with Tinubu and all that stuff, how does it be an effective gatekeeper? Because that's your work. You're the gatekeeper. So how does he do that? It doesn't strike me as having that much of balls, but I don't know the guy well. So if anybody knows him better, maybe they can comment.
Yeah, but what does his muscle? I don't think he needs a muscle to be a chief of staff. I think what he needs, I think you'll be very lucky.
It doesn't carry authority, does it?
It doesn't strike me. Maybe maybe because of his small stature.
Can I interject on this on Gbajabiamila?
Yeah, come in Efe, but after Ajan Lekoko who wanted to come in, but let Ajan Lekoko come in then Efe. And then after Efe, we want to hear from Don Dada because it's a new voice, but Ajan Lekoko, yeah.
Gbajabiamila could serve him very well as a chief of staff, as Fashola would do as well. Gbajabiamila have been coming with him a long way since the 90s. They've been coming together, and I know them. And remember the position of Gbajabiamila in the present administration as the speaker. Is the head of the
yeah, actually that's a perfect thing for him. He'll be able to relate with the house and do deals. You're right.
So that position, he could, he'll be able to work well for the president on how to maneuver things and with the legislator to get some of his work through policies rather, passes it through as quick as possible. So, and I wish you guys can remember this video that we watched during their primary when Tinubu snubbed Ochibajo.
Yes.
It was Gbajabiamila that went to him and told him, Oga, what you have done is not. You have to go to the vice and go and greet him. And he listened and he did it immediately. So they've been coming a long way. And I believe that Gbajabiamila is one of those that he respects so much. He listens to, it's one of his inner caucus that no decision they are making in Lagos that Gbajabiamila is not involved. So, and it's instrumental to Gbajabiamila too, becoming where he is today. He was pushing for, was doing everything. So they are, Gbajabiamila is an inner circle, and he knows him very well. He can work with him. They can work together. But I would still prefer Fashola. I believe that just like I said, they did it together when they are in Lagos and did it very well. So I believe that they could do it. But the advantage that Gbajabiamila has over Fashola is that Gbajabiamila could be able to influence the legislator. He'll be able to get some work done quick with the legislator because he understood how things work in that legislative arm of government more than Fashola. So both of them are good, but the advantage of Gbajabiamila being the vice, what do you call it?
Chief of staff.
Chief of staff. The advantage is that he can do the job quicker than Fashola, in the House and Assembly. That is just it. Thank you.
All right.
Do you mind if I come in 1 second?
Yeah, you can come in. Okay, go on, but be very brief because I think Efe wanted to go before you. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, very briefly. I thought you already finished the talking now. I don't think Fashola is fit for there, but Gbajabiamila is a perfect fit. You'll be very lucky to have as a chief of staff somebody you have so much camaraderie with. The Gbajabiamila is almost like a fanboy of Tinubu now. Tinubu is a fan father of no, there is too much melting between both of them. And if anybody is going to be chief of staff, if it comes down to the two of them, it's going to be Gbajabiamila. He's a very intelligent guy. Actually, Gbajabiamila is very well underestimated. But actually, he looks like a very intelligent person. I think it's going to be, if it comes down to the choice between both of them, I think Gbajabiamila is more loyal to Tinubu than Fashola. And that's really what you need. Not really, it's not even the speakership experience, like, it's really the loyalty, because you're going to go to sleep. You can sleep with your two eyes closed if you have somebody that loyal to you. You will be very lucky if you have somebody that loyal to you, that you can go to sleep with your two eyes closed, and your calendar, your everything, whatever it is not messed up. There's no what is happening with Buhari now. He doesn't even know. He can't even trust the next person that speaks to him.
All right. If I come in, we've lost Don Dada. Don Dada, come back. We want to document your voice. But if let's hear from you.
Yeah, good day everyone, good evening everyone. On the
Good
issue of
evening.
Baja Biamila, the reason why this rumor is actually going around is because he didn't go to pick up his certificate of return. And if we remember very well, 4 years ago when he was elected also, he wasn't able to go pick up his certificate of return. Um well, him being a better person for the position of the COS to Tinubu is actually very more perfect um than Fashola. But that will only happen if he's not going to get the leadership of um of the NAS. And if we are trying to put religion into consideration, I don't think Tinubu is actually concerned about if you're a Muslim or you're a Christian. He just wants somebody who can do the job for him, who is better off for him. So I think if he had wanted Gbajabiamila to be his chief of staff, probably Gbajabiamila would have maybe stepped down during the election. It would not be the way his wife had to leave the position for somebody else. So I don't think, I'm very certain, I don't think, but for the leadership of the NAS, it's actually in a very tight race now, because Erufai is actually soliciting for this guy they call Zazu. I can't remember his name, but his nickname Zazu in Kaduna. He's actually soliciting for him to become the speaker of the 10th assembly. So what I'm just trying to say in a nutshell is we should not focus on Gbajabi Amila. I think I'm actually predicting Fashola for that job, because Fashola, we think somebody who here was saying that Fashola was not really into he spoke later. If we remember very well, Buhari said everybody must actually face their official duties. They should forget about the campaign. He will be in charge of the campaign. So at those time, you have somebody who is in charge of two ministerial office, being Minister of Works and housing. So he had a lot of workload on him. But if we followed up Tinubu's campaign, his outing and everywhere, these two people were always with him, Pejabi Amila and Fashola. But I am predicting Fashola to be his chief of staff and not Gbajabi Amila.
Okay, what roles are we seeing for people like El Rufai and Ganduje?
So
Because
El Rufai, and I don't think they should put Ganduje in any official capacity. I must say, he's not.
Ganduje is not going to
He
do
does.
anything. He's not going to
Yeah,
do anything.
it should be someone that is behind the scenes, maybe running business unofficially. If assuming Tinubu wants to make Kano some sort of states like Lagos or something. If you read his manifesto, all those plans, Ganduje may be the guy to help him implement the business aspect of it. El Rufai, I'm kind of conflicted. Where do you put someone like El Rufai? And honestly, I don't even know
Probably will come back as Minister of FCT. That's what I'm thinking.
Let me say something wild, which you'll probably recall from. Do you see El Rufai Minister of Defense? There's nothing that's in the Constitution that says it has to be. I can
El
see
Rufai,
that.
Minister of Defense.
Yeah.
Is it because of that chapter and law stuff?
Yes, yeah. No, that was what started me thinking of that. Yes.
It could be
But look,
head of service. Head of service. What is that? The person that head the civil service. Is it
Secretary of Government, have you?
Yeah, secretary of the government.
Yeah, but what does a secretary of government? What do they do?
That's a very powerful position. Is the one in charge of the civil service. Is a powerful hair powerful position.
But I mean, so what would they? I'm now feeling sorry for Christians. What would they give Christians?
But
there won't be any Christians in this administration.
So Christian,
They all go and vote for Obi now. Obi will give them appointment. Obi will give them appointment.
I thought I want your thoughts here, but you know what they tell me. What
sort of face do you think the North will have in Tinubu's administration? And
what sort of what?
What sort of face do you think the North, in terms of face, in terms of what slots will they get? Who will get the highest slot, and at what level will they come in? Because of course they'll have Shettima.
The highest slot in the North is already Shettima, but after Shettima it will be the House of Rep. The Northwest will take that House of Rep. What's it called? A Speaker. The Northwest will be the Speaker. The North Central is where I don't see, because where do you put the North Central and the South South? I believe either the South South or the North Central deserves that secretary. Deserves that secretary of the government.
Deputy Senate.
That's a useless position now. Kilonje Deputy Senate.
I'm a deputy. What are you talking
all right.
What are you talking about, Zukulata?
Top five position in the country. Kamari, South, or North Central. How about?
Let's agree on the top 10 positions in the country and then see how they are filled. So the top 2 already filled. President, Vice. I'll say the third is the Senate President. The fourth will be the Speaker of the House. Who comes in fifth? What's the fifth most important
I think it's Secretary. Chief of Staff though, but it's not official, but it's powerful. It's like I said, I think it's powerful than the Vice President, the Chief of Staff. So
actually, let's be filling in the slots. So the President we already have, the Vice we already have. Who are we putting in the Senate President?
Senate President.
Or region, if not person.
So, they may give it to all Jews or Kalu. I don't like it, but they may give it to him.
Southeast.
All
right. Jews or Kalu. It's already the Senate whip, so I mean, he's already close to it. It's going to be.
Is he reliable?
No, it's a guy. Only GPT now.
If any government,
I think
all of them are only GPT. That is not the criteria. They are all only LGBT. They are all unreliable.
It was, Wike said Amechi was actually one of the people that was plotting against Tinubu. We said it in his outing. He said Amechi clearly supported Atiku. Amechi was supporting, and from the beginning of
breaking news now.
From the beginning of the campaign, Okalu have been out and vibrant for Tinubu. So I think it will be the one going for that name, not Akpabio, because it's between Kalu and Akpabio.
On a lighter note, don't you think they will give Joe Ibokwe the slot for Southeast?
They will find him something. No, I think they will find him something.
One man.
Joe Ibokwe is not going to Abuja. He's staying in Lagos. I don't think he's going to Abuja.
Yeah, but they'll move him from drainage to something more important, I suspect. And he has put body and soul on the line for this Tinubu guy. Body and soul.
One man. If they don't give Odius or Kalu, it will be anticlimax. They will get. It will be.
One man.
It's the one with the clout to get it.
All right, let's hear from him first. Yeah, first.
You know that he have mouth. That Odius Kalu, he can make. When they give him, it will make.
One man.
Talking with the Southeast, we are in strong position in this now.
All right, come in first. Yeah. Go on. Oh, we've lost you. All right. Can anyone hear me, or have you lost me?
We can hear you.
All right, brilliant. So let's go to the Speaker of the House then. Who gets that slot? Which region?
Northwest.
Okay, then most certainly the person that El Rufai is championing. Because if you removed El Rufai from this campaign, Tinubu would struggle to be president, or he pushed hard for him.
No, El Rufai tried. El Rufai guy needs to, because El Rufai is becoming the new Tinubu for Kaduna if he's able to do this succession. So his guy needs to be that Northwest. I mean, you have to give him his dues. So that El Rufai guy, not for speaker. Yeah.
All right. So what's the
Chief of staff. I think I've changed my mind. I think Baja will be better suited because of his role as ex-speaker. That means if you want to change the constitution, if you want to pass a bill, if you want to do all that stuff, I think he'll be more flexible. It will work better. Fashola may be more rigid with those guys because Fashola seems like some principled guy. Baja looks like he'll be able to play a lot of ball in the House and the Senate. So I will prefer Baja now that I've heard Ajani Koko.
Who will be
But
the
what
new
does
Abu?
SGF have to do with passing bills?
It's very good. I mean, I'm using American standard because effective chief of staff, the best ones are the ones that have walked the corridors before. They are the ones that are going to help you do all those machinations.
Yeah, well, you said you changed it. SGF. What does SGF have to do with?
I don't know what SGF does. John Lekoko is the one telling me SGF is civil service or GA. Chief of staff is not SGF.
Secretary to the federal government. Secretary to the federal government. A very powerful.
Yeah.
Who's going to be SGF? They should give a Christian.
Okay.
They should give a Christian that one.
All right. And who will get the Abubakar Malami role? Do you think that should come to the South?
Now So those kind of positions. If I'm a president, I'm not going to joke with my attorney general. It has to be someone I have very, very strong personal relationships with. So in that case, maybe Fashola should be attorney general.
No. Fashola will not be. Fashola will probably retain his ministry. There are better lawyers than Fashola now.
No, you don't have to be a good lawyer now. It's a son.
You need to be a bulldog. Maybe if they don't give him, they should give Festus Keyamo then.
No, Festus Keyamo is useless now. Is he a good lawyer or just a good politician? I'm not sure that he's a good lawyer.
He's a bulldog. You need a bulldog.
He's a son, no?
I know.
It's a Sano. Respect Sano. One man.
You got it on merit.
You need a trusted bulldog in that position. You just can't give it to some principled. I'm sorry, anybody listen to me. I'm a good guy, but you just can't give it to some principled guy. You have to give someone that will play bat for you, 100%. And Festus Keyamo looks like someone amenable that can bend. Otherwise, you will not be effective. So you need someone that is hard charging. Maybe Festus Keyamo. I will say Festus Keyamo.
Do you think Tinubu should remove? Sorry, go on.
No, there are no. There are many good lawyers. It's hard to predict, but for sure, it's not going to be Fashola.
You can't say for sure now.
Ministries. He will retain his ministries now. He will complete the roads and everything. It's better there. It's already started a lot of infrastructure that Buhari hasn't finished. What's the point to change him? I just let him finish it. Give him more super portfolios or whatever. You know.
Do you think Buhari should fire me? You know, so some people will ask just to be abandoned. You know, I'm not sure that.
I don't see any value in fire me, Joe.
Yes.
I think Fayemi is scheming for that. What is that position? Close to the president. That internal position. What is it? Chief of staff.
The chief of staff.
Chief of staff.
No, Tinubu can never make
it. This one is no. It's too slippery. You can't trust him. Man.
You can't trust him. No.
I heard that he's scheming for it too. You know. But that guy can write policy. Maybe he's gonna be the policy writer.
Fire me may not even get anything because Fire him. He may not get
He
anything in
might
this
be
government.
advisor to the president. He might be appointed as an advisor of some kind of way, maybe on mineral resources or something.
Because Fire was Minister of Mines. What did he do? He did not do anything.
Or
So
defense, or advisor on military strategy and defense strategy somehow. You know that
he speaks
you have
grammar.
PhD
I'm not a fan.
military-
I'm not a fan of him.
You know, you have PhD in military
Studies.
Strategy.
Yes.
War strategy.
War strategy, yes.
War strategy.
Shafema Jawon.
Who supposed to take a PhD in that? To what end? To what end would you take to what end in ambition would a Nigerian take a PhD in war studies or it's just ridiculous.
Without going to military college.
Yes. You know, outside of Jaja for you in Nigeria, you could go to defense headquarters. But speaking of defense headquarters, do you think Tinubu will remove the guns from the north? That is to say, the chief of army staff and all of those guns, because their greatest potency has always been control of the guns. And Tinubu will be looking over his shoulders if it doesn't remove. Do you expect Tinubu to remove the guns from the hands of the north?
That's a tricky one because the North put him there. So you can't just shit in their faces like that. I will expect that one is tricky because I don't know too much about the military in terms of like the people that are the top brass. Okay, one of my classmates. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know. He needs the North to be top brass in the military. But what I will expect him to do is when he's recruiting military people, he should try and recruit more people from the North Central, especially that Plateau, Benue, that area. He should try and bump up a lot. He should try and recruit a lot of people from that place.
One man, can I say something?
Yeah, call me rational mind.
It's my
well, I do rational mind. Welcome, my good day. Good day.
How about NSA? There should be somebody. That's a very key position. National Security Advisor. In fact, it's I would say it's even more important than Chief of Army Staff and Defense.
Well, that one you need a professional. Maybe he's an unknown person to us.
Yeah.
You can't put a politician in NSA.
But what I'm saying,
you can't.
I mean, enough of this modern domination of that NSA. So there should be somebody from the south. So I think Burutai. I know you might want to use Burutai, or maybe still give Burutai that immunity that he has through his being a diplomat. So, but I know.
Yeah, but we're talking about Tinubu as someone that can hire the best brains. Is Burutai the best brain for NSA?
Along Shaki is still there too. So it might either employ him as the Minister of Defense, civilian Minister of Defense.
So what are you going to give El Rufai?
Well, if you're saying that El Rufai is going to be, is it the
SGF? El Rufai is going to be SGF.
So there are 3 people now in that. How many SGFs can we have? What's the payment answer?
For me, NSA is more
divided.
NSA. I think Tinubu should work on who is going to be his NSA, and it should be from the south. Enough of this.
NSA should be someone you can trust.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It should be someone you can trust. So
rational mind, brother.
Yes,
one man.
Yes, I was going to ask that, but Fatai, go first. Yeah, go on.
One man. You people are overburdening Tinubu with all this security. Take gun away from the north. Those other people, they don't play. You think Tinubu only has brain of economics?
Unless you are setting up Tinubu for one term alone.
So don't play.
You will have like 55 Boko Haram cells just grow overnight.
What about the DSS, as Ajande Koko was just asking there? I think that's more potent, more important than
that one is
NSA.
straightforward now. Sure.
Go DSS. He knows his way there. Certainly, he knows his way there.
Attorney General.
How about EFCC? Who will you put to
No, sorry, it's EFCC that you will. It's EFCC that you will. Sorry.
Yeah, EFCC.
You see, all those EFCC, those are kind of in the weeds. You will never, I mean, they have to bring technocrats to come and run those stuff. I pray to God it doesn't put politicians in those kind of sensitive positions, please.
Babajale Koko, where is Showore going to fit into now? Babajale Koko.
Aluta continues still now.
Babajale Koko, Showore will not serve with corrupt people. Never.
Showore is gonna man Eagle Square. Eagle Square.
I think they said EFCC they promote within. According to the EFCC Act, the act that brought about EFCC, they must promote within. So the chairman must come from within. They cannot bring I think all the chairmen and the chairwoman, the other woman, what's his name, Farida Waziri. I think she too was I think maybe was it a police officer before they brought her in? Maybe I don't know, but they promote within. That's all I know.
But the important ones, why are you guys keeping the important ones? CBN governor, Minister of Finance.
I've said it yesterday here now.
Cardozo.
Cardozo will be finance.
Cardozo. Wow.
No, Cardozo will be more fit for CBN.
Elumelu might be CBN or Cardozo.
No, Elumelu is an investor now, not appointee.
Well,
he's an investor.
I mean, no. I just believe there's something more to that.
No, Elumelu can't be. It's too big to be coming to take. It's too big now.
To become a
technocrat now. What are you talking about? It's too big. What?
No, he will not even take it.
It's like saying Bill Gates should come and be Minister of Education in America.
What I mean, I know he's worthy, but I mean, it's
rational mind.
Bill Gates sure. Secretary for Science and Technology in America.
That's a different thing. That's a
different.
Software Latin of boy
hold on. The only thing I say about Ilu is there's going to be conflict of interest because the CBN governor.
That's why you can't put him. His hand is all over the cookie jar. You can't put him there.
Yeah, I realized that later after I said it. I mean, this guy.
Rational mind. Another reason you cannot even put him. Another reason you cannot put Elumelu is all this Naira crisis. He's not going to stake his reputation to go and get in that mess. He's not even going to take it. No, he's not going to. He will just laugh it away. After all that mess, I'm big like that. I will not get myself involved. It could destroy his reputation now. It's a big
honestly, we need an academic whether we may need an academic in CBN governor or a pure an academic or a very seasoned investment banker.
No, were you not advocating for an economist, Fatai?
No, sorry, academic. I would have said economist. Well, when I say academic, professor of economics.
I'm advocating only for Yemi Cardozo.
I think Cardozo will be better as Minister of Finance.
He's not really a finance guy. He's this guy that is more of a finance guy.
How about FRS? How about FRS?
Yoruba local.
How about Niger Delta?
Chief of staff. Central Bank.
Niger Delta. Who is Niger Delta? That Niger Delta, who is the Niger Delta close to Tinubu now? Maybe that may even go
is it not Akpabio still?
Akpabio, but Akpabio is going to be in the Senate.
Oh, all right. And it's already there anyway. Is it not is already there, I imagine. Akpabio, is it?
But he needs a competent Niger Delta ministry. Something needs to happen in that area. Like all those people that have been going there, they've just been messing up.
Maybe yes on weekend. Yes on weekend. Yes on weekend now.
But in terms of our dead political career, so Yemi Osinbajo, thank you, and just take the left turn back to Unilag, and Rotimi Amechi off to Canada to go and spend his ill-gotten gains.
Osinbajo will end up in Switzerland or the Hague or somewhere. He's going to get some international something for polio eradication or something. He'll talk for a living, so it's fine. They will give him something.
Do you think he has played this politics badly? Because not that he contended, but he has been a sore loser since he lost. Do you think he played the politics badly, or Osinbajo?
Look, he played it badly because first things first. I did not expect Tinubu to run. Let me be honest. I thought it was just Osinbajo to run a push. But as Tinubu rap, he should have withdrawn, because I mean that's your benefactor, that's your political benefactor, and based on our culture, Yoruba culture, he automatically becomes is he Olote, or what do you call it again?
Odale.
He automatically becomes an Odale, and it's just our culture. But if Tinubu wasn't running, for what he did by running when his political benefactor was running, it ruined, especially after he lost, he ruined his political career. And I don't think he can recover from it.
But he was there at the signing when they gave him his speech. Osinbajo was there, was present. When they gave him his certificate.
Yeah, he has to be. Yeah, he can't. He's the vice president.
He's not obliged to be there, but he was there. That's what I'm saying.
It's the vice president. He has to play.
It's Bojo now.
Bojo now.
Yeah.
He has to play. He
can Osinbajo be Attorney General? Is it possible? No.
No.
The
best he can do is maybe Supreme Court.
Would it be too much? Is it a step down for Osinbajo to be the Attorney General, having been the Vice President?
No, the only highest office for him is to go to the presidency. No other office.
Yeah, certainly.
Will befit him. No.
Supreme Court. Supreme Court is okay. Supreme Court is okay.
No. The Supreme Court itself is not even. It's beyond it, because he was a vice president. Mind you, this guy acted as a president. He was acting president at some point. So
no, he can't be in Supreme. They don't just go in Supreme Court in Nigeria. You are
not like American system.
He must have been in the bench.
It's not American system. It's not like that.
Been in the bench for you to be.
No.
You okay, he's going to Switzerland.
Court of appeal to Supreme Court.
He'll go to Switzerland. Man, they'll find an international. He sure knows the American VP, that black lady. They'll find something for him in Switzerland.
You know, she's coming to Africa, and again they've cancelled out Nigeria, so she's going to Tanzania. You know, but and they always make a big deal of these Americans coming to Africa, doing an African tour, and not coming to Nigeria.
They can go and sit down. We'll bring China. They can go and sit down.
Yeah.
What we don't need all those things now. They are not coming to Nigeria, so.
Let me play you this clip that somebody sent in. I'm not quite sure where it fits into the conversation, but they sent it in, so let's just watch it.
Wọ́n rí ìtọ́jú ọ̀fẹ́ tó bá ti kọjá 12-year-old. Wọ́n dẹ̀ tún gbé yẹn lọ sókè. A dá ilé ṣẹlẹ̀ fún wọn. Wọ́n kọ́ṣẹ́. A lè dá wọn dúró àwọn àjèjì tó ń yá wa Èkó. Tẹ́kọ̀ ò bá dáa. Tó bá jẹ́ àrùn ló ń ṣe wọ́n bí. Tó bá jẹ́ àìfọkànbalẹ̀ ló ń ṣe wọ́n bí. Tó bá jẹ́ àìríṣe ló bá wọn bí. Wọn ò ní máa wà. Àwọn tó ń yabo Èkó tí wọ́n kúrò lù wọ́n tó ń wá sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àní wípé kọ́ máa wà. A lè sọ pé wọ́n dá fún ìgbìyànjú wa. Eléyìí tó kù ó di síwájú.
So what are you making of that? Is that a dig at the Gbalebos? What's all that about?
Well, is it a dig? Is saying, well, the migrants to Lagos, I mean, that they're taken care of, or something along those veins. Some part of it I did not understand, but is someone that understands better can talk. But I got the gist that it's talking about people that migrate to Lagos and they are taking care of them or something like that, something along those lines.
All
Yeah,
right,
but
brilliant.
is it a recent? Is it recent? It's very.
No, it didn't seem recent. It seemed like a couple of years old. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very. No, Kolata, don't say migrant to be careful.
No, I didn't say immigrant too. I said migrant. I didn't say immigrant too. I know what I pick my words carefully.
You know, Prestige has been using those words to chase enigmatic up and down social media. He says, and he has this disciple called Enigmatic, very racist boy. My God Almighty.
No, I was careful though. I said migrant. Me too. Yeah. When I was in Lagos, I was a migrant from Osun State.
I think the proper word would be non-negotiations. Maybe that would be the proper word.
Okay, non-negotiations then. I'll be political correct.
Non-resident, Lagos resident. Maybe I don't know.
Non-indigens. Let's be politically correct, Abi.
What's the proper pronoun? Since when did we start getting politically correct? What's your pronoun? Are we doing what's your pronoun now?
I identify. Let me not get in trouble.
I identify as a non-binary Lagosian. Non-binary Lagosian.
I identify myself as an Osun State Lagosian.
Yes. And that is going to preclude. Oh my God! It's we are getting into weird territories. Yes, yeah.
What Tinubu was saying in that place, what they call let everybody pour into Lagos, but the use of language sometimes makes me laugh.
Someone break it down. It was complex for me. Sorry. Someone break it down.
No, you said we can't pursue people from Lagos now. You say Lagos is good, that's why they're coming. If Lagos is not good, nobody is going to be coming, and we can't pursue them. But the rest, we know what to do.
Sure, but
within the context of it.
There's no context there. It's self-explanatory.
Yes, there's a bit of Chinedu.
I'm in the busy.
You know, you have more freedom on the comment sections than you do on the screen. Because you are just some keyboard warrior, but now you know when I noticed that on Rudolph's Space when some guy I can't recall his name, but he came onto the screen in that Ayo interaction, and they had been abusing him endlessly. You remember that Ayo kept referencing the comment section. They had been abusing him endlessly, but then. When he then came on the screen, he then became a man of the people, a man of peace. You know this, so the keyboard warriors and all of that. Yeah. All right. So let's come to you, Fatai, and take you to this space. Then just give us a feel of what you gleaned from the Peter Obi interaction with the Rice TV. Is this the last hurrah that from this guy? Just is at the end of our tour party, sort of. I mean, I would prefer not to have to. We were just now discussing the formation of a government, but then we revert back to Peter Obi. I want this guy to clear off the landscape so we can look to the future. So when are we going to get rid of this wayward guy from Anambra?
We need another 10 days. I don't think they are going to be able to put up their petition. So because today they had a meeting, or yesterday they had a meeting with the ANEC chairman, their legal team, and so they are requesting everything. So now they want the report, the certified true copy of the report. The ANEC chairman was saying, look, we have 170-something thousand local polling units. All of them have to be printed and certified and stamped one by one, all of these things. And for each party, so it's going to be a lot of mess for them to get the documentation, because it seems clear now they don't have a specified area they want to fight.
They are fishing.
They just want a global access.
Yeah,
fishing expedition. Well, they are running against time to do all this fishing expedition. You have to have, okay, in this particular, like for instance, if you take Lagos, as they are claiming that their agents former Lagos, and Lagos is now around something, and Plateau is 1.2 million. Well, that's already a good fight. You could have started your petition with those two states. That's a lot of numbers. But of course, it's ridiculous now. So Tinubu got 100 in Lagos. Peter Obi got 900,000. And Tinubu got 100. How ridiculous is that? But Peter Obi got 97% in Anambra. I mean, those ridiculous. They have no case. They're not challenging the. They have no case. They know, but they want to find a fault in the system, and it's a good strong point for them because it looks like you could find a fault in the system. So, but to how much that can take them, that I don't know. I mean, and that
Peter Obi keeps doing all this hopscotch, doing this tango in Paris that he won an election and all of this that was cheated. But a lot of what he's saying is still quoted in language of ambiguity. He's not yet said anything that you can hold on to that. This is what he's saying. He's telling us that he wants to interrogate the process, but which part of the process? He certainly does not want to interrogate INEC not uploading from polling units, because INEC had already told him, the law courts had already told him that INEC is not obliged to do. They've told them as far back as last year. So he cannot, is it that not double jeopardy already, a judgment already in place? So what is he asking for? He's just there, just screeching and squealing like some charged up banshee. What does he want? This guy is just is this just nuisance?
One man. When Tinubu's election was first announced, I said I will always remember it. Tinubu's victory will always be looking better day after day. It's like a fine wine. Every day, remember that. Peter Obi is about to find out. It's about to find out Tinubu is not Ngige. So you will be pursuing a mirage. What is really going to be pursuing is a mirage. It's better for him to quickly understand, let it go. When it's good. Actually, in that interview, he was making a point. I think whether it's Dr. Rubati that asked him whether Tinubu has called him. And he said, no, he hasn't spoken. Tinubu hasn't called him. So if you're going to keep fighting, right? Keep fighting. Tinubu is not I look at it, I say, okay, feels like a Tinubu that I could reckon with. If you're going to keep fighting, okay, I'm not calling you, you can't pressure me. I win. No, you're not going to pressure me. So I think it's better for him to quickly, it's high time we get past this and go to nation building. But if he wants to keep going, he's going to discover that in the end of the day, you need to leave the stage when the ovation is highest or whatever is the expression. But as it is now, I don't know, for whatever reason, the lawyers who are making a whole lot of money, but Peter Obi is very rich, right? And when you surround yourself with a lot of sons, they will always convince you that you have a case. But it's going to be pretty clear to him that there is no case. There is no case there, right? There is no case there. You can't. Reno Omokri already wrapped up the whole thing with one tweet. He said, "You rigged. Everybody rigged. You rigged in one corner. The other guy rigged, spread across. So it's finished. In the land of the blind people, the one-eyed is the king. If we are all riggers, the widespread rigger is the winner."
Can I address you? 2 questions.
I
have 2 questions for you. And the other question, one of the questions was also by session go to one man that threw that thing to you. Now you people talk about a certain court ruling that say INEC is at liberty to decide
how, whether it's upload automatically, manually, or electronically.
It's a lower court. Listen, you guys. One thing you guys fail to understand is that that's a lower court ruling. You can say, well, it's subsists for now, but it shall be tested in court, in the higher court.
They haven't appealed it. They haven't appealed it.
They haven't appealed what?
They haven't appealed that
You say it's a lower court, but it's actually an interpretation of the law. And
of the
in
law.
most,
Lower court now.
it's an interpretation of the law, nevertheless, by a trained and an experienced judge.
Wow.
So it will take some maneuvering for you to
Thank you.
upturn it. Yeah.
Case in point, the FRS versus River State and Lagos State. A lower court interpreted it this way, another court interpreted it, another higher court interpreted it another way. So the Supreme Court will be the last court that would determine what exactly is the interpretation. So if Supreme Court can have a different view from lower court, we've seen that play out even in judgments that was passed in lower court.
Rational man, sorry, 1 second. You know why it's not even, they are not even going to appeal it. The beauty of that decision is that, INEC did not even bother to reply the lawsuit, and they won, to win without even bothering to file a paper, because it's so ridiculous. The judge was basically telling them, what, can't you read the simple letter of the law? INEC did not even make a response.
I don't know why you guys are just, let me say something. I feel like sometimes when I listen to people, they're just running around the bush. The subject of the matter in the court is the process. Do you understand what that means? It means the process of them not calling that result at real time.
No. That case has not started.
That is the main process they're talking about. Listen. No. Whether you are saying that or not, listen, Mafatai, I'm telling you what's going on.
Let's say you don't speak to this and what you guys are talking about. The lower court or whatever court says that INEC could decide. And Mahmoud, knowing that there was this ruling, he went on Chatham House. He went on other TV station in Odono. He was saying that it will be transmitted to the RF in real time. So he has decided. I mean, he's a mouthpiece.
Let me bring you up to date.
I'm taking you by what
bring you up to date.
Can I interject a bit, please? Let me come in as an unbiased guy. That what INEC did is very wrong, because there was a law, an electoral act, which was promulgated, which was passed into law, which they spend money, billions of dollars on, and then at the end of the day, that useless court be over these useless people of that particular session, and not say that this guy can do or not do. What the hell is that? What was there?
All right.
Electoral
Let's get the facts. Brother, let's get the facts straight.
What you guys are doing, let me say it.
Yeah, what the hell? So that electoral ban, that INEC should be jailed.
Let me say something, because
it's trying to cause trouble. Well, hold on. Please. It's trying to cause trouble between the Southerners. So that guy is a stupid guy. You uploaded the senatorial something. You uploaded that. Why didn't you upload everything at the time? It's just to cause trouble in the South. Please, Southerners unite.
1 minute?
Let me say something.
Yeah, right on. Talk.
What the
argument? Wait. Let's get the data straight.
I know where all these things are coming from. Even Colata knows it.
Then let Pata discuss the law now. Just listen
now.
It's not even the law. That's the fact. Let's discuss the fact. Not the law. The fact.
Sorry, the fact. Sorry. Let someone discuss the fact. Let them discuss the fact.
Here is the fact.
So we can all learn. Let's all learn. Let someone.
All right. You might as well let Des have it. Say, Des, go ahead, give it to us. You want to tell us? You are disappointed and disenfranchised, and
before we get to the opinion, let's get the facts. Let's set the facts on the table.
Okay. Where this whole confusion is getting at, I think it's section 39 or whatever, that it says on how everything should be done, on how INEC guideline or whatever, which is mostly, if you read that thing thoroughly, you will see it's past tense. it's not like in the future, whatever. It's past tense. And now
Have you read it? Have you read it? Yes.
yes, I've read it. I don't want to start repeating it to show you what it's
So,
past.
my brother, the past, present, future.
No, calm down.
Google,
That's where all
Google
this
lawyer.
but I
Google
know where
lawyer.
this is coming from. But it's fine. Like I said, I'm already disengaged. People, P2B knows what he's doing, and if anybody that is
Does he know what
unbiased-
he's doing though? When he told us he's not challenging the result in the morning, and he tells us that's exactly what it's as he's more confused than you, I suspect.
But one man, you guys have not answered the question, because if you guys are going by what the lower court said, that INEC they can determine how they want to do their conduct the election, and we see the INEC chairman saying that election will be transmitted in real time. He has decided. He has made it. So during you don't change the rule during. Hold on. You don't change the game during the. You've already said.
But it's not the rule though. It's not the rule.
What you said.
One man. Rational mind.
Said, you people
That's
are
why
holding
I said
on to what
the fact.
Listen. You people are holding on to what the court said. The court said, the lower court said, INEC would determine how they want to conduct the election, right? Now, and Mahmood at Chatham House in Lagos, in order to, he has said it when he was giving a press conference that it will be transmitted in real time. And so why?
I'm still looking for the clip where he said that. By the way, if anybody has it, I want to hear it.
One man. Rational mind.
Can I please say something? Can I please say something? Rational mind. We are still getting this thing wrong. The data, because someone, I don't know if it's even an INEC official, someone came again to clarify. He said the data that will be transmitted real time online was the verification. You know, when you use your biometric, the paper, so you want to verify whether.
No. He said the results will be transmitted in real time. Don't come on, guys.
No. No, rational mind.
Okay.
The interpretation from Mahmoud, what people got was that the result will be transmitted real time. But my own contention is that really what Mahmoud was saying? People didn't listen very well. If you listen to that, okay, that's just a question I'm asking, but we can leave it. It's a question to be answered. But the bigger point in regard to that is that I am telling you, even if Bill Gates promised you that you will see real time on IREF, it doesn't work. It doesn't. The technology is no respect of anybody. If you are going to transmit something from polling unit to the backend server and that needs processing, it's a question of what do you mean real time? It's no longer real time. It's not like a movie, like a live TV show. At an organization, if you are going to bear the consequences of a publication, you have to make decisions inside. You have to give approval. You can't just transmit live. It's like I send a video to one man, and he just he say real time. He just publishes it. If it's like what you
you're doing this a lot.
Let him land. Let him land. Hold on. Yeah, Karen.
So rational mind. That is on that. We can argue about that one later. But even the fact that I wanted to set straight for you, the lawsuit that we are talking about, right? The decision on that lawsuit just happened this week, right? The lawsuit started, I think, pre-election, where whether it was Labour Party or other oppositions or all of them together, they went to court to force the hand of INEC to publish, to do everything real time, whatever it is that they are publishing.
One man, read that lawsuit. I sent it to your Instagram. You'll see it. You can read it out if you have time.
I have it on the screen. Carry on. When you land, I'll read it.
Yeah. So they said to force the hand of INEC to make everything electronic, right? Even INEC did not even bother to even file a challenge. Maybe even that's why it took long, whatever it is. So the decision just came down now. So the decision did not happen before Mahmoud was speaking. The decision just happened now, even after the election. So that's why I said to get the facts straight. So the decision came and said, no, you cannot force the hand of INEC because the law that empowered it to even make its own guideline said it is decision to make how it does it, whether electronically or by manually. So the court said, no, I cannot force its hand. So that's the case in the court. That make INEC do it electronically, and the court said, I can't force it. And that decision just came down this week or whatever, or last week, after the election anyway. One man, we were reading it here when that judgment came down. That's the clarification I want to make.
I think that might well be a reaffirmation of a judgment that's already in place. It says, in January, court ruled that INEC can use any method for results transmission. So that's from the cable. It says, the Federal High Court in Abuja in January in a January 23 ruling. The Federal High Court in Abuja in a January 23 ruling dismissed a suit filed by the Labour Party LP seeking to compel the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to adopt an electronic method for transmitting 2023 election results. Delivering the judgment in the suit marks XYZ and filed in August 2022, Emeka Inwite, presiding judge, held that Section 52, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act 2022, cited by Monday Muwa, counsel to LP, provided for voting and transmission of results in accordance with the procedure to be determined by INEC. According to the judge, the commission is free to specify or pick the method of transmitting election results. The LP had sought a declaration that the respondent has no power to opt for manual method other than the electronic method provided for by the relevant provision of the Electoral Act 2022. The party prayed the court for an order directing / compelling the respondent to comply with the Electoral Act 2022 on electronic transmission of results in the forthcoming general elections. INEC neither responded nor filed any process in the suit. In his judgment, Inwite said, the provision of Section 60, subsection 5 of the Electoral Act 2022, as cited above, has provided for the transfer of election results, including the total number of accredited voters from the polling unit. Section 62, subsection 2 of Section 62, subsection 2, on the other hand, provides for compilation, maintenance, and continuous update of the register of election results as distinct database for all polling unit results as collated in all elections conducted by the Commission. This is to say that the Commission is at liberty to prescribe or choose the manner in which election results shall be transmitted. So I think that's really the sentence we wanted to land on. So they had that judgment.
Thing. Is that's what the decision I was referring to? Maybe I missed the time it came, but I knew it came after the. Not before Mahmoud spoke. Mahmoud spoke. I think the last he spoke about this was in November last year. So the decision came this year. So it's that's why I'm saying a rational mind to get the facts straight. It's not after the court, then Mahmoud spoke. So that's why I say even before the argument goes on, let's set the whole thing straight.
Okay.
And the larger point of
and sorry, rational mind, if I may just come in here. The way Peter Obi has been straddling television sofas all over the country. Just all this righteous faux indignation, as though he was caught off guard by something that he did not anticipate. So he was already in knowledge that this was where the law stood. But he's acting as though something has come to him as a surprise, that he was caught left field. He went to court, they told him what the law is, So you know, it's just it's just palongo dancing, Lolo. It's just it's just acting, isn't it? It's
You
an
said
actor.
this judgment was given after the election, after the presidential election, right? So
no, it was given in January.
Okay, I missed the time. It was in January. I missed the time, but I know that it's not before Mahmoud spoke. That I know for sure. In January, it was delivered in January. So it was in January before the election.
What are you talking about? Mahmoud was in after Obi went to what's it called? Chatham House.
Chatham House doesn't matter. Rational mind. Can you rational mind? Let's follow this thing logically.
Okay.
We have a device, transmission device. It can fail. So if it fails, do you mean no election? Of course not. You can't do that. This is something that goes to a server. It runs a batch process. Like Fatai said, it's not an API. It doesn't go immediately. It goes there. It runs a batch process before the images are where you can see, where the UI that you can see it. So, and also anything like that that's electronic can go wrong. So you cannot write a law that says, it's like saying I write a law that my cell phone will always place the call to Nigeria. It doesn't make any sense.
But then it defeats the purpose. You know the purpose of why the electoral.
Yeah, but it's technology. I mean, when you write a contract, there's areas in the contract. I mean, come on now.
There was no purpose defeated. There was no purpose defeated. That one is 20% of the whole thing. 80% of the purpose was the BVAS accreditation.
Now,
one voice.
He said he wants to leave a legacy. That was why he signed the electoral law as part of his legacy. And why did he do that? He wants to use that election to make sure that the election is conducted properly. And that was why this issue of the beavers that has been being championed by INEC, Mahmoud, and then they were making noise everywhere and there that it's a game changer. It's going to hinder people from being able to rig. It will do the accreditation. It will transmit results live. One man, you read it now from that judgment that you said you read now that the judge said, and he was quoting the relevant section of the constitution, of the INEC, of the Electoral Act, saying that they would determine it, but they would transmit results, accreditation, in real time. He said it in that. I heard you when you read it. So I don't know where this whole narrative of saying you people here say or other platform says that there's no part in any electoral law that says they can transmit it in real time. He said
the act doesn't say real time. The act says transmit.
No, transmit, fine. Okay, yeah, fine.
You cannot guarantee real time, right? That's what I'm saying. You can't write a law to say I'm going to place a call and the call is guaranteed to go through.
Okay, then what happened to the mock test election?
I'm surprised too.
What does that have to do? Okay, if I do a mock go live, and it works, then in my go live it fails. Then what do I do?
Do you just on that question? Do you know that they did that mock thing? I think it was in Ibadan, which would be one satellite attempt. But you are talking about nationwide. Suddenly results coming at the server.
Have you done a technology implementation before?
Yes, because I asked that question. Hold on. Let me respond. So, woman, thank you, sir. Battery me, Konyagbara, so I just contribute small. So that test will show them the direction. Let me speak like Ogajani Kokona. It will show them the direction at which they will be headed toward the direction to avoid this commotion. At least whoever is leading will lead. You know what I'm saying? So that we don't have to be fighting each other.
No. You know what that test is. That test was just really to test that the system works. But the only time that you would know if the system can handle the volume that it needs to handle at the presidential level, the only time you would know is in real time. You cannot test that. And the example people cite is that Obamacare thing that overwhelmed the system just because of the volume of. Yeah, so the only opportunity to test the capacity is in real time.
Yeah, I get you. Hold on, man.
You don't get me, do you? You don't get me.
Yeah. So I get you, sir. But during that test, there should have been some signals. You know what I'm saying, sir?
That what? That what?
That things might not work out properly.
No,
so,
no, no,
and then
no,
to the,
no,
to the
no.
question
Hold on. No. I want you to understand what I'm saying. You may disagree, but I understand.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you is that the only time that INEC could have been able to know if their system is able to handle presidential elections being transmitted to their server nationwide, the only opportunity for them to know that is on election day. So if they do a if they do a test run in Ibadan, that's different from doing a real-time polling in half a million. Yes. So they cannot test run that. The only opportunity to test that is in real time.
Yes, I get you, sir. And then to the question of
election, they will be better. Next election, they will be better. Now they have the experience.
Now, make people let me think. My battery don't go. So, Ogawaman, thank you very much. So, you know that what I'm trying to say is like just to avoid all this commotion that is coming out, that where all of us are now going, against each other. So it's an ugly situation that I'm trying to avoid here. Then meanwhile, to that currency space where they said that the president said this or said that, but how come that the president did not come out by himself instead of sending Garba Shehu? So all these kind of things just to make somebody decrease. Like why, why, and all of us were speaking from
because he's dead now. He's Jubril, really. It's a clone. Is that not where we are? It's a clone now.
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. Then to the South state, we're gonna take time because if not talk too much, we will block the oil. You know what I'm saying? So when you put are not factoring us into the better positions, it's very bad. So you know what I'm saying? That is it, man. So the country is a lawless country. So it's the survivor of the fittest. Whoever can capture that post, capture it for the northerners, and that's all. Thank you.
All right,
One man is if we are trying to be nice, that we continue to engage all this argument of real time. Right, it's very ridiculous. There is nothing called real time that will happen there.
Now you can talk because he used the word.
Let me land now. Let me land.
Mahmoud said real time.
How quickly it can happen is a question. One man, the other time you saw me, I didn't go to speak to Dr. Rudolph's channel, but I went to speak to that Prince. I want to ask him this question: where did this real time come from? Even though they didn't let me speak, Rudolph was short. It was muting me, and that one was filibustering me. The Prince was filibustering. But in the end, he agreed with me. He said, "Okay," he agreed. He said, "You made a good point." But he said, and where I agree with him is that they should have, and before announcing the winner, like the winner of the election, they should have been able to fix everything and upload and publish to IREF. Okay, I said that I don't have an argument. But if you're saying that by fire by force, or it must be real time, well, excuse me, real time is actually is meaningless expression because you will never have real time. Because
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why was it that the House of Rep and the Senate was transmitted, and there was no flop?
Was what?
No glitches.
Was what?
The House of Rep and the what's it called? The House of
Rep.
Okay.
First of all, it was not real time. And
a lot of them got there in real time. Yeah, a lot of them get there.
No. There's no real time. I'm telling you, there's actually no.
I can't say maybe real time, but
there's actually no real time.
Everything was uploaded.
There's actually no real time. Wait, on election day,
we use language.
I want to explain to you.
Yeah, I mean, you keep going along, and you keep telling us.
No, you don't give him the opportunity to explain now. Go on now, Fatai.
Election day transmission, fine. It's different from real time. In the midnight, it could be up there. 1 hour later, it could be up there. 30 minutes later, it could be up there, depending on the capacity of the server. You are not operating the latest IBM mainframe supercomputer. I'm sure INEC doesn't have it. Maybe even Central Bank of Nigeria doesn't have it. But whatever it is. Now, how quickly? That's another question. That is the space you are speaking to. One very good explanation. So the Senate and the whatever, these are state something now. What is the difference between that and the Osun election? It's a state now.
No. This guy,
wait, can I just land? When you upload
now. Why are you talking like this?
No, but you are not
Why
letting him land
let
now.
me
Let
get it
him
from
The
land.
national election. They conducted that.
what mean national election? Is it not the state?
Let me
Is it
address
not the state? The senator, is it the president?
hold on,
The
hold on.
senator from what the hell? The senator from Lagos, is he voted all across Nigeria?
Fatai, I don't want to sound like maybe I'm
Can I?
professional with you. Hold on, that is or no. You said it's House of Rep and Senate. It's not. I mean, it's not. Wasn't conducted as like presidential election. Is that what you were trying to say?
No, I say state
People
election.
were given ballot papers.
The senator from Lagos, is he voted for by all across Nigeria? Is it not only Lagos? What is the difference between that and Osun government?
Hold on. Every state has senators that were contested.
So in this,
every voter were given 3 ballot papers. But in Tom Prince, presidential, on Tom Prince Senate, on Tom Prince Iglon, when they upload there, either return or no return, but those ones got in. No wahala.
And I'm telling you the reason, but you don't let me land.
Why presidential? That's the question.
I'm telling you the reason that when you
does not hold.
No, he wants to give a reason. Right?
You didn't even let me speak. It's my reason. No. Look, the senator from Lagos is voted for by only Lagosians. He's not voted for by people in Anambra. The Senate, whether it is the same time with the presidential, but the president is voted by everybody all across 170-something polling units. The people that voted for the senator is not 170,000 polling units. So the amount of the volume of the uploading to the backend server is less. So the collation,
it's the same.
What is the same? Excuse me, let me land my point. You can take it, you can leave it. Let me land my point. So when you upload to the backend server, the compilation of the polling unit into one local government in this and this is less work than 170. How many polling units is in each state? That's what would, or in many cases, it's not even each state, it's local government. How many local government the senator covers?
Can I answer it from an application perspective? So maybe it will be clear.
It's very easy to understand.
Let me see if I can explain this. See, these things, they're batch processing. They're using Amazon AWS servers. That's what they're using. They bought capacity. It should be expandable and all. So I don't know the exact package INEC bought. But the reason you can get all these other senator and co, because they're smaller batches. If I'm going to process a batch for Osun State, I'm going to process a senator. It's going to be maybe like 3 local governments. But if I'm going to run the batch for presidency, I have to run it for the entire state, right?
177,000.
Yeah. So when you run that, the performance, you may get a performance hit, and there's no way you'll be able to find out. Except the simulated test they did simulated the entire load of the country. So they could not have caught it under when they were doing user acceptance testing or whatever test they did. So it's technology. It fails all the time. When you are doing an implementation, you can run successful test cycles. But when it now comes to the actual go live, things are not exactly the same because the load is 100%.
I agree with you.
So you should
hold on. I agree with you the way I'm going to explain it. Sometimes we might test something on a small scale, but when you do it on a large scale, it might not really work. I get it. But the narrative that this guy is spewing here is just alarming to me. That
what is you agree with what Kulata said, but Kulata just explained to you.
There might be glitches.
So why you disagree with me? If you agree with me, why disagree with me? Why are you calling me?
You try to justify things.
What happened?
But that's an explanation. I realize that. I can just realize that that's your own take, your own explanation.
It's not my own. I'm explaining technology to you. It's not my own. If you like, carry on with
your own facts, just your own comments.
It's not my own fact. I just told you how technology works.
It's the same amount of data that's been transmitted.
You people should stop disturbing our national. We need to talk about nation building, not all these ridiculous things. It doesn't even make sense. All these arguments that you are talking about real time, it's one of the most ridiculous jokes.
Let us start Tinubu's government.
I can't believe in the national debate.
All right. Let's hear from Enigmatic, who joins us. Enigmatic, you've been very quiet.
Yeah, this is just very, this is a farrago of nonsense for real, because all the real-time nonsense. The law is already the judge. I mean, the court has already spoken. What is the law?
Àbí o, mi ò mọ bàbá mi o, kò yé
What are
mi
the
o.
law? What is the ruling of the court? The court says INEC has discretion. Do you know what discretion means in law? So it means at any point in time when you believe you could say something in the morning, right? And then probably in the afternoon when you discover some certain loopholes or probably vulnerabilities within your security architecture. There are reasons probably you want to shift back, or probably you want to make some few changes or alternative means of deploying whatever you want to do. Like Olata was saying, the go live and everything. When you go through the change process, of having to go live in a certain security architecture, you will understand that it goes through some testing, and then by the time you go back and forth, you probably have a meeting to decide on the final analysis. But this thing, we could have been saying something different now, but it's been tested. It's been tested in the court. It's been challenged in the court. They've gone to court to seek redress, and the court has given a verdict. INEC has discretion, on how or ways or means, whatever is direction. Really, they call it transmission, transfer, or whatever language you want to use for it. INEC has the discretion, the final discretion. So whatever discretion that actually suits INEC by way of actually, coming up with the ideas of how they do their job, the court has agreed, has given them the green light to do it as they want, as they like. So any other thing or whatever you are saying is an afterthought. It means absolutely zero under the law. And do not forget, this is probably, people get so worked up, they give themselves unnecessary headache when they try to define what law has already defined. When the law has made something categorical, we were on this platform maybe 4 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, when personally myself, I was telling you what will come out of this Supreme Court and then the currency jamboree of EMEFIELE and Buhari himself. Even when we had some presidential candidate with the illusion.
Enigmatic brother, just 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Just to add to what you're saying, as one man was saying, that court decision came after Mahmoud spoke. They chose to ignore the court this thing. They chose to go with Mahmoud. Why didn't after Mahmoud spoke, the court decision came that INEC is allowed, but they chose to ignore what came later. They chose to go with a statement that's not even clear, that he was actually promising you rather than expressing a hope. They chose to go went with that narrative. It's your problem now.
You are even overstressing your brain, right? If they have to go with whatever somebody says in Chatham House, in Buckingham Palace, in White House, or whatever, that becomes absolutely irrelevant. Right?
Can you even take that to court? Will the judge take that as evidence? I mean, will the judge take that as any sort of evidence? When it's ridiculous.
Those are even in a year one law student in a moot trial session, right? You understand if Ogbeni was Ogbeni will probably corroborate what I'm saying. When the law makes a certain pronouncement, I told you here that Buhari will be disgraced and EMEFIELE will be disgraced. Now look at what has happened to EMEFIELE. EMEFIELE and Malami, they've been made the four guys now for this Naira chicanery now. Because at the end of the day, Buhari has denied that, well, I did not give them, or I never ordered both of them to disregard or to put themselves in contempt of Supreme Court judgment, right? So we've seen all these things coming. When the judge or the court makes a certain pronouncement, look at the disgrace that actually happened in Osun Tribunal today. And do not forget that this is the same thing that is happening. People want to read their own meaning into court ruling. You cannot read into court ruling when the ruling is made already. So the guy who the obedience was championing, yelling, pasting stuff up and down the other time, he was in the court today, right? Pleading a different case, and then they were basically lending on technicalities. And when he was talking about how did he say it? Like I know Lateef Fagbemi, right? He said without wasting the time of the court, basically like unlike the Adeleke guys, all these folks, the guy just went straight to adopt the final written address and have the court to uphold Oyetola's victory. That's what he said, basically, right? And then when
they said the majority did not read Osun State, and the judge told them that is why we wrote we.
Yeah, and the judge, the judge was asking, were you the one who wrote it or signed it? He said no. He said, whose signature was that? He said the one of the third judge's signature, right? And then he said, are you sure? He said yes. So what does that tell you? What is the interpretation of that? So he said the interpretation, so he couldn't answer. I said, I need to understand what you understand by the interpretation of that signature and that written address. And then when you see we, what does that tell you? Right? So when you are coming to law and you want to come on, you know, so that's
my brother.
That's a majority decision. It means the chairman of the tribunal, right? He has read on behalf of the three of us, and then the signature signify and then actually gives meaning to that person's consent, the third person that you probably people were expecting the verbal content of a submission. That is not done in law. You are a son, you are a senior legal mind, and you are not doing technicalities over here. And then they went further, trying to say, okay, the overvoting issue or no overvoting issue. Remember one man, I told you, if you follow this tribunal case very well, right? Between November and December, you understand the pendulum. You understand where the pendulum was actually tilting towards. When this same man, Ifeazu, almost 9 or 8 over 10 of the applications of the pleas, right, by the appellant, by the respondents, him being the plaintiff, they accepted almost 8 or 9 of them in application, and this is what he's already doing now at the tribunal in Obi's case, right? I think it's been 3-0 already now. It will get to a certain place, right? It will get to a certain, all these real time beavers, the court will tell you, look, people were actually talking about, lashing on to, what's his name, Mahmoud's statement in a certain quarter that is absolutely irrelevant. When you say absolutely irrelevant under the law, the sine qua non of every case is what the court says and the interpretation of the law. The judge came out, the court came out, says the interpretation of what we've seen, and by actually reducing it, the electoral act to the letters, is INEC has discretion, right, to do their job or over how they deploy or how they transmit or transfer any of whatever this guy is saying. So the thing, we shouldn't be wasting the next 2 minutes over this case. There's a judgment already on it. The court has said, INEC has a discretion. So if you want to quote Yega from now until hell freezes over, then it is on you. Let's move on, man.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, back to you. Yeah.
They have. So you have the law, you have the guideline, and then you have actually how technology works versus they say what is his name? INEC chairman promised them whatever. Okay, good luck to you. Good luck to you. One man, that story is. We are just trying to be nice. All these argument we are engaging about real time. It's just trying to be nice. One man. The truth is
the ruling by that court
is a disgrace to our country.
Hold on. The ruling by that court.
It is a disgrace to our country. It is a disgrace to our country that this is our national debate. It is a disgrace.
It's not a disgrace. I mean, you guys just want to say the way you want to say it. It's up to you.
National debate.
Well, it's part of that's why we're here. We're here to discuss everything that is up for discussion.
It's not up to the level.
It doesn't mean that we're wasting our time, as some people think that
it doesn't rise to the level of a national debate. It doesn't rise to the level of a national debate.
It's currently because it's a matter.
No, because some people made it so because they are.
It's because you being biased by reason of your.
What bias?
I'll tell you. Hold on. Just hear me out. You're being biased because of where you lean to. Your candidate is the announced. Is the candidate that was announced to have won, But we shall see how that plays out in court, and that's what we're.
You can say it's the winner. So sorry.
It
was announced to avoid. It's the winner now.
Rational mind, court of public opinion is different from court of jurisprudence. Yeah, court of law. You need to, and it's different from food court. It's different from food court. Your argument will sell. You'll buy you pizza in food court.
We are all idiots.
It's not idiot. You are conflicting what people feel versus the law. The law is different. The text of the law. You know that, Rational mind, you know that word transmit. I can say I'm going to use a pidgin to transmit a message, and in law, I'm correct.
No. The transmit is not even the debate. There was electronic transmission.
I know. There's no. They keep saying electronic transmit, and I'm saying like.
Yeah, the law said that, but the law said
electronic is not there. No. Go and check it. It's just transmit.
Electronic is there.
No,
electronic
it's not.
is there either in the guideline.
They said transmit.
When we live in a backwards country like Nigeria, whereby we have duplication.
I'll check it again, but I did not see electronic there. I saw transmission.
Fatai, the constitution, there's nothing like electronics.
Kosimbe.
No, in the guideline,
No. Even if you go to Constitution 19, if I remember clearly,
it's the Electoral Act. There's no electronic.
We're talking about Electoral Act or the guideline, whatever they call it.
Yeah. No, the INEC guideline. In the INEC guideline, there's
in the Act itself, there's nothing like electronics.
It's not electronic in there. It's just transmission.
Rational mind. See. Like the learned person already told you. What you are trying to do is you are trying to hold on to guidelines, not the law. The law is what is important, and that's what they call.
No, Ola. No, they are trying to hold on to Mahmoud.
Hold on. Have you had?
They are trying to hold on to Mahmoud.
Hold on. There has been sons that have argued that the guideline, because you just read, woman just read to us.
Sound go chop now. Sound must buy BMW now.
Can I say something? Woman just read to us here that the court ruling says INEC would decide how they want to run the election, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So even that judgment in itself is ambiguous because he has not taken any side here. It's just trying to.
There is no ambiguity there. Any sign cannot be above the court. See,
there's ambiguity there.
Whatever, see, rational mind, whatever any sign says, it can never be above.
I know.
So,
let's clear the ambiguity. Rational mind, let's clear the ambiguity. Look,
I'm only telling you that you and I who are arguing here. There are sons who are arguing among themselves that it can be proven.
Rational mind. Let me tell you this.
Whether you are a son or not, I can read English.
Fatai, hold on. Let me ask rational mind this thing. Who were those attorney generals of those states and the sons? I want you to tell me one of those prominent sons in Nigeria who advised 6 or 7 states to proceed to Supreme Court, and within 3 hours they put back the case.
They withdraw it.
Do you know the son? Do you know the prominent son?
I'm not. I heard that they withdrew, but I don't.
Yeah, if you don't know this, say I don't know. Yeah, go on. Who was it?
What am I saying now?
Hold on.
I'm trying to answer his question. He asked me a question, right?
All right, maybe no.
He asked me a question, right?
Hold on, rational mind. Let me tell you the name of the son. In addition to 7 attorneys generals of those states, one, the son's name is Mike Ozekome. Now he's a prof. Mike is a professor of law and is a senior advocate of Nigeria, standing over 20 years, right? So when you hear law is dynamic, the dynamism of law is what you are saying. Go and check what dynamic means and then cross-check it with what is happening now. So when you get to court, right, there are certain things that you guys we jump on, we have headache, we have IBP, but when it goes to court, you are going there to meet, justices, judges who are basically, they have no bone in the case. They are just basically looking at the bare minimum most of the time, right, of the legal interpretation, and they will give it to you the way it is. So what you are saying, once again, you are still going back to the anecdotes or probably the abstract of what
Enigmatic, can we role play briefly?
You know,
Enigmatic, can we just do a brief role play? So me, I'm Jega. I mean, what's it called? That place in London, whatever they call it.
Mahmoud.
I'm Mahmoud, sorry. Okay, INEC, I'm INEC. In this year election, we're going to transmit electronically. So I'm Jega, I've said that. So Fatai is Okoye or something. Election now starts. You now tell me that, Kulata, this thing is not working.
The crash you.
The crash. All right. In that case, in our manual, we use the offline whatever. So proceed with your team to start the offline thing. So national mind is Peter Obi. You now take us to court. Enigmatic is judge. Calm down. Let's finish now. Enigmatic is judge. So Enigmatic is judge. But Kulata said in London that will transmit. Okoye, what happened? Fatai will tell me.
My lord, the computer crash. My lord, the computer crash.
And then
national mind is not naive.
This is naivety.
It's not naive. That is law.
This been seen.
That is law.
Rational mind is not
No, that's not law. You're just using your
rational mind.
Rational mind. Are you going to put the computer in prison?
Oh my love, laptop is here.
Oh my love, computer. You are going to lock up computer in prison. Computer crash.
Although to be honest, rational mind's computer it needs locking up. It needs locking up. His computer.
But Kulata, let me tell you one thing about this.
Law school.
Kulata. So let's even
Professor Kulata.
Let's even assume, man. Let's even assume now that okay. Hold on now. So let's even assume that regardless of what the court has said, somebody still has the bold mind. Like somebody still has the full shares to say, okay, let's even put this thing to test. And then do not forget that INEC they have their information technology division, probably the department, right? So okay, can we summon the maybe chief security expert in INEC to some certain questions? If the guy will not
expert witness.
Expert. If I were in his shoes, within 2 minutes, the court will make another judgment that will embarrass all of them. Now, the simple thing is that I will just look at the core security goals of why they made such why they made such move by going the other route. So first of all, what you need to look at is the main objectives, right, in that security architecture, which is basically the cyber security architecture of INEC, right? The ultimate goal basically is to reduce risk of compromise, right? And then when you're talking of compromise, when you're talking of compromise in risk management, you are talking about anything whatsoever that affects the CIA triad. So when you are talking about CIA triad, you are talking about the confidentiality, availability, and the integrity of the information you are expecting. So, for instance, you are expecting some data in motion. Probably they are not encrypted or whatever, and you've seen some loopholes or some vulnerabilities by way of maybe your security proof, right? And then you are putting it to under the confidentiality now. You are looking at the encryption and probably the access control and the steganography and the obfuscation not being strong enough. And then you are putting it to integrity test by way of hashing, non-repudiation, digital signature and the certificate generally. And then by looking at
you can prove that maybe your security is being compromised. Maybe they DOS you, they give you the DOS attack or something.
Exactly.
There are many things. You just come and say it.
So by the time you put everything on the table and it's okay, the availability that we have at the end of the day, after looking at this, we tried our patching, we tried our backup, we tried our redundancy and the fault tolerance, and we see, regardless of all these initiatives, security initiatives, we're basically very sure that there are security there are security alerts that we needed to probably put on put on hold, and then these are the reasons why we've taken
Can
this
I say
route.
something?
At the end of the day, at the end of the day, it will justify what they've done. I'm just saying,
Of course.
by hindsight, if somebody wants to challenge that, this is what will nail everything and they will put it to rest finally. So all these Mahmoud says this
Mahmoud say,
let me say this.
Blah blah blah.
Let me say,
sense.
rational mind. You see, Nigeria is a fraudulent country.
John Le Coco. So Nigeria is a fraudulent country.
In American court, it's the same thing. It's not Nigeria. Law is law.
Lota, please.
Hold on. Let me what you are saying is right. Look, and created a loophole for INEC to manipulate the result to the advantage of whoever that they want to favor. That's why you see they couldn't make it specify in that law that results should be transmitted electronically.
They know what they are doing.
Mahmoud saying it to international community, we are going to transmit electronically. The real law is not mentioned like that.
And
but then the court says they will decide. So who is INEC? Is it not Mahmoud?
Yeah,
Mahmoud is not INEC now.
That is he tells the whole world. I mean, some people are saying here that what he said is not admissible.
That is the loophole.
They were admitting in court.
Me disagree with you, and I will tell you this. Look at what rational mind is saying. You open a store. You said, okay, I will be using POS to service you.
People don't give this kind of anecdotes.
Wait now.
It doesn't really make sense.
Wait, it makes sense. Our 90%. I will tell you, you don't have the main plan without the contingency or the DRC. You have your disaster recovery plan. So don't say it doesn't make sense. If you are so solid, if you are so rigid without flexibility, that's a recipe for disaster. Just get that. Of
course, now. Thank you, my brother.
You say we are going to service your customer electronics online, and all of a sudden you have link downtime. Your link is down. Your POS is down, and customers now want to buy food item in your shop. And you are saying you are not going to do cash. It doesn't add up. So you are saying if the devices, if you cannot connect on the election day, so there should be no voting in the entire country. So if they postpone it to the following Saturday, if the link is down, there should be no voting. So they should wait. If it's going to take 1 million years for that thing to be on, that is the only time you are going to conduct voting. What you are missing there is this. All these devices are just to enhance the process. But the end goal of it itself is to vote and to elect the person. You have a requirement that is so compulsory that everybody will see to the credibility of the election is all the party agents will sign, and they will take the picture and the sign. That's the credibility of it. All you are seeing is just transmission to back this up for postmortem.
Also, sorry, my brother. Also, Jara the main course. Also, Jara display. The main argument.
This thing can be done better without, the way they centralize it is the problem. If they decentralize it to the state level, where the state, ANEC is the state, will conduct the election, they will have their own server right there in the state.
That
is the best solution to this problem. Server. Let each state have their INEC state, every organ of INEC at each state level have their own central server where the result from each unit can be posted to that state server and it can be monitored. I mean, that will not be too heavy. There's no way that server will be too
overwhelmed
for to take the result for the whole state. That is the best way they're supposed to be. You see, Nigeria like somebody to be at the top of affair that can control it. We amass so much power and control large resources under him. That is why he cannot work. It should be broken down into.
America does what you are saying. You're already talking into the technicality of the IT there, and nobody is so sure of the server architecture the way it is. See, if they are
no. America runs what Babadale Koko is talking about, though. America runs the election.
I understand, but it doesn't guarantee anything for time. Even though if the regional
at least not all of them will fail at the same time. Maybe a couple of states will fail.
Fatah, even if you are using cloud, because if they are using cloud, we don't know whether they are using cloud or premise on the premise as server infrastructure. See, even if you are using cloud, yes, you can say it's not going to fail. But if your link is failing, there's nothing you can do about that. So a lot of things can make this thing fail. Make it work.
Babajale Koko is not arguing about that. Babajale Koko is arguing for decentralization. Even if some parts fail, not all of them will just fail at one time. Maybe we don't get some state results here.
I know, I can guarantee you, even without seeing INEC infrastructure, that will never be only one server. If you are using cloud services, you understand what I'm saying. Those people that knows about cloud services, because these are
I'm not talking. Products. No. Whatever it is they are using, they are all working for one central INEC processing. They are all working. Babajale Koko is talking of 36 servers in each state. Each state can have also their backup servers, whatever they want to. Each state conducts the election, right? You see in your state what happened already. The high rev of your state already posted there. You already know what happened in Ogun State. You know, so even if 5 states fail, there is a crash in 5 states. It doesn't affect all the
Fatai, you know, that is just hypothetical, right? Let's focus on the Nigerian situation now.
No, we are talking advanced. Okay. This one is the better discussion than all this one they are having about.
I understand. Nigeria is still America's electoral system. I believe is over 100 years. We've just experienced maybe 24 years of ours, and then from 24 years, right, we can agree, right, that our elections hasn't been the best, but there has been some improvement. At least in the last 4 years, we're not talking about all this technological advancement. But
all right.
Fatai, give me a moment. Only to say my goodbyes and swap myself over for Thomas, who joins us. But carry on as Thomas joins you.
So what people need to understand is, when you are talking about the basic concept of security risk or basic risk, basically, a vulnerability is a weakness that nobody can ever envisage in information technology generally, right? And it can be a weakness in anything. It can be hardware, it can be software, it can be configuration. It can even be.
And INEC said they got attacked like 160 something times. If what I read is correct.
So what does that tell you? That means they have a threat. They have a threat in their hand. And when you have such threat within the security architecture, it means any circumstance or event that has potential compromise.
You know what, Kulata? If INEC had declared that they had an attack, they would have cancelled that election.
They would have cancelled
right there and then.
Yeah. Why would they cancel it?
They will, because it has to do with the integrity of that election. They would have cancelled it.
No, that's why they went manual now. They went manual.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that if they had declared that they were under attack, having several.
You are not understanding what Adwale is saying. What the route INEC has taken, right? The best route. Because if they've come out to actually announce to Nigerians that this is what we are experiencing, first of all.
Okay, you mean before the election?
Hold on.
Do you know during the election?
while the election was
while the
ongoing.
election was ongoing. They were
It's a national security.
Yeah, they were experiencing. Do you know in the United States here, right? I don't know if you guys are aware of that. Those who live in the US now, even within the White House, they have a budget of over $1 billion now, over $1 billion to harden the cybersecurity space within almost every federal institution now, because of this, a cyber attack that is happening almost every time. So when INEC was actually in the thick of action, and they were having vulnerability threats, to their security architecture, if they come out at that moment to announce to the federation that this is what we are experiencing, guess what will happen? The obedience will go on the street.
The integrity of the result is already compromised, which they announced. It's already compromised.
So there's nothing you tell them. There's nothing that comes out again. Already, don't forget that we've 2 months before the election, we've been saying they are laying a foundation of excuses. What will happen? Are they not doing it now? If Peter Obi does not win, nobody wins, or it's a rigged election. Okay, when they go back to the court, already they're in the court, right? They are losing gradually, and eventually when they lose, because this thing is a precedent, it's a phase you are building. It's like you are building a block, right? From the appellate court, from the tribunal, it goes to the appeal. The appeal we see what they will basically take some fraction of what the nitty-gritty of the cases, and then when it goes to Supreme Court, the Supreme Court will watch them again, and then at the end of the day they will focus on the institution of the court, lambasting them and then putting them under threat. So it is already there. So you will not expect a Mahmoud, right? Okay, look at Buhari now. Buhari was the best thing to them maybe 4 weeks ago. Buhari is the worst thing to them right now. So they are not consistent. So you cannot expect an institution that is running an election, and that election very time is facing some vulnerability threats to its infrastructure, and you expect that to actually make that pronouncement. Already, that has basically, countered the integrity of that process ab initio. So anything going forward from that, nobody will take it. So the best way they've done is actually to use alternative.
Enigmatic. Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon from here. I think what we are not getting is, do you remember Mahmoud came out 3 days to the election and told us that they are not going to transfer through electronic mix?
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
What is all this hula baloo?
Where did he say that, Thomas? Where?
He said
that now. What are
He
you
said
talking
it.
about?
He said it. Actually said it. It came out 3
He
days
said
before
it
the
now. What are you
election
saying?
will not be
They're not going to
transmitted
do the electronic.
electronically.
He said it.
Yes,
National man. He
he
said
He
it.
said they are going to use the manual,
What kind of a
by
country?
Yeah.
What kind of country is there? What kind of
snapping
country is
the
Nigeria?
picture and sending it to the portal. He said they are not going to transmit it. He said it.
Baba, I think in
Yeah.
addition, I think he even mentioned that all the political parties sent their representatives, or probably their representatives were aware, and probably they signed some document to that effect. So look, when nobody is happy about what this situation has caused, but people should look at the bigger picture and look at the positives out of it. The positive I'm seeing out of this is, one, we've seen Nigeria, we've seen Nigeria develop on at least iteratively now within the security architecture of their electioneering processes. One, it may not be the best that we want. In the next 4 years, there could be some improvements, right? And then in subsequent years, there are some other stuff that could be introduced into it. Of course, are you expecting a 100% foolproof technological, electioneering processes in the first instance? You can't do that. No, even in advanced countries, they still have their issues. So
Enigmatic. Let me just 1 second. I hand it over to you. This you are talking about, the same Tinubu they are accusing of rigging now. Tinubu won them at Chatham House. He said, "Hey, this thing, let's wait and see first." No, he want to rig. Every time they want them. This no, he want to rig.
No, but
everybody warned you now that this is first time. First time, it might not work out well.
But most of the time we warned them about. We really told them, focus on the messages sometimes instead of lashing onto the messenger, because the person you hate may actually be telling you the truth of the matter. But because of the fact that you already take a farcical view of what that person is, you don't want to take whatever he says. So what is happening now, right? One thing I'm happy about is that they are basically exercising their legal franchise in court, right? Everything we are saying now, basically under the law, is sub judice and sub judicial as of now, until the court makes a pronouncement. Like I always say, right? There is a process. A process has been conducted, right? A winner has been declared. There's a president-elect. A president-elect shall, right, be sworn into office on the 29th of May. The court processes will be going on one side. There will be declarations. There will be admittance of. There will be pleas. There will be. So they're already pleased now, right? People are already considering some this. When you look at Mahmoud's body language today, you know what we've seen that we've not seen before in our electoral system is the obedience factor. You guys should understand that. 4 years ago, Atiku was in court. There was nobody was hearing about this noise. 8 years ago, when Buhari 2015 election, similar situation happened. But people were in court. Jonathan was not in court. But people were cursing out Jega. People were cursing out Jega for doing some certain things, right? He told them to go to court. So the instrumentality of court will actually put everything to bear. And then while this is different, we see the whole hoopla and the noise and all these screaming almost every on a daily basis about these processes or not these processes. A court made a pronouncement maybe sometime last week to INEC, and within 24 hours, that something they've not seen INEC do. And I think INEC came up to give an explanation. The next thing, you've seen Kenneth Okonkwo, talking, demonizing INEC. You've seen almost everybody demonizing Mahmoud, everything. And then today they've been threatening fire and brimstone that they will go to the street of INEC to call out INEC and everything. Eventually, I think maybe wisdom prevailed upon them, and then they have to send in their lawyers to INEC. Mahmoud saw them today, right? If you look at his body language, look at his gesture, I believe he's just laughing like, man, these newbies, right?
Enigmatic, 1 second. Mahmoud told them now, say, no, anything you want to discuss, go and discuss with our legal team. He said, no, you don't want to give them anything again. You don't want to say before they say you promise again.
God bless you, because now, right, what did he do? He basically directed them to the legal team. And what did the legal team do?
Yeah.
The legal team, first of all, they are dealing with themselves now on the legality of it. So they've seen what was going on, and then eventually I think they had to speak with most of the recs in the state, and the recs in the state, they gave their verdict that this were the actions they've taken. This is what is going on, and maybe they gave them a timeline, right? Maybe in 24 hours or 48 hours, this will be the outcome of our action. So these people are not patient. Immediately they want something, they will say, okay, Fatai, I want to eat egg and bread. Okay, in the next 2 minutes. Fatai, where's my egg and bread? Give me the egg and bread now.
Where's my egg and bread?
Or what beholds you. No, these people they are rookies. We need to understand them and
because I said 2 minutes, I don't mean exactly 2 minutes now.
But the nuisance value is getting out of hand. They need to tone it down. And you saw what happened today. And the guy is even confused. He went to Channels TV, telling the whole world he was NADECO member or whatever. I'm not challenging the outcome, I'm challenging the processes. Then within 2 hours, he came back to his Twitter and said, no, I'm challenging the processes and I'm challenging the outcome. Oh my God. Look, Nigeria will see new wonder. This, and you see, the court is very easy.
Enigmatic. The man that was working for Abacha, say he's talking about NADECO. It wasn't he working. We didn't say
he was working. He was chairman of Tinkan Island, so working for Abacha.
He's not talking about NADECO.
Look,
it shocked me that nobody brought it up during the elections.
You know what will
happen? It's incredible, my brother.
Fatai,
it's incredible.
What will happen after this? After the dust are settled?
It was a chairman of Tinkan Port.
Tinkan Island Port. He was working for Abacha. Yes.
So what working for Abacha?
I said
was working for Abacha.
I said it one time, maybe a long time ago. But that time, of course, their usual, tantrum, enigmatic.
And they come and say it's the Moses of our time
and stuff like that.
but they fail to
Moses call.
they always fail to stand on the.
Moses call Elijah.
And they always fail to stand on the point. The point is that this guy is a typical Niger politician.
He's a guy man. Peter Obi is a guy man by every.
Yeah, he's gonna do. Okay, look at Fatai. Look at what is happening in Lagos now, right? When you see what is happening in Lagos, then you will want to draw conclusion that what are these guys actually doing, right? Because when you see politicians, take politicians for who they are. Do not attach any special sentiment to politicians. Look at what is happening now. The election is gone, and I believe most oppositions, they try enough not to drag the guy here and there. He will use his own mouth to eventually reveal the kind of person he is, and he has started already. He will use his own mouth to reveal who he is. A lot of the people who are probably his apostles now or his disciples, they don't even know who he is. All they want to say is, "I want to take Nigeria back. Nigeria is this." We're taking Nigeria back from where? Are you taking Nigeria back from Anambra to Lagos, where Lagos is functioning? What are you guys? So we have to the fact. Let the court do their job. Do not gag the court. Do not threaten the court. Do not try to. There are processes. If the court makes a ruling, if the court makes a pronouncement, do not try to inject your own understanding or interpretation to court ruling. There's a court ruling. Court is not ambiguous. There are dynamism in law. So when the dynamism in law actually precedes and then prevails, and the court says, "This is how this is how we're gonna do it." If I tell my son, "Hey, boy, on Sundays we're gonna have pounded jam in the mornings," right? And then by virtue of one thing or the other, on a Sunday morning, on the second Sunday, we can't have pounded jam. We go for waffle, right? But at the end of the day, we had the breakfast. We couldn't have our normal, quote unquote, promised breakfast. You cannot hold me to that because I provided you an alternative. Right? I provided you an alternative. But when you want to go on the tangent to say Mahmoud Jega went to Aso Rock to say this.
But I mean, I can't believe anybody with an education is going to say that Mahmoud Jega said something in Chatham House. Then that's the evidence in court. If you don't understand law, at least you watch Law and Order. You watch TV, Netflix. You understand legal.
And I gave you an example. I gave you an example now, Kulata. Even a son that was trying to quote something about in the appeal court today. The judge told him, "Look, what the pleading in the tribunal is different from what you are pleading. So it's not objective. We are not going with that. We are moving forward." He's trying to plead that they should cancel. It shouldn't be overturned by virtue of overvoting. But there was a plea to that. The plea was accepted. The appellant, they were not pleading for a cancellation of the election or whatever, or cancellation of the election, or probably upturning the outcome of the election. We were basically pleading for overvoting, and the overvoting was actually eventually accepted because they won them on that argument. So that's what we are dealing with. We are not dealing about cancellation or so you can say whatever you want to say. When you go to court, the judge will put you in your space, and that will be it. Period.
Yeah. Enigmatic. They don't. We are all just wasting our time. They don't want to go to court. They just want to be campaigning. Right. This is their strength. They don't want to go to court. Well, if they go to court, ni court. They don't want to go. That is why they are doing all these things. They want to hold
right. They don't want to go, and then they are in court. Then they are meeting with the INEC chairman to get the go ahead, the green light for him to allow them.
They just want to be causing commotion.
What is commotion? Why do you have to spin
commotion they are causing? This is the reality. That is the truth. They just want to be causing commotion.
Who is getting jittery here now? Because it sounds like you're the one getting jittery here. Because if they are in court, nobody is in court, they are making noise.
We want to discuss who will become the next CBN governor instead of
we've been discussing.
We want to discuss the next CBN governor. We are tired of all this real time.
Misuru. Despite you and I, we've been arguing on this court case, no court case, no. Because at least we talk about the possible contenders for each office that Tinubu should consider. Even though I don't accept him as my president. But I still
He's your president, whether you like it or not.
Oh my God! National mind, let it go. Let it go, bro.
No,
Let it go.
Thomas,
Let it go, bro.
bro, Thomas.
Baba,
Thomas, say Dupsy wa nbe Dupsy.
Rational mind.
Eba mi pe Dupsy wa fún rational mind o.
Are you
Oh my God!
Rational mind. Rational mind. You are in the
Eba mi
US,
pe
right?
Dupsy wa fún rational mind o.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that there are so many people up to now that they do not believe Biden is their president, but Biden is the president? What can they do? What will they do? What are they going to do?
That's a different scenario. That's a different scenario you're painting. That's a different scenario you're painting.
No, the same. You say Tinubu is not your president, but he's the president. So you can't. You see that you take it.
I'm not living in a different universe. I know it's declared Mahmoud INEC declared president.
Whatever.
Come on, rational mind now. Rational mind now.
I'm gonna find out.
You know that
rational mind. So do you think that courts will overturn the election and say, okay, go and take 300, another 400 billion to go and conduct another election?
Go and spend another 1 trillion to do because of Peter Obi. Peter Obi want to become president. Go and spend
third. Are you noticing that even Atiku and the PDP, they are not even talking too much? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware.
They won't gather evidence.
It's doing a little continuum. If you conduct that election 10 times, Obi is not going to win. Whether you at the end,
we shall find out. We shall find out now.
Yẹni kini sọ taba sada sókè ní gbàgbà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ibi pẹlẹbẹ ló máa fi lélẹ̀ ibi kan náà ní Tinubu ló nílé.
The difference you are seeing between the articulated and the obedient. Who is that? There's noise someone somewhere, please. The difference you are seeing between the articulated and the obedient is the maturity in the camp. The articulated, they are more mature. They've gone through several electioneering processes. They've gone through tribunals. They know how it plays. Look, what will happen? You know, what they are taking to, the main focus on the case is transmission, electronic, whatever, which has been defeated. It's 3-0 now, if you guys do not know. 3-0. So that has been defeated already. If they take that to...
already, enigmatic.
When they take that aspect alone again, that electronic or whatever, because that is their major cry. Take that to appeal court. Appeal court will do them what they did in Peazu today in court, and then you take it to Supreme Court. You know, Supreme Court basically.
They said they will go to the World Court, to International Court of Criminal Justice. They said they will go there.
They should go to Hague.
They will go to food court.
They are going to Hague.
They'll go to Hague. They'll go to food courts beside Macy's. Food courts in the mall.
Guys, someone was updating me about the Osun State election today. It looks like the Oyetola might win that appeal, though.
No,
of course.
He will win. He will not mind. I don't know.
The guy was just giving me updates step by step. I was like, what is going on with this? Man, this is interesting.
Baba, you know what happened in that case, right? I've said it here before. There's noise somewhere. Who is that, please? Man, I don't know, man. That's it.
Enigmatic, you know even what Adeleke the judge to fi mu judge to ma ni pe there's no golololo, forget golololo pé ó ti clear bàjẹ́ nìkan tó clear ló sọ yẹn pé ó lè ní bọ̀bọ̀ yìí o ó lè ní bọ̀bọ̀ yìí o.
If you follow the proceeding today, almost all go and check the lead that council now, that guy that Obi is using now, Peazu. Almost everything he brought to the table almost everything trashed. Fagbemi was just coming like a 10-time Ballon d'Or winner. Tobati just dribble. The guy will just put one small leg, he don't counter you with that. One small leg, he don't counter you, and then the judge will respond. Then where it was very, where it was very clear, they were holding on to thread, illegal thread, what you call legal threads, just anything that could hold you from sinking, right? We're talking about the no majority declaration, no majority, and then the judge was telling you that signature, was that your signature? Whose signature was that? When he took through the tangent, the guy said no. So what does that imply? What does that imply? What is the implication of that? What is the interpretation of that signature? What is the interpretation of we? When the chairman, the number one person of the tribunal, is reading the content, saying we. So when he was saying we, are you part of the we? He said no. So what are you talking about? So when he came back with the order of cancellation of Tonya and everything, he said, was that the plea at the tribunal level? He said no. So what was the plea? The plea was people were arguing about overvoting and no overvoting. At the end of the day, it came to a logical conclusion that they were overvoting. He pays himself. You out of almost 10 of those pleas, you admitted to almost everything in evidence. So at the end of the day, you cannot say here in tribunal everything you've admitted and you're coming to appeal to do otherwise. No, everything we are not doing that here. What we are doing is that the merit of what you brought, and then the merit of what you probably brought to the appeal was basically trashed today. So when you go to Supreme Court, guess what Supreme Court will do?
To follow
it's just a precedent now. So
enigmatic, sorry.
He's dancing on.
Enigmatic, sorry. I just joined you guys. I've been listening. Who has spoken? Who hasn't speak? I don't know who has spoken. I think Ajani Koko did. Who else?
I have spoken.
Enigmatic, you as well. How many people?
I just interjected. I've not spoken about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. You haven't spoken. Yeah. Finish your thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever you want to.
Rational mind has not spoken. No, rational mind.
I only intervene.
Are you sure rational mind has not spoken? I've been hearing rational mind's voice since morning. Your interjection is even more than speaking.
I want to go and sleep now, sir.
Rational mind, rational mind is speaking.
So maybe you can.
Yeah, finish your thoughts.
Rational mind too low. Rational mind too low. Cabinet
Speak English now.
Sorry. Rational mind. I know the way we're deliberating about our cabinet. I know you weren't happy. Yeah. You weren't happy. Just pushing.
Fast, you know one thing. Rational mind is actually bringing another dimension. So he is lighting the place up. Please, rational mind, please don't agree with everyone tomorrow. Just stay on your lane the way you are. So
and one you know me very well now. I always stand my ground. Nobody can change me on
what I was thinking then. What would all these people be thinking? They were watching this show tonight. Like the way we're deliberating about the cabinet, and they be like, we are on our way to court, we are deliberating on cabinet. And these people, they take things too personal, and they always I've never been to this Niger watch before. I went there this morning. It's a comedy arena. I was just laughing. So this is so funny like this. I was even angry then.
My brother, if you want your sanity, don't just go there. You know what I did? I said, YouTube, do not recommend this channel for me. So I don't even. If you want your sanity, if you want your brain to be working perfectly, don't even listen to them. Don't listen to them at all.
You know what happened? This guy called Tony. All everything he has been saying on this platform, they keep recording it, So he was there this morning and said, "Hey, you are here now. Oh, what you be saying on one man, everything," and he tried to deny them. We recorded everything. If you say anything again, we're going to play them. They argued that for like 30 minutes. These people, they have time. Oh. Who is Pansa or Pansa? Pansa yẹn ti já o.
Dancing ball, yeah. Dancing. No, I danced around.
They even mentioned one man. Like, what's wrong with these people? Are you taking this thing too serious like this?
No.
Like,
That is the echo chamber for Peter Obi. Echo chamber.
I'm going back there in the morning again.
Thomas, I think we should just
carry.
Let's move on. No, do not really the way it is now. You know, I don't even know you guys have discussed some positions in the coming cabinet, but what I think some people say the chief of staff is a people are really believe they are flying some certain names now, but Falike is not going to be the chief of staff. The chief of staff is probably going to be. There's every possibility that the next chief of staff will be Fashola. Falike is going to be. I think they are touting him for Kogi governor. So,
but enigmatic. Why is Fashola is not contesting for anything?
Contesting for what? Like what?
He doesn't need to contest.
No, like senator,
no,
like
executive.
No, Fashola sees himself more as an administrator and
technocrat, administrator,
right?
Technocrat. Yeah.
And that's why, and then he's among the Tinubu. One thing about Tinubu is that he knows the capacity and the strength of all his core men, of his men, right? When you're talking about if the new cabinet is formed and I see Bayo Ononuga replacing Garba Shehu, I'm not going to be surprised. If I see Ajuri Ngilale replacing Adeshino, I'm not going to be surprised.
That boy is a brilliant boy. I love that boy. I love that boy.
Very smart. You know, so
so where will you put Dele Alake?
Dele Alake will probably be the Minister of Information. Most.
You can't dominate everywhere.
It's a propaganda. I mean, it's a chief propaganda now. Right?
No, that's what you say. Well,
if you don't know Dele Alake's antecedent, you would think him working with Jagaban is not a coincidence. They've been together in the days of Nadeko, so it's natural that I was even told that I was heading. I think is it The Nation or TVC? It was heading one of those media that Tinubu owns. So
it was the one that actually, if I put it correctly, it was the one of those the three think tank folks that actually betted TVC. Then when they situated TVC. And they had to handed it over to they hired some prominent journalists. They were in the core team that actually started TVC for Asiwaju, and they were just more like a consultant, right? That put it together and then by their journalistic view. But to actually answer your question, rational mind, Dele Alake, well, you can say it's a spinner or whatever you want to call him, right? But when you look at the ethic and the decorum of journalism, you see if he's following the ethical practice or ethical expectation of that. If he does, unlike what you see in other journalists, he will not call you out unnecessarily. He will basically respond. The manner of responses, the tone of his responses may not suit your expectation, but there's go and look at the recent one. There was something that happened before the election. It was Fani Kayode, himself, and then Kayamo. There was a TVC lady who asked certain question. And then when you see the maturity that Alake, right, the maturity and the professionalism by which he actually handled that situation, you understand that even regardless of the Fani Kayode's height, quote unquote, and Kayamo, is more or less like a natural leader between them, right? He put that lady in our space professionally. He answered the question and he told everybody, look, regardless of how fallacious or how ridiculous the questions could be, let everybody ask their question. They have the say, right? Why we have the right of response. So that is journalism for you there. So we are just permutating now who could be this or who is not going to be this. So who can
enigmatic. I don't understand why would this is part I don't. Why would you take Fashola out of the infrastructure that he's building? Why wouldn't you leave him to continue building the ministry, whatever the ministry?
Let me answer a question. People they've asked that question, but when you do not forget, right? Fashola is not the best man that can handle anything. There are so many other people who can do that. And that's why you see this expansive team that they've had. Then the chief of staff to the president, the chief of staff to the governor, or the chief of staff, even in a C-suite level, right? In a C-suite level, the top man, they have their chief of staff. The chief of staff at some point will probably be one of the biggest partners within that fold at a point. So the position of a chief of staff, if you understand what it means, the chief of staff is like the clearing and forwarding guy, right, within the administration. So are you aware of the fact that chief of staff, right, gets reports? I mean, the ministers, the parastatal, the DGs, and all of them, they have to go through the chief of staff before they get to the president and to the governor.
Yeah.
But enigmatic, that means chief of staff is even, you can say, even powerful than the vice president.
No, chief of staff is more or less like a de facto governor, de facto president.
He's the president, actually.
So that's what it means. So that is a very powerful position.
Did this guy win his election? Femi Bayamila.
Oh yeah, he did.
So which means he will still be in the house then.
He will be the speaker.
So if he's going to be the speaker,
no, he will not be the speaker. He will not be the speaker.
Oh, you being the speaker, I can't speak for that. I can't really.
Well, he won't step down.
He will not be the speaker. He will not be the speaker. He will not be the speaker.
But when you look at Ashwaju, right, it's
because the South will take the Senate president, right? South will take Senate president. North will take speaker.
Yeah, but let's start with the chief of staff first, because that's probably what we can say for now.
So during Obasanjo, who was M1M was the Senate president. Then the speaker was
they had a lot of Senate under OBJ. There are several Senate presidents.
No, the first one.
It was one Northern and I think.
It was Salisu now.
But Adewale, to go by the normal projection, right? Go by the normal projection. Let me just clear this chief of staff stuff. I believe it's going to be Fashola, because
it's Fashola, no other person.
Because his first chief of staff was Lai Mohammed. Then Fashola replaced Lai Mohammed when Lai Mohammed went to run for the gubernatorial election in Kwara State. Then his last chief of staff prior to this election, his last chief of staff was the current Minister of Youth and Sport, Sunday Dare. That was his last chief of staff. So now the Ministry of Works we have, they will get somebody who is as competent, even almost more competent than Fashola.
Who is that? You
can't say who is that. Do you know his Minister of Commissioner of Works when he was governor? He was Aregbe Shola, and he did fantastic job. So you cannot say who, because they have brains, they have a lot of people around them that they can select from. It can even be El-Rufai. It may be El-Rufai, it may be anybody.
El-Rufai said it's not holding any.
No, El-Rufai doesn't want that.
I'm not seeing El-Rufai.
But I think it's going to send one of his allies. You know.
Yeah, I'm not saying El-Rufai holding any cabinet position. El-Rufai is probably going to be more or less in an advisory role, like a.
He's already been. He applied for a PhD and he's ready to. I think he's going for.
We will bring him back now. If you want him, we will bring him back. He will postpone his.
El-Rufai will constitute the Aso Rock Abba.
He just deferred the.
El-Rufai will be there now.
So El-Rufai.
You need a trusted this team in the north now. El-Rufai will be there somewhere.
Probably advisory capacity. But yes, all things being equal, right? The Senate president should come, like we said, should come from the southeast. But it seems the southeast they've bottled the opportunity now by their, by what they did during the election, because the general consensus out there is that you cannot keep reinforcing failure. You cannot keep rewarding failure, right? On the altar of hating Ashwaju or whatever, APC or whatever it is. Look, and then they are doing some cut of what the South people are claiming now is that let's sweep the house, right? Let's do some audit in the numbers. So when you look at Ojuzo Kalu's number from Abia State, Ojuzo Kalu scored over 30,000 votes, right, in his senatorial district. And in the whole of Abia State, APC scored maybe 8,000 votes. Maybe 8,000. So when they put all the figures together, the figures were not figuring, quote unquote, the way they would say it, right? And then they are now asking the questions. What did you tell your supporters? Did you tell your supporters vote in a certain way at the presidential level, and in my own election vote in
enigmatic? That is rigging there. That is rigging there.
No, it's not. I forget even
that means Labour Party rigged the presidency.
No,
Labour Party rigged the presidency.
Thomas, we are not talking about
that's not the point Enigmatic is making. But Enigmatic, that point, what happened in this election is well understood. I don't think if what's his name, Kalu, Odiso Kalu is going to be, I don't think that is one thing that will just totally take him out, because everybody understands this election.
There are other issues.
I think he will be Senate president. And that's my own thought.
Well, I believe
despite all of that,
Akpabio is really challenging him, and Akpabio has a lot of strong.
Akpabio will have another chance now. There are many things.
No, it's not about. It's not. Akpabio came back with almost 160,000 votes or more than that. So there are
many factors to be considered. It's not only that one.
I've said it here too, right? Naturally, by equity and by all standard, right? The Senate president should go to the southeast. So another permutation they are
no, I don't know, enigmatic. You are making mistake. They didn't work for it.
But look,
why would they get it?
Look at the operating board now, Thomas. I'm saying naturally, right? I say naturally, all things being right. Naturally, all things being
you can't eat from where you don't work from.
What they are saying again now is that let's wait for this weekend after the gubernatorial election. After the gubernatorial election, they are trying to see the numbers that will come from Enugu State. If a very big possibility, if Chimaroke Nnamani, right, is going to make some good, if they're going to return him. If they return Chimaroke Nnamani, then there's a very big possibility that Chimaroke Nnamani will be in contention and will probably be favored by all of them.
I don't think he's interested, though.
Who?
Chimaroke.
Why do you say so? He's very interested, though. But he stands the chance of losing his election now. He stands the chance of losing. I can say his election is less than 50%. The possibility of him not losing now in Enugu State, because the guy who was supposed to be running against him died mysteriously. He was murdered, right? He was murdered mysteriously, and then the younger brother of that guy has been given the ticket now. So you can imagine what will happen. More or less like a protest vote against Nnamani now. So there's every possibility that Nnamani is not returning, and because of this craze of OBD or Labour Party top to bottom or whatever in the southeast, so probably that will count against him. So they are using that as a justice to say, okay, because Nnamani is very close, very, very close to Asiwaju, right?
I mean, I think they are all the same set, first set in 1999.
Yeah, first set of governor, and then even on his personal note, he's been campaigning. He was I think suspended or expelled now from PDP for anti-party activities because of his campaign for Asiwaju. So they are counting on him to say, okay, if a big if is able to win to return to the Senate by maybe a skin of his teeth, then he will be in high contention. And then they've encouraged Dave Umai to put his heart to throw his heart in the ring, so that he's going to whittle down the votes or probably the influence of Ojuzo Kalu, because they have more. They believe in him. They believe he has more credibility than Ojuzo Kalu. Ojuzo Kalu is having issues with APC caucus in the southeast. One, he's having issues with the APC caucus in Abia State. He's not supporting the gubernatorial candidate. He's throwing his weight behind his own brother. Two, is during the primaries, he supported a different candidate. He was supporting Lawal, right? And up until the time that on the primary day of the primary election, he was still supporting Lawal. 3. Number 4, in Abia State during the presidential rally, APC rally, gubernatorial, and everything, he was absent. He never participated in any of those. He was not contributing. He was just basically either sitting on the fence or just sitting aloof, not lifting any finger. So those are like 4 issues, very strong one, right? That are not really going for him for now. And that's why they told Umai, put your heart in it, because Umai, Umai came out to cry out that the commissioner of police, the commissioner of police in the state, right? One way or the other, they are like most of they are basically subservient to the state governors. So the Ebonyi State Commissioner of Police worked against Umai's interest. So Umai, I don't know if anyone of you have seen Umai's interview immediately after the election, and then and this man from Abia State, this prominent senator, this Nnamdi Kanu guy, what's his name?
Abaribe.
Yeah, the guy was saying, man. So the way they spoke,
I think Abaribe did come to a Labour Party, right?
No, he did come to ABGA. He moved to ABGA because of his issues with PDP and the
I beg you, everybody, we go to see so.
Oh yes, Patai, thank you. Enigmatic.
Thank you.
If I were to be Tinubu, I will punish the Southeast. So.
Well, that's
if I were to be Tinubu.
That's easy.
Yeah,
to say. Is the president, and then he needs to, like I say, right, for posterity's sake, for certain things, they will probably have to give him. They will have to cede the Senate presidency to the Southeast. So maybe, because look, Thomas, irrespective of what you do, right, irrespective of how you perform, irrespective of how you try to bring them together, it is very clear now that the Southeast will not send you. They will still go by what they will still vote against you. Buhari tried it, right? They don't send them. So Tinubu,
so you can't satisfy them.
No, Tinubu, let Tinubu give them 10 Senate president seats. Let him give them every seat, very prominent ones in his administration. When he runs for second term, that will not stop them from still voting against him, right? But you just have to go beyond that. You have to go beyond the pettiness of their politics down there, and you have to go.
If they go lower, you go higher.
Yeah, so you are the leader now. You have to show the leadership. Just throw it in their face. Okay, regardless of what you think about me, regardless of what you think about my personality, my administration is still, right, extending that olive branch. So it is up to you now to reflect on that and reciprocate in good gestures or otherwise. But as for me, I would prefer that the Senate presidency, right, naturally it should go to the Southeast, but if you want to say by political conjecture, it shouldn't go to them. But at the other hand,
that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't go to them.
I've not landed, and I say by putting human face to it, right, it should go to them, but I don't want it to go to Ojuzo Kalu. I want somebody else. If Umai can get it, or if there's a possibility of Shimaroke Nnamani making it, then they should give it to either of them.
But Nnamani is the junior senator to Kalu now.
No, but it doesn't really matter as long as you are successive, right? But it's not actually in
It's not actually in the constitution, in the books of the National Assembly as to how or who
No, I
becomes.
understand, but sometimes they use that, to pick their leader.
They use that, but when in times of in a contingency situation or in the times of situation or when, okay, for instance, if they have to have a very weighty allegation against Ojus or Kalu, and for that reason they don't want to have another Saraki in their hands, right? They will go with the one regardless of the qualification, as long as you are a senator, right? And it's not in any constitution, it's not in any rule book that being a first-time senator, because Akpabio was a first-time senator when he became a principal member in the Senate, same as Ojizo Kalu himself, right? So for doctrine of necessity, by virtue of APC's in-house politics, now then it could be handed to Umai if Shimaroke did not make it.
But enigmatic. Ideally, president shouldn't have anything to do with how the Senate or the House, select their leaders.
You mean
But
the president?
then, yeah, but you don't want to be like Jonathan and Buhari, who just sit down and let things go to south. And at the end of the day, you now start, because whether we like it or not, we have a diverse legislative body this time around. I mean, the APC is still the majority, but we have it's colorful now, unlike before, when you have a straight APC and the down, which is the PDP. So, but I know if Tinubu is involvement in the picking of the leadership of the Senate should be limited, not like completely with throwing his weight in every decision being taken, because it will be too much, it will be too overbearing. You remember what happens to Obasanjo during his era, when he was completely involved in who becomes president, who doesn't become speaker, and all that. So, and sometimes there's a limit to everything.
But Adewale, they do to have interest who wants to be the president of the Senate, because of they protect themselves as well. They protect
No, I
themselves.
mean,
You know what I
of
mean?
course, but you don't want to
Yeah.
be like in your face, because what Obasanjo did there, he was more or less in charge of National Assembly. But unfortunately, we're in a country where nothing really,
But
we're not
Adewale,
solid to rule.
what you are failing to what you fail to understand, or probably what you are not seeing, is even when this guy was governor in Lagos State, go and look at the composition of the House of Assembly. Go and look at the leaders of the House of Assembly. Olorunnibe Mamora, I think, was his was his speaker, I think, in the first term or thereabout. So, and then at the time he was so yeah. But when you look at it, the what you are missing now is you cannot compare OBJ, right, when it comes to political understanding and then political management, right, and politicians management, how this guy will manage them. When you look at they are basically, yeah, quote and unquote, their leadership is within them. But when you look at what is happening now, they are marching on to him now to see his body language, to see where his head is, and to see what he wants. Right? That is Nigeria politics for you. But Ashwaju is the kind of person that you will not see him trying to put his hand right on the scale or tilt the scale in favor of anybody, but they will understand the language at the appropriate time, what he wants and how he wants it. So he was a senator at a point, right? It's not going to be Jonathan or Buhari that just left everything, and this is the politician you will see in Ashwaju now, the politician administrative skill that he will deploy.
So, I understand your point, Enigmatic. I'll just try to be on the caution side, because
you understand how I believe he will balance it, because what you will see in him, right, is like Adekulata was saying it some time ago, that he's going to be probably the first person who will understand how to play the politics, because do not forget, these politicians themselves, all these senators, all of them, if the way they see Ashwaju, probably the way most of them, they know him very well, right? They know his intellectual prowess, they know his sagacity when it comes to politics, and human and financial and human resources management and stuff like that. Basically, he knows how to manage that. But what they will see now in Asiwaju is they are seeing him in a different light by virtue of the outcome of this election now. Like, this man basically won a battle of his life. They threw everything in his way, every obstacle, every encumbrances, that most of them have failed to actually even win now. Most of them lost their elections. But regardless of that, they did not even face half of what he faced. He faced from day one, from day one, he's been fighting. Eventually, he lands himself what he wants or what he wanted, right? Which is the trophy. So now they will see that this is not the man they can play with, or this is not the man they will try to fool around, because he will see the game before you. And that's what I'm talking about over here. So all of them want to like play carefully and be cautious, right? And he wouldn't want a Senate. Do you know he was supposed to be the Senate president? He defied Yoshiayu, him himself. He was supposed to be the Senate president. Then he deferred to Yoshia Ayu just for certain, for balancing and for everything. And that's why I say it will be very different. So the senators himself, don't you know the reason why he brought this lives of, he ensured the lives of Akpabio and then what's his name? Akume and this man from Edo State, the former leader of the Labor Union, right? He wants some senior leader in the team, because there will be a time that there will be a log jam, or there will be some skirmishes. They will need people who he will be able to trust, and those they will be able to trust, right, to interface with him as the president. Move to Aso Rock, have a conversation with him, what the president wants. Like, during the Saraki time, that almost every time Buhari is almost having a meeting with them and stuff like that. So what you will see in this Senate is you will see a composition of matured senators who they know that they are dealing with a president who is equally up to the task of the politicking of it and the administration of it. So you cannot fool around him, because he know what you are doing. And then when he has a teaching cabinet, quote and unquote, like from the chief of staff, right, to all the principal secretaries, and you see all of them, are you going to be fooling around with him, or you want to fool around with a certain Fashola, right? Or you want to fool around with, so the team you will see is not going to be like for instance, look at the composition of Buhari's message men in quote and unquote, the spokesperson. Gabashew, you cannot have Gabashew. Nobody in his right senses should have somebody like Gabashew, directing the communication of
as a spokesperson
of your White House or of your House of Rock. Then you have almost a lame dog from day one to the last day, Adeshina, who will just come to the TV stations. He will just speak in a derisive manner. We just see the body language. Who is this? Who are these people? But when you, for instance, we're just permutating just now that when you see like Bayo Nonuga replacing somebody like Gabashew, and you have like Unjula Ajuri, right, replacing somebody like, so, and then when you could see what they did during the campaign period, if not for the savvy manner and nature, these three guys, Ngilale, Fanika Ode, Dele Alake, right, deployed against the Obedient and the PDP, because each time anything comes out, within 2 hours, within 3 hours, they're already distributing themselves within different channels. Somebody will be on Twitter, one will be on Instagram, one will come to TVC, one will come to channels, one will come to TV to Arise News. So they are basically debunking and then putting their own strategies on. So unlike Buhari, that he will just be quiet, Additional will be quiet, Gabashi will be quiet. The whole country, nobody knows what is happening. Look at what is happening. What just happened today now? Until they have to probably pull out these guys from wherever they were hiding. There was a publication from Nation newspaper that indicted, quote and unquote, indicted EMEFIELE. That was the bait that they used to draw out Emefiele. Emefiele called the bait. He's not. You've not been speaking against the harassment of banks, bank managers, bank staffs. What is happening in the naira, in the currency, whatever, skirmishes for 10 days that Supreme Court has made a pronouncement. You've
But
not
you know,
uttered it,
enigmatic. You
right?
know, election is different. Now that he's been elected, after swearing in, it's going to be a different ball game. This in your face kind of, communication style will have to be put aside because now you are the CEC, and everyone that will be working for him will have to tone down all this this
No,
in
you
your
mean
face.
in the face from,
Yeah,
is it from the Ashwagi himself or from the team or from
from his
the?
team, from his
No,
from
no,
his
no.
team.
You will see. Look, Adewale, what you are not, they themselves, right?
Wait a minute. One second. Ashake is playing on the Tonight Show with Jimmy. Wow, I like this. Ashake. Sorry, it just caught my attention now. I'm watching it live.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
what you will see going forward. Do not forget that the people I just mentioned now, Bayo Nonuga, right, and
Mm.
Dele Alake, for instance, the two of them, they are veteran journalists. They are veteran in the game, so they know when to attack and then they know when to retreat. Now they know it is a time of retreat. They have the government. They are running a country and they are running a presidency now, quote unquote, Aso Rock, right? So Alake, for instance, if Alake is going to be the next Minister of Information, you will not see Alake in the manner and the mode of Lai Mohammed. One, you will not see what is his name? Bayo Nonuga in the mode and manner of Garba Shehu, same as Ajuri.
You didn't even mention FFK.
No, FFK, from what I'm seeing, right? FFK will have a prominent role within the administration, but they will put him
Or
on
they
a.
can find one's military and let them head that, maybe port
No,
authority.
they will not give FFK ministry. They will put FFK on a leash. They will give FFK a very worthy, prominent, nice, juicy, quote unquote,
Maybe
appointment.
an ambassadorial position.
No, not even ambassador. Behind the scenes, something because they see him as somebody that you have to put on a leash. You cannot allow him. When he gets easily emotional and get easily angry. So what they will give him at the end of the day, they will not give him something that will embarrass the government. Because this government, I'm seeing this government running a more egalitarian government, more or less like a government that they want to relate to the youths, right? One, they want to relate to Nigerians because they know the temperature in the country now, right? And they know this issue of legitimacy, quote unquote. So they want people who will not unnecessarily, work on the minds or probably, get people riled up unnecessarily. So you will not see. I'm not seeing FFK in the telecom, in the information team, spokesman, quote unquote, communication generally team, either from the military to the Aso Rock. I'm not seeing him. They will probably give him a board. They can give him something behind it. Is he competent? He's competent. He has the qualifications. He has everything. But they will give him something that you will not even hear FFK. But FFK is living large, doing good, making his life. It's not gonna something that will give. Not like let the boys eat kind of meat. Okay, look at Sadia Farouk, that lady. Look at the ministry they gave that lady. That lady is she's one of the richest northerners, one of the richest female.
You mean the one that came out and says Tinubu couldn't hold a cup of tea?
No, not that one. That one is Najatu now.
Okay.
Sadia Farouk, the minister of whatever they gave her under Buhari, the one that is sharing money everywhere. That Hausa lady, I think she's from Bauchi.
Is it the minister of finance?
No. Minister of if you Google her name, Adiz Farouk.
Humanitarian.
Minister of humanitarian or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah,
look, there's this agency. If they ask me now, bro, if you want to give me a portfolio in government, I'll not tell. There are three agencies. I'll tell them, give me one of these, right, bro? On the coded level, nobody will be hearing your name. You are just doing your thing behind the scene. Those are the kind of things they will give Fanika Ode. Fanika Ode is loquacious. Fanika Ode can be so irrational sometimes. So, and they wouldn't want that. They want somebody, but they need him for second term because they will need his nuisance value again when the election comes, right? So they will have to. So this is what you will see in the administration, and that's why I tell you, they will know how to deploy men. They will know how to deploy each of them in certain in where they will be needed and where they will shine more. But Fanika Ode as he is, for instance, Keyamo is not going to be. So I'm hearing people say it's probably going to be the AG. No, Tinubu will not use Keyamo as Attorney General of the Federation. No,
don't say that though.
So no, you can. I can say it emphatically. Attorney General of the Federation will be a consummate attorney at the end of the day. Not somebody like Keyamo.
Somebody that is cool-headed, right? Is that what you're saying?
Somebody in the mood of Oshibanjo. Yeah, when he pulled out Oshibanjo, nobody knew Oshibanjo was coming. So somebody in the mood, you may not even know him now. He's probably going to be somebody who's been looking at for the past 10 years, 8 years.
What if he tapped Falana?
They cannot tap Falana for certain reasons. He can't tap.
Adewale Falana.
You know, I don't remember one of this president had offered him that position before, though.
No. The man is too pushy.
He was supposed. No, it's not even about being pushy. Look, a Falana will be a good if Nigeria run like the judicial system, like the way they run in the US, federal judicial system, right? Where you have the substantive attorney general, right? And then you have like 4 other or 5 other deputy attorney generals. Falana will work in that system, right? If we have that kind of situation, then there could be a substantive minister of justice and attorney general of the federation. Then substantive 5 of them, you can see maybe Keyamo, Falana in that regard, but it's not working like that in Nigeria. So what you will see in Nigeria, there are certain roles, there are certain positions that Asiwaju will be looking at a core technocrat. There's a reason. So he will be I can see in his head now, he will be thinking of how can I get a replica of Oshibanjo as my AG. Oshibanjo won almost all the landmark cases against federal government. He embarrassed OBJ in up to almost 4 times up to Supreme Court. So he saw the brilliance in him. He saw the the legal fecundity in him, and he saw that this guy, he knows what. So because what he will be looking at, he's looking at somebody who can. Because I see him making some radical changes, making some judicial. What he did in Lagos.
Like he did in Lagos, yes. Today you keep seeing a female, what do you call them? Chief Justice.
Yes.
In Lagos State. Before there was no female Chief
So
Justice.
when you look at the radicalization of the judicial system in Lagos State, at a point, I think he did not even jack up their wages or their salaries or allowances, right? He triggered it by almost 1,000%, like from maybe 50K to like almost 350K. Do you know what that means? They get the good accommodation. All of them had state-of-the-art facilities and equipment. You need to see their offices. Then there was this justice that was very close to them, Justice Shola Igile. Their offices, brand new technology.
I think it started online filings and all that.
Yeah, so he will be looking at an attorney general who will have that capacity, right? And that's where you see him that you cannot
even up to the magistrate court, they were well taken care of.
The magistrate court, a lawyer, a magistrate court that probably has an experience of being appointed as magistrate court maybe 10 years in the bench or 9 years. They are making almost 350, 400K in Lagos. Now, as against other states, when you go to other states, you see that when you come to Lagos State, you'll be looking at yourself. Am I in this same profession as these folks? So when it's not going to be looking at, because do you know? Look at the body. Look, Prof. Yemi Oshibanjo is a professor of law, right? He was immaculate, but there are so many prominent Lagosians or prominent people he could have appointed that time. He chose this guy because he wanted a radical change in the judicial system. With the way Nigeria is, the current Attorney General of Nigeria, incumbent Malami, he has desecrated the AG's office. There's no
You're talking of Malami. You know this guy called Anduaka.
Yeah, Anduaka.
He's even worse than Malami, in my own opinion.
Well, I did not really pay attention to him, but maybe because I pay so much attention to this one. But this one right here, up to the point that Buhari now today, right, through Garba Shehu has to release an op-ed, an official memo that, so it's not now that your president calls you out eventually, right? That I've never given him any instruction to disobey court orders. That Buhari does not micromanage. When I give you a job, I expect by virtue of your professional qualification, right? You should know what to do. So,
but then him have been a leader. Why need to check? You can't be a leader and
of course,
pretend to be oblivious.
I'm not gonna absorb Buhari or everything.
Yeah.
When you hear the box stops, on your desk, that's the definition of that. So trying to pass that blame to Malami is also a slap on your face, being a shambolic leader who does not have the grasp of his cabinet and administration. So there are several positions that you see in the coming administration that what you will see. There will be politicians, but he will not appoint politicians in certain roles. I can tell you that. If he's gonna give somebody like Ganduje a ministry, he's not gonna give Ganduje a ministry that will be. You can see Ganduje being given a ministry like maybe Ministry of like this humanitarian, right?
Or housing or whatever, something.
You cannot see them get them close to where he needs to make certain, laudable reforms in the country. You won't see him do that. So that's where you see the politics and politician in him. And then they will be very careful, right? These folks, they will be very careful to go on it, to go on the wrong side of him, because they know you cannot play with this guy. This is not Buhari. This is not Buhari of that we just. He knows what he's doing. He understands the game. So from the legislative aspect, right, to the governance of it, to the administrative of it, and then to human management himself, he knows. So if he has been able for over 20 years, let's say over 20 years or 25 years, if he's been able to keep at least 80% of his men, he's been able to maintain them, they are still within the fold. That's the
but politics won't let that be. It's always going to be, reshufflement and all that. Politicians will always second their people to this administration and all that. I mean, it's because this time around, it's not going to have a free hand, just like the way he handpicked. Yes, he will probably have an input in terms of, the compatibility of who they will second to him.
But what you are not getting again, it's not going to be run by a cabal, right? So let me tell you what will happen, because I saw this at a time in Ondo State, right? One of the most brilliant governors that Ondo State have ever had was late Segun Agagu, right? Segun Agagu. What will happen is, regardless of how he wants to make some political patronage, right? He will not. There will be a boundary to the patronage of that. Tinubu, we are seeing, we not take political patronage to the point of having somebody like Malami as Attorney General of the Federation, having somebody like Timi Presiva as Minister of Petroleum, having someone like the current Minister of Finance as the Minister of Finance. You know what I'm saying, right? So is political patronage, you will see them mostly at parastatals, agencies, Director General of this, right? Then what you will see, he will second them with a fine civil servant, a top-notch, disciplined civil servant, right? That will guide that will drive the policy up, because all you do as a politician is just you are the figurehead. So when you have the good policy drivers, right, who can do the job. So when he says, okay, because of politics, because we need you in the next election, or we need somebody from Anambra State, he will not say because we need somebody from Anambra State, and then say because of that I want to put him in a major ministry. That it, but that person that we need him. Okay, there's, like I told you, do you know in this Buhari's government, over 5,000 agencies and parastatals are vacant now as I'm speaking.
Wow.
Over 5,000. That's why you see most APC people are not happy. Because even the ones that he rewarded, he rewarded failure. Like all the cabal now that contribute that coordinated themselves as the cabal in Aso Rock, none of them wanted him as president. None of them worked for him. So there are some. Okay, look at this Sabitu, this young guy that we are talking about, right? That is a major political appointment you can give somebody. That's a political patronage, right? But do not forget that when you give somebody like that, if Fashola is the chief of staff, right, the sweeping house in Aso Rock, you have to defer to Fashola. You have to deal with Fashola. You are not dealing with Ashwaju now, so you have to deal with Fashola in that regard, and you cannot boo Fashola. So that is where you see the semblance of.
I think Ashwaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to bring that, that corporate settings where every project is measured, by the performance and all that. Remember when they showed these video clips where Professor, what is his name? The one that is following Obi now.
Pat Tommy.
Pat Tommy was, I think it was during the sister birthday of Tinubu when it was, giving testimony about how they usually organize, quarterly retreat for all his cabinet and commissioners and to check on what's going on, where they need to. And he said he was firmly in charge because make sure that everyone give account and all that. And to me, that is bringing, corporate ideology to public service in which people are held accountable. At the end of the day, if we can do that during his administration, that will be better because unlike the one we have now, where anybody just do any way they like, give an assignment to go with it.
Adewale, I believe you work in the corporate America, right?
Oh,
don't you yourself, as you are speaking, I'm putting you on the spot now. Don't you have a performance evaluation quarterly in your company or in you yourself?
Of course.
And then you have more or less like it may, I don't know how your team is structured. You probably have daily meetings, weekly meetings.
As a matter of fact, I have more early mama tomorrow.
Okay, so you know what I'm saying. So it means, for instance, imagine yourself being the governor of your state and you've worked in the corporate America for over a decade, even let's say 2 years or even a year, right? So there are so many innovations you will bring into that office.
Yeah, and even the agency will synchronize, will be able to speak in uniform. It's not like one is speaking one and the other one is saying something different.
So and then when you listen to most of these folks who were commissioners during his cabinet, right? They say it's not the type of look at what Fashola said now when he said, look, and then Fashola made some, he doesn't talk more, but when he speaks, he's speaking fact. He said, look, Fashola, Ashwaju fired me every day, almost on a daily basis. Fashola, you know what? You are fired. Then in the next 3 hours, hey, Fashola, can you? But you just fired me 3 hours ago. They will be laughing, right? So and they said when you take Ashwaji for granted, probably something he said something like that. Let me probably paraphrasing. When you take him, is telling
you do it at your own peril. You take him for granted at your own peril. Yes.
Yeah, that I work with him at close quarters as his chief of staff, right?
Yeah.
For
It was attesting to his smartness.
It's more than 14 hours in a day, and then we subject every policy in the state every policy in the administration will subject it to, marathon discussion, marathon conversation. Most of the time, or most times, he loses out in that conversation because for the fact that he's the governor doesn't mean he has the right idea. So everybody will have, so they could be discussing it. So that is the passion that you see from Buhari that want to basically, shove Ruga down the throat of every Nigerian. So, and then you just see, okay, look at this currency issue now.
Enigmatic. That is what I'm saying some months ago. I said, do people think how Buhari is governed that state, Asiwaju is happy? He's not happy, but he just do like, if you want to take a monkey, you will behave like a monkey.
Yeah.
I said, can Asiwaju, let me finish. Can Asiwaju sit down now and the Fulanis are killing Yoruba as a president and it will not hurt? Continue.
No, just look at Adewale, look at the security architecture, look at the composition of that. You are having a security intelligence meeting, and then the only minority is one man from Edo State and one man maybe from Southeast, right? Out of the 16 available offices. So basically, you might as well be speaking Fufude or Kanuri or Hausa language in your. So the National Security Advisor, a northerner, the Inspector General of Police, a northerner, the Minister of Defense, a northerner, right? So when you look at all those lobsters, okay, look, let's just key forget about the security architecture now. So, but when you put that security architecture as a yardstick to examine this government, and then when you look at their policy ideas and how they disseminate information, and you see the failures, then you can basically point to reasons, right, why those failures are basically out there. And then when you look at, for instance, in the technological and communication space, the Minister of Technology, the Minister of Communication and then Technology, whatever they call it, right? Pantami from the north. The Director General,
the terrorist guy.
The terrorist guy. The Director General from the Director General of NITDA, that Nigeria Information Technology Development Agency, right? A northerner. The Director General of Nigeria Communications Commission, NCC, a northerner. NCC, the incumbent minister, the Pantami himself, the incumbent minister of communication, he was the NITDA DG when he was elevated to the ministerial position, right? He ensured, I know somebody who was supposed to be the NITDA DG. That person lives in Dallas, right? Wow. He has worked in 4 of the 4 big 4s, right? He has worked at Oracle. He lectures at Oracle University. He's a top-notch guy. They boned that guy for a man from that place. And the same thing with NCC. So when you look at all these guys and you look at the policy ideas that they shone out, because everything is basically clannish and nepotistic to him. And then when you go to major ministries, look at the Attorney General of the Federation. Are we supposed to have somebody like Malami as AG of Nigeria, for instance? Look at that. How many sons do they have in this administration? Fashola could have been the Minister of Justice.
As a matter of fact, that was what people were expecting. Even if you put Keyama there, people will still understand.
Keyama would have done a better job, right? So, and then there was this Kogi man that died almost maybe a year into the administration. May his soul continue to rest in peace. What's his name? I think he's a Shosho. What's his name? From Edo State, from Kogi State, San. He was supposed he had like almost 7 or 8 sons in the administration, but he chose Malami 1. So when you look at all those kind of things, look at his chief of staffs, right? Look at major appointments. So when you look at all those things, and then you look at what is probably going to be the next cabinet, right? So imagine you have a Malami that even people that are not following the administration now, even the laymen, right? The laymen and the talakawas that are not following the administration, they've been forced to follow the administration by this currency shenanigan. Because now you understand how Supreme Court works, how Malami and Buhari, right, disobeyed Supreme Court order, how they are not spending their money, but now they know people that does not even know EMEFIELE for almost 8 years. They know EMEFIELE now, a BKB, or they know who EMEFIELE, right? So, and that is what you get when you have people like this in your administration.
Incompetent.
Okay? You have a naira policy or a currency policy that was not properly thought out. Do you think this would have happened in a Tinubu's administration? Do you think so?
Even if it happens by accident, they will find a way to
roll it back, to find good. God bless you.
Because a government that is engaging, you always find it easy to carry people around. But when you don't, most of your assistants do not even come to the. They don't even talk to the public. You have to beg them before they even show up.
You are not. Nobody says Buhari. Look, Adewale, I'm not going to be surprised if Tinubu does not speak to Nigeria for 4 years, but you will see communication on a daily basis from the administration. Do you know what I mean?
It doesn't even need to. First, I believe it will speak, but it's going to be, minimal or limited communication. Yes. But most of the time, you will be
needed. When it's highly
because it is obvious that is the style they are going to adopt. Going by what they did during this election period. So, but with that, you're still going to be seeing them being proactive or reactive most of the time and coming, address the people. I mean, it won't take anything away from administration to, continuously, maybe every 3 months or 4 months, address the nation, talk to people. Just like Obasanjo, when he started, he was doing these media chats things and all that, but everybody knew it was just a gimmick. But then it works because at least even a little one can say, "This is my president." I'll talk about somebody who will not even hear from, for a long time. So it says a lot about, the technical or know-how about, of Buhari and the likes. It's just terrible. We've gone beyond the military rule where military will not even bother talking to people for days or for months, and nobody will do any or say anything. But nowadays, we want to be seeing our president. A president should be able to roam around in the street. Just like American president would do. Occasionally you see them going, to the street and, handshaking or talk to people generally. You stay out of the bubble. You just feel the pulse of the nation that you are governing. That is how it should be. But, Tinubu may not adopt that style, but at least it will go a long way if it's, all his assistants can, be engaging. Not that we witnessed during this Buhari's shenanigans.
For instance, when you look at in the US now, you see they have a White House media spokesperson, right? That speaks almost on a daily basis or whatever, or how many days in a week. So what you see mostly is you will not see a situation why Buhari's administration is different. Buhari will be airy, silent. Then the two mumus there that were supposed to be doing the talking for him, Gaba Sheu will be there doing his own kunu, drinking kunu, sleeping all over the place. Then you see Adeshina, who is probably when it comes to the studio,
that man was just, I don't know.
Yeah, when Adeshina comes to the studio, you see this body language of they are forcing him to come and speak.
Yeah. So sometimes you engage in your face kind of a thing.
Yeah. Can you see Ngilale doing? You want to see Ngilale? Okay, look at the conversation Ngilale had maybe a week ago or 2 weeks ago with that channel CNN lady, right? So what you will see in this administration? Yeah.
No. That I remember. Yes.
Then Asha, what's her name?
Asha, yes.
Yeah. So nobody is saying because people may probably get it wrong or get it twisted that we are praising Ashwaju. No, we are basically doing, because take it or leave it, Adewale, we have a president-elect, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
All things being equal, president-elect will be sworn into office as president, right? So all things being equal, everything until there is, of course, we understand the court process, but as of now, right, as it is the president-elect is going to be the president sworn in, right? So we are speaking to that fact. We are basically speaking to that fact, and we are trying to compare and contrast what his administration will be as against what we have. Buhari's administration would have been the best administration so far, but when the people who brought him into office, right, what he was supposed to do is we will get you the right tools, which are the right men to work for you. All you need to do is he was supposed to face the security, basically. Oshibanjo was supposed to do the administration and the coordination and the governance of the team of the administration. And then Tinubu will face the political part, face the politicians, face the House of face the National Assembly, and put everything in order.
He excused himself from the administration. He deliberately chose not to get involved with their shenanigans because it would affect his chances during the election. During Tinubu.
No, you can't. Tinubu, they excused Tinubu before he excused himself. People who do not know what happened, right? Do you know immediately after the election was won, right? Immediately after he won the election, before he was sworn in, they've completely ostracized Tinubu, sidelined him. That's the fact I'm telling you today. Wow. Now, right? Tinubu is president-elect. Immediately when Buhari was president-elect, they've been working against Tinubu. So from that so the day of the swearing in, that line that he read, I belong to nobody, I belong to everybody. He was passing a message, and people who don't know here what Ashwaju did immediately after that inauguration. Do you know that inauguration night when he visited him in Aso Rock, he flew out of Nigeria that very day. He flew out of Nigeria that very day. After a week, he summoned all his team. When I say all his team, Dele Alake, Bajabia Mila, all of them. He told them, look, there's a new sheriff in town, and I believe you guys can see the handwriting on the wall. So from that moment, he started changing his own plan. Yes, from that moment, this is a top thing I'm telling you now. He started changing his own plan. Look, anything that you do, those of you who have been lucky to win your elections, stay close to the grassroots so you can win your second term, because we will need you at a certain time, and then you yourself.
But he came back to campaign for him in the second term now.
Yes, that's part of the game, and that's the long short game he was playing. He was. Do you know Ashwaju's wife himself? I don't know if you've seen the tape. If I see it again, I'll probably share with one man. He said they shot out my husband for 6. She was almost crying. They shot out my husband for over 6 years.
Even Buhari's wife attests to it too now.
Buhari's wife,
she cried out and said the husband administration has been hijacked. That's why she was so sympathetic to Tinubu's cause, because
Aisha is Buhari's padigon.
Yeah, you could tell the what you get together she organized for the APC aspirants. Then it was mainly for Tinubu, but there's no way you can say that to the everybody. So I mean, that tells you how politically yeah, they are not. That team was just, they're not competent. They're not politically competent. They are just, opportunists that see the opportunity and think they can. Because there's no way you can ostracize the machinery that put you in power. You have to bring them closer.
He also he completely because what this guy did that was very surprising to everybody was. And then look, they laid so many landmines for him, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, even if anyone is not even in the public, look at this Naira notes thing. This was just the climax of everything.
a lot of people that never believe they were, but now people who never even loved him or liked him, right? They can see now that they never wanted him with this last game that they played on him, right? But the landmine, let me tell you, the landmine they set for him that he, you know, when God is fighting for you, sometimes leave the fight for God and let God continue the fight. One. Then number two, you yourself. There's a Yoruba proverb where anytime going for long shocking folk or get them, you know. So what this guy, they laid a serious landmine for him. The plan was to get him worked up, get him frustrated to the point that they will throw everything at him to get him out to be frustrated and get him out of APC. That was the initial plan. That he will be so frustrated to the point that he will just be you have no choice. If you were to be somebody like Atiku would have taken the bait and run away from APC, and that would have been it.
And probably start looking for a different platform. That's you're right.
You know, so they tried that. They see it wasn't working out. So instead of that thing working out, he was just there, you know, minding himself, doing what he was.
I mean, if somebody like what does it call him now, Atiku, you know, him being the former vice president, probably won't take that chairmanship of the party. But if there's somebody who is allowed to that really, you know, let me stick around here so that I can get something to eat, Tinubu would have taken the chairmanship position of that party. I mean, who else fits that position more than him? But he chose not to. That was why they were bouncing it around.
APC chairman.
Yeah.
No, he won't even take it. He had his candidate. His candidate is the current.
No. I'm just saying that if he were to be just a regular politician,
you know, even the APC leader, right? That they gave him. It was not. Nobody gave him that stuff. It was just It was just
there's nothing like the party's national leader in the.
So it was more like because all this what is it? All this ministerial list, all this board and parastatals list, they threw everything in the trash. All the ministers you saw, he was supposed to compose. He was supposed to have the list. He was supposed to be the guy, right? To present the list from the southwest, from the north central.
So Buhari just unpicked who he chose.
So that's why you saw that they dragged it for 6 months before the list could be out, because at that point the cabal entrenched themselves in Aso Rock, right? These Funtua guys you are seeing, Funtua, Zangon Daura, all of them, they never supported. They openly opposed Buhari. One, a lot of them visited because it took more than 2 years. Than that a lot of people from the north, few people, right, were cutting Ashwaju to, because if you look at Ashwaju's history with Buhari, go and look at his write-up, go and look at his op-ed in the past, you see he was never a friend to Ashwaju. He never loved Buhari. He was writing everything bad about him. So because he has never seen Buhari as a Democrat, he has seen him as a.
He has never been a Democrat. He's just
yeah. So it was so surprising.
Why is the Democrat now?
No, it's not.
Why is the Democrat?
It's not.
I'm just poking you. I'm joking.
A Democrat who doesn't follow the rule of law. It's not. It's
no. Buhari is a lame dog. He's a lame dog.
What you see eventually is that it took a lot of a few northerners, especially this Tanko Yakasai, right? To convince
and he said he had never benefited from Ashwaju before.
From Ashwaju,
but he respected his politics. He respected the astronomical growth of the state he had governed before. So that alone kind of endeared him to him that, okay, if this guy could do this, and if people said a lot about this about him, then why not, take a second look at it? Maybe it's just a round pig in a round hole, people will be looking for. And I watched that interview. He said he has never for once benefit one material things from him like this. I bet he has maybe met him maybe once or twice in his lifetime, And what
we just see now is that You know, we are all Nigerians. We have no other country. So first of
But
all,
but enigmatic. As we are being optimistic about what Tinubu could, you know, all, we're pointing to it and president now with the hope that that will mirror what it will be able to do at the national stage. This is a national level. This is a national stage where even somebody with the pedigree, with the qualification, can still have his plan derailed. But it will take a bigger, how do I put it, bigger board for him now to be able to work things out because unlike Lagos or in the southwest, where southwest is still like a lot of a lot of state to control.
but you know what first of
Because
all, the
saboteurs are everywhere.
yeah, of course, but what you will see, and let me tell you, the first positive I see from this now in 2023 is that any one of the aspirants or the candidates, any of the candidates will do a better job than Buhari. Fact, one on one fact, right? Let's agree on that. Sure, will do a better job than Buhari. One. Number two, no, none of them will be so none of them will be as clannish and nepotistic as Buhari. Don't forget that is what killed Buhari's government eventually. Number two, even as much as I okay, Tinubu is one of the 18 candidates. Like I said, any of them would have done a better job, right? That is agreed. So the issue of saboteurs or no saboteurs, that is like you cannot it's like a security architecture where you cannot prove it foolproof it for 100%, right? There will be no security architecture can be 100% foolproof. There will be some there will be some vulnerabilities. So,
Under his administration,
can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, you see why Tinubu will not be like Buhari is so simple because if Tinubu truly believed in what he was doing as the Lagos state governor, what can make him to succeed very fast is what those items in the exclusive list. If he starts democratizing them in such a way that it reveals the real federal system. You take electricity out of that and you let the state participate. You take so many things out of those places because those are the items that makes the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria so powerful. And at the same time, those are the items holding the country back. Instead for the state of the federation or the geopolitical region to start executing all those things concurrently to the advantage of the region, this person at the center want to make sure he corner everything and become the most powerful. So once you can take some of those things out, I think the development may be very rapid. So to me, if for someone like him that knows how to do the right thing, I don't see why it's not good. I expect him to be far better than Obasanjo, not only Buhari. Look at it this way: if by June, 1st of June this year, if it takes out that subsidy alone, you know how much is going to be saved. Yeah, people are saying, oh, people will feel the impact. I say, yes, I know. We said more than that during the diesel period. Because one thing about Nigeria is, even with subsidy or without subsidy, as we speak today, they are still buying that thing beyond the market price, where it's supposed to be. So whether you want to buy your kerosene or you want to buy even your gasoline somewhere in the north, you still find it so expensive. Because taking out that subsidy alone, I can tell you we guarantee that smuggling will be reduced. So if smuggling is reduced, so it simply means that our product will no longer be so attractive for smuggling, and people can just find their way to invest in Nigeria. See Dangote Cement today. See now, I think Dangote today is the largest producer of cement in the sub-Saharan Africa, and the same thing can repeat itself in the petroleum product, whereby if you don't encourage unnecessary importation of finished products, or you don't encourage some kind of pricing regime that we encourage smuggling. The same way, I think our petroleum industry, if it start performing, and whatever we save there can be rechanneled to some kind of social infrastructure. So to me, I expect something like that to occur concurrently, like is agbado and cassava. And I think I know people laugh at agbado and cassava, whether we like it or not, with proper policy, many people will go back to farming. And some people actually believe that farming is not the right way, it's not the proper way to prosperity. It's just because we don't have the right policy. Now, how will you say, okay, when you go to Illinois, for example, there is a small town there called Urbana Champion. When area like that can compete very well with Nigeria in production of corn, agbado, do you know what it means? That if Nigeria really wake up, if you have some kind of price floor, you make the farm produce, you make farming attractive to people in such a way that government can guarantee pricing. That okay, even if you have this thing in excess, don't worry, I'm going to buy from you. I heard it that Awolowo did that for cocoa, for example. Okay, produce this cocoa, I'm going to buy from you. When the price goes down, I will not sell. When the price goes up, I will sell. So I think Awolowo at that time guarantees the minimum he was going to buy cocoa from the farmers. So if you do those things to agbado and cassava producers, before you know what is it, when you see agbado farmers, you system start writing jeep. So
Yeah, but
that's how.
at the same time, sorry to cut you short, he has to make sure that he jealously guides the distribution of fertilizer to the farmers. Before it used to be about party affiliation. If you don't belong, you won't get it. But if the farmer are able to have access to funding, at the same time they are able to have access to fertilizers and all those chemicals and mechanical instrument that they could use. I think it will go a long way, to solve hunger issue in Nigeria, and Nigeria will feel it because I think they've stopped importation of rice, and the other rice processing in Lagos, and the one I think in Kano, I'm not so sure, but there's one in the Kano as well. People have not felt the impact of it because there's still little smuggling here and there. But if the administration can pay close attention to how those things have been distributed, I think it will go a long way.
Yeah, because that's one thing about a price floor we guarantee, right? When you say, okay, now maybe about rice now, let's say it's 30,000 per bag of rice. If you maintain it at that price, but you make that in surplus, even by the time the price starts falling, Nigeria will have get accustomed to
But
that
price
lifestyle.
doesn't even fall in Nigeria. See, once price goes up, government doesn't care. They don't really. That's why you have price gauging in Nigeria. Government doesn't really care because people like.
No, we understand. You know why price won't fall in most cases is that because number one, not only you are looking at the price of commodities, but you have to look at price of other services too, like education, like some other aspect. Okay, a farmer want to pay school fees for his children, so it's not going to fall. There is a minimum that price can go down to. That's just it. Because where you were paying 5,000 for school fees before, and because the teachers in those private school, maybe they would like to earn to the point that they will be able to buy food, to be able to buy services in the society too. So the market will automatically set some kind of prices that will meet up with everyone's needs. But what is important is this: even if the bag of rice is still 30,000, are you able to make enough money? You understand? Instead of you having like 30,000 minimum wage, with your minimum wage now go to like say 100K, and with the guarantee of having those products available in surplus and getting those price stabilized, the price of those commodities stabilized at let's say 30,000, and you still maintain. But when you raise the price,
you know what? Everything you are, probably this will be my final analysis before I leave because I'll be leaving soon. What I would just say is everything you are saying now, it boils down to the operational and functional effectiveness of any administration. I believe we should agree that Buhari so far, it seems to be like, of course, there's this general belief that Nigeria's presidency or presidents are probably the most powerful in the world. But in the hindsight of it, Buhari has been the most vulnerable president Nigeria has ever had. If anybody will agree with me, is the most vulnerable because and that's why you see all these
because of his mindset.
Because of his mindset, and that's why you see the dysfunctional capacity of his administration. First of all, what I believe will happen in the coming administration of Tinubu, there will be a lot of reform. If he's able to work, at least, even if he's able to achieve at least 50% of that Oronsaye civil service administration reform alone, bro, is any one of you aware of the lopsidedness in the federal civil service in Nigeria?
I mean, if the political appointment could be lopsided, how we don't sure the civil service won't.
So look, if everything is about if it's, and then we can't speak about all these guys without, and that's why track record is very germane to when we are making this conversation. Because when you look at what he was able to achieve in Lagos State, if he's able to bring that idea, for instance, civil service reform, right? Civil service reform alone, we drive a lot of operative effectiveness into the whole gamut of Nigeria's administration and into its administration by a large extent. And then we're talking about putting right peg, right? Round peg in round holes. If he's able to do that, and then the politicking of it, he understands it, he understands the administration, and he understands how to deal with the legislative part of it. And then when we are talking about reforms too, when you're able to have a sound reform in most of Nigeria's flagship maybe ministries or institutions like the judiciary, for instance, like in the oil and gas sector, you have a good reform, and I believe he knows much about that. He has a lot of, let me say, goodwill within that capacity. Oando, Femi, what's his name? Femi Geregu. So
even his cousin, Wale,
and then when you see he's already meeting, from what I know now, he's been meeting a lot of private sector folks. So he's trying to
one thing enigmatic. I won't be surprised. You started saying new names, new faces.
New faces, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then there are so many things that you do not have to do as a government. That's why you are seeing him meeting a lot of CEOs, a lot of private sector. So I believe he's going to be having a private sector driven agenda, especially like in areas of employment of youth. Like Elumelu has a Elumelu Foundation, the hairs holding alone. If he says Elumelu, through your hairs holding, will you be able to promise us maybe with some incentives, right, on a yearly basis, hire 500 Nigerian graduates, right, on a yearly basis, and then this will be the incentives we'll provide for you. I think he said it in one of his outings. And then if he has like almost, let's assume there are like 10 or 20 of Elumelus like that who are hiring maybe 500 Nigerian graduates on a yearly basis. What are the numbers? So the employment rate that will basically take care of that employment issue that we have.
That's the true definition of capitalism. All you need to do is just to strengthen the private sector. They're the driving force when it comes to employment. Government can't employ everybody to see
everybody now.
No.
Why is America? How many people work for the federal government or state government in America? How many? And then that's why you see those are. I'm just trying to paint some picture, right? Those are the differences you will see in Buhari's government and his government. Buhari is not able to open himself up, beyond that is clannish hole. This one is will be able to, have the conversation with Dangote, with private sector folks, with a lot of people. You can just imagine I don't know who I've never thought of who is going to be. I've been thinking about it. Who is possibly going to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs in his administration?
You know one thing. You know, and I'm sorry for cutting you short. Before you leave, I want you to speak to this, because throughout this campaign, all the candidates, I haven't really seen them with a robust, foreign policy or foreign relation plans that I think is, because it seems that domestic wise, all of them are doing great. They have great plans domestically, but then we also need acceptability in the international community. We need to be able to be invited. We need to have a voice. Or remember when Obasanjo became president, was already one time head of government, right? So it was well known. He already established friendship with other head of state and some other foreign nations. But this time around, I haven't seen, because it doesn't even look like Tinubu is in the good book of America.
Well,
So I want us to speak to that, because we need it whether we like it or not. Most of the trades and all that is still boiled down to how we're able to connect with these foreign countries. We can't eat, we can't drink our crude, right? So, I mean, it's the fact.
Do we really need them?
That's
Yes, we
debatable.
do.
Of course. What do you mean?
We
But
do.
that's debatable about him, about his acceptance in the US or not. But one thing you should know, right? Because Abike Dabiri was trying to make some. He was trying to have some ideas from agenda, but everything was killed by this administration. And then at a point, he was basically almost having some tussle with Pantami, because there were some things that she was doing then with the needle, the current position she's holding, right? So first of all, of course we did not speak much on the foreign policy ideas of most of our presidential candidates, and that's a very bad one. In America, that's one of the major focus in
Oh
America
yeah,
during their
yeah.
campaigns. You must have a good grasp of the they want to know your foreign policy ideas. They want to know.
Sorry, enigmatic to cut you off a little bit. You remember when Obasanjo took over in 1999? Nigeria became the big brother in Africa. Apart from the south, I mean, apart from the western part of the continent, we were like the what would you call the we were
We're
in
like
the top.
we're like Africa's ambassador in the
Yes,
global.
other head of state were looking up to Obasanjo. They're looking up to Nigeria to as a pathfinders
Do
and all
you know
that.
the reason? Do you know the reason? But you
Mm,
miss a point. The reason is, if you look at Obasanjo's administration,
mm.
right? Do you know Obasanjo focused his ideas? There are some certain parastatals, cabinet,
Do they have one?
cabinet positions, right?
Mm.
That's
They have one.
eh?
Enigmatic.
Eh?
Do they have one?
Have what? So, like I was saying, right? First of all, when you look at what Obasanjo did, do you know that it was during Obasanjo's regime that the likes of Soludo, Okonjo-Iweala, he was able to tap into Nigeria's brain, quote unquote, brain resources in the diaspora, right?
Mm.
Do not forget that most of those things count a lot when you are trying to attract the attention of the international communities, basically. And then number two, who is your foreign affairs minister, right? What is the foreign affairs minister bringing to the table? Do you have a good team, right, in the foreign affairs outlook of your administration? So there are so many things that we count for that, right? So when you look at this, do not forget, in America over here, the secretary of state, which is Nigeria's secretary of the federation now, like in the case of Boss Mustafa now, they play prominent role in projecting America's image in the international community, right? So there are so many things that you need to put in place. So when you have people like the Minister of Foreign Affairs, one, the Minister of Foreign State for Foreign Affairs, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of, there was a man that was called Joe Keshi, right?
Yeah, he's an obedient.
Yeah, he's an obedient, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an Edopius.
He has been really vocal about the
obedient, right?
No, yes, he was completely against Tinubu's campaign, Buhari altogether, but it wasn't obedient. He's still an obedient.
Yeah, it's expected. And an average, a natural PDP person, right? A natural PDP person, if they would deviate, they would not deviate to APC, they would deviate to Labour Party. That is probably would be their natural their natural alibi politically. So when you see somebody from PDP, a core PDP person, right, in Labour Party, don't be surprised, don't be taken aback. It's just that would be their natural political alibi, basically. So don't be surprised about that. So yeah, you have to always look at that. Where are they coming from? If you see somebody who is very vociferous as an obedient or Labour Party person now, go and look at their trajectory first. You will see they are coming basically more than 60% or 70% of the time from PDP, natural PDP, right? So yeah, that's what it is. But what I would say is that it depends on the composition of every administration. The administration that missed it, and then that was the reason you saw that even OBJ took a step back from that administration. It was Gage, Jonathan. Jonathan was supposed to be the best administration Nigeria could have had, but it was.
Yaradua.
Okay, Yaradua stroke Jonathan, right? Because Yaradua started on a good note, but by the time Jonathan came up, Jonathan was doing it to his own thing or whatever. It was
Did Yaradua really start on a good note? Because I believe Yaradua set some bad precedents that still affecting the country today.
From my own perspective, right? It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. That's the way I was saying.
Look at it this way: that man, all the privatization that will have probably seen the like of Otedola and Dangote be producing, refining our oil locally. I think reversing those policies was very terrible. Then we may celebrate it because this one will divide opinion. The fact of trying to compensate militancy instead of doing the right thing in that community, I think that indirectly gives signals to some kind of criminals that, to the point that Nigeria now was now saying, okay, you should not be granting amnesty to criminals.
But
those things you may underrate all those stuff. But
no, I'm not underrating them. But look, in the military, right? When you have a situation, when you have emergency situation in your hand, right? Emergency situations sometimes call for contingency plans most of the time. You want to nip it in the bud, quote and unquote, in a temporary level, then you can have a permanent solution to it going forward. So I believe that was what
why I said it was a bad precedent. It is the tools that some people are now using now that during the South militancy period, they got them amnesty. That they should now be granting some kind of criminals.
No. I disagree with you on that. You cannot say, look, what if it managed the situation well at that
it was political solution though.
Time. It was a political solution that because Nigeria was losing, right? In what Buhari did by granting amnesty to confirmed terrorists, Boko Haram folks, but that's his job. He wouldn't have granted amnesty to those folks if they were coming from the southeast. Let's assume that those folks he was granting terrorists, amnesty to in the north, right, are from the southeast. The Igbo, they are Nnamdi Kanu, all of them. You would think he would have done that. He wouldn't. Or they are Igboho. He wouldn't have done that. That's part of the nepotistic ideas and the clannishness of Buhari we are speaking to. So
I got your point, but it gave some people idea of how to get something out of the state. That's the point. Now,
No, you can't address that to be a precedent.
What
Because
is South militant?
when you say it's a precedent,
just a second. What is South militant are fighting for? And now, if I ask you today, as those things now are they being met? The federal government have not done those things. So they just settle some kind of criminals. And some other criminals from somewhere, they now look at, okay, how do we get our own national cake? And before you know, it escalates to what they are doing in Boko Haram. It escalates to banditry.
If what Yaradua did, right, that time, I believe he even had some encomiums from the international communities for how he was able to stem the tide.
You know, enigmatic. One of the most difficult things to do is to turn the weapon against the subject that you are, governing. It's very difficult, very, very difficult. That's why every successful government always find it difficult to use forces against whether banditry or what do you call them?
Restiveness,
the terrorists and what, because this is a domestic issue. And then, even though it's criminal in nature, you still want to subject it to, law of the land by being tried and all that. But they always try to, because most of these things are not organic. It's usually politically connected. So the politicians use it to destabilize and to have control. So at the end of it all, the president will have no choice than to listen at the same time, trying to find a political solution to it. And that is why it's always like it's hard to explain to, ordinary person like you and I that sometimes this thing is not what it seems to be. I mean, not like the government doesn't know where Sambisa is, but how do you take ammunition and bombs and bomb everywhere? You know, I think they are scared of being subjected to some kind of like interrogation at the international, because they don't really have power per se.
No, Adewale, when these people wanted to get to the point of grabbing land to compensate all those crooks, what happened? All of a sudden, the governors, everybody, they woke up to the rest. They stood up to the responsibilities, because these people, they were winning. All they wanted to do now is just to grab lands and just be living among you. See, when our government, whenever they want to do things, they do acts of compensating criminalities. It brings some kind of evil innovations, and people want their national key. I see, because I know that there's nothing you do as it's going to have when you get your targeted good intention, the consequences, you always have the negative. No matter how good was that intention of Jonah of Yadua, it escalated to the point that we started seeing what we're not seeing. If Abacha were to be the one there in 2007, do you think the situation in Niger Delta will be there? Or the same bad Obasanjo that used to be there? He would have found a way to settle all those stuff. But when you compensate criminality, because since Yadua compensated criminality, what we find out is that people started finding their own way too. Now, look at what the government, okay, look at what EMEFIELE quickly did when it was the time of political, the politics. That is time you suddenly realize that, oh, you have to change the currency. You could have done the same thing to discourage banditry. If it took, but the federal government of Nigeria, they were even paying bandits. Those are the things we are saying. So this thing is the willingness of the government to do the right thing. That's the point. Okay, it's only in Nigeria that you see the government say, okay, they'll be trying to name the name of the sponsors of those people. And up to now, they've never named anybody, except for those people that United Arab Emirates tried. So to me, I don't think no matter how we see this thing, the Niger Delta people, they wanted good infrastructure, they want good environment. Till now, it has never been implemented other than that the federal government of Federal Republic of the federal government of Nigeria, they settle criminals. They prefer to pay criminals instead of tackling that thing from the source. That's just the way I see it. And Matrix has gone.
It looks like it though.
So that's the way I see it.
I think it's the political power that the president have. Sometimes they want to use it, but at the same time they are being measured in how they apply it. So domestic issue is a very, very complicated issue in the sense that well, no matter what decision you take, it's still going to affect your subject, either positive or negative. And most of the time, like the one the Buhari was trying to shove it down the throat of people about that open grazing and all that, you know, uh, it's like that, it shows that he wasn't actually a Democrat because a Democrat would have seen that from Horizon and nib it in the bud. It's just that him being the president, he let a lot of things, you know, happens for too long, and sometimes at the end of the day, he was unable to provide solution to some of those things, like the issue of terrorism. He came in with the promises that he will be able to, he did some, some work to some extent, but this is how you would know that what was happening there was political. Look at it. How many times have you heard about big kidnapping, in mass number, all those kids and all that? When was the last time you heard that? Even though it's still happening, but it's not like it used to be. It's no longer rampant like they used to be. So everything is just politically connected one way or the other. But
Exactly.
but
Exactly. That's why personally I believe power is too concentrated at the central. So this whatever we are saying now, all this criminality you see in Nigeria, they are still somehow connected to the resources. You will see illegal mining going on in some area in the north, and they are part of those things that are responsible for the criminality you find around those places.
Yeah, but
So, but
that
what
one
I'm
is
saying,
around the country though. It's not just limited to the north. I mean,
I
talking about the illegal mine.
I know it's Elisha, even Elisha in the southwest. There you find Safara, all those areas. But what I'm still saying is this: if the federal government has decided to say, okay, I'm going to tackle this thing instead of negotiation, and you stand firm, and you don't politicize this thing, okay, like you really said the other time. Now, if these bandits now were to be from the southeast, we won't be talking of they won't be talking of some kind of amnesty in Nigeria. What does that tell us? Now, when you ask Buhari about his kinsmen, he was telling us that they carry stick, a stick that they carry around. Later, I was saying, okay, if you understand what these people face in the bush, like giving story of how they will fall to Ayena, all those stuff. We are talking of national security, but you were taking side just to support your people, which was which is very, very unfair. So to
It
me,
was the cabal. It was the the cabal was the one. They were the one controlling. No, it wasn't Tinubu. I mean, sorry, I said Tinubu. It wasn't Buhari. It was the cabal. This cabal that was talking them because it favors them. It favors them, and they didn't see it from that perspective of national security, emergency, or they didn't see
yeah,
it that way.
yeah, because why won't we have cabal when the president, because it's the choice of those people that you bring to your cabinet that will dictate whether we are going to have cabal or not. He decided to go for those people with low mentality, with poor mentality of national building. At the end
Mm,
of the day, the result is what we are having. So even when Aisha Buhari even shouted that even those people that did nothing
mm,
to bring his husband to power, they hijacked that power. So it
mm,
simply means that all the while that people were trying to fall upon one another to cause disharmony among themselves, just to bring
mhm,
this Buhari in. Buhari had alternative idea already. Even weeping or crying at Chatham House that time, it was
mm,
just when Nigeria thought he was actually crying for them. Probably Buhari was even crying for his kinsmen that moved from one country to the other, maybe his kinsmen in the bush, and Nigeria now mistaking that one to mean passion, to
mm.
mean that empathy, So to me, we've seen everything now. Just like I keep telling some of my guys that you were poorer than what you used to be before 2015, and you are still supporting Buhari to date. You are still exonerating me that it's not his fault. Then you probably don't understand what is happening. Because many people supported this guy. Many people supported this guy. They tried to exonerate him. At the end of the day, they
I
were
mean,
running away from the
the
country.
first is first time. It's first time.
Adewale,
It
why are
shows
you guys kicking me out? Why are you guys
nobody
kicking me out?
nobody kicked
who
you out
we
now.
don't get that power, bro.
I'm just joking. Yeah, continue.
Well,
I would
I
like,
think his first time was full of promises, but when he started, getting a little bit out of touch is when he started, uh, some things that are supposed to be a priority is now no longer an issue to him, like that of, cattle rearing issues and resettlement and all that. And then the incessant kidnappings and all that. He wasn't naming anybody. He wasn't showing, even when there's any incident, to even come out to address the nation becomes uh, issue. So that is when they started lagging behind, and before you know, people lose. I mean, they lost control in his administration, and it's unfortunate because he thought, well, I've done my bit. Whoever is coming back, but you are laying bad foundation for whoever is coming. And today now, a lot of people despise APC. I was shocked to see the pattern of voting in Shomolu local government. I was pulling those results randomly, and places or areas where naturally used to be APC control area. I was seeing the Labour Party in trove in numbers. I was completely shocked. That tells you that Buhari himself, even in up north, he lost in his own state. His party lost in Castina. That tells you that his party he purposely, I don't want to use that word, but I think he purposely uh, wanted to disrupt the platform. So maybe because of one person that is coming in, or he just felt that, well, you know what, I've done my bit. It's none of my business. If the party go into a sense, it's none of my problem. But that is not how a Democrat behave. You will leave a good legacy by making sure that your successor is somebody, or you build that platform for your successor to be able to come in. But it just shows as if, what, I mean, it's obvious that he's tired. He's completely out of it. It's just a matter of days, But at the same time, you still to the last day. Unfortunately, he did well. He did well in areas of infrastructure. But infrastructure being put in place, and yet there's no security. No matter how you put security, the bandit will still strike, and that was what they did. But insecurity is threatening the infrastructure you put in place. So what is the success in it? What is the success to celebrate in the first place? Is it worth celebrating?
Because naturally, right? Naturally, when you are even building infrastructure, what is this supposed to do? It's supposed to even reduce criminality. So this
Yeah.
infrastructure we are even talking about, we can see, but sometimes even though I agree that he has done so much in that area of infrastructure, but at the same time, I'm skeptical. I'm just being careful how to give those places, because when you cannot connect the infrastructure to some kind of significant economic activities, you can't say, because you can't connect you can't connect the infrastructure we are talking to job creation. Then when you don't have job, what happens? People go back into criminality. Because look at it, like I used to
No, it
narrate to.
doesn't happen overnight though. It's something that is built upon and upon. Then it does now get connected in the future. Just like with the way the Fort Mainland Bridge, see the rapid development in the Lekki area, and then see the how those the bridges is going to connect. It's like you are
No,
projecting
no,
the future.
I'm even talking of the short term. I'm even talking
Oh,
of the
okay,
short
short
term.
time. Okay, okay, okay.
Because okay, now I can, okay, let's assume Buhari has done infrastructure on, let's say 10 trillion.
Mm.
Now 10 trillion is huge enough to see the impact in the type of job creation. That's exactly what I mean. It's either the infrastructure we are creating is making China and those countries that gave us those loans, it's either that is making them richer. Okay, look at this analysis now. Assuming you are getting $10 billion from China,
Mm.
look at the type of policy Obasanjo put in place, if I remember very well, or maybe let me just put a figure. I can't remember the particular figure. It's supposed to be like 70% local content. And the local content simply means that you will be getting your kind of iron from Ajakuta, and you build some kind of company there that you train people and you use them to implement. But now look at it this way. In a situation now whereby they now take your raw iron and they take it to China, or they take your they take the design, everything you are supposed to do in Nigeria, you take to
Mm.
China. Let's assume the part of those things they take to China, we consume about 50% of that of that. That means that you are borrowing money from China instead of even servicing the loan only. You are even servicing the economy. You are creating jobs for them than what you are supposed to create in Nigeria. So at the end of the day, what you bring to Nigeria is just some kind of you come and dump your product here. While the Nigeria is supposed to develop, you are not developing them. So that's why I'm skeptical.
I
If you
think
have
they're
done
using those foreign companies as a cover to
exactly,
embezzle money.
exactly.
That's the way I see it. And
So
this is another thing. The influence of Chinese companies and their personnel in Africa, especially in the West Africa now, tells you about the China's foreign policy, how it has changed overnight. Before they used to look at Africa as it's not their cup of tea, but look at it now. It's like they are what do you call it? They are cocoa, they are hot cake because they are coming in and they are raking in. These generations, talking about two generations, will be paying the debt that Nigerians and other West African countries have accumulated over the period of years. Because at the end of the day, what the money spent or the money borrowed to build all this infrastructure is something that we could have done internally. There's money. You put people to work, you generate money. But in a country where nobody even pay taxes, so we want free money. We are so used to those social handouts and all that. So the government is spending money, borrowing money, building infrastructure with the hope that it will be able to be able to recoup the money in the nearest future. But before we get to that nearest future, generations have passed. Abi. So the generations to come in Nigeria, they will be paying those debts, whether they like it or not. And then what will be the order of the day? Inflation will continue to thrive because as long as we are servicing debt, money that was supposed to be used for maybe for health and education, we are using it to service debt. At the end of the day, it's going to be once, lopsided. Our economy will be stunned or grow in a smaller pace. So China is making incursion and they are making it at a fast rate because they are dangling that carrot. America is no longer, perhaps maybe not a viable partner anymore. But now that American is, let it all slide, they are watching and they are still guarding their interests jealously in Africa, especially in the West. But that shows you that the country that is serious. I mean, in the past, Nigeria used to go to countries like Liberia and make investment, like Congo, all the our neighboring countries. We go there and make investment. That's why you could see all these banks going into, especially the Anglophone countries, going in there and trying to invest and try to tap into the economy and all that. To me, a serious government will want to, look into that and see how we can. I mean, look at the Dangote. Dangote can build, the kind of refineries we have in Lagos, maybe build like 3 or 4 of such in the neighboring countries surrounding us. Maybe that will also service our economy better. I'm just thinking loud, but it shows you this a serious country. But Tinubu administration failed woefully.
You mean Buhari, not Tinubu?
No, not Tinubu. I'm talking about Buhari. It fails miserably.
You see, that's one of those things that I believe in the administration of Tinubu more than Obi, because Obi, although he is not able to even analyze what he wants to do other than all those buzzword that he uses to say from production to from consumption to production. See, one thing I can say is this: with the potential we have in Nigeria, if like I still want to use this subsidy now to fall back on this subsidy. As long as you discourage consumption, consumption, that you do not encourage consumption, then we can always get ourselves okay. Even the devaluation of our currency now can be to our advantage if we start producing, right? You see, all these Chinese that they are coming here now, they are not just coming here just because the problem that their own productivity already created in the environment. You know, their productivity crashed the Europe economy. Their productivity started crashing manufacturing in America just because Americans are one of the major investors in the Chinese enterprise too. So, and these people, just because of the taxation in the United States, and these people, they left their money in China there, and they keep reinvesting their money. So now the situation may likely happen in Africa, in Nigeria, if we get the thing right. Like this idea of building industrial clusters where you power with you have some independent power supplier that supply. So that thing can easily, let's say with proper tax break, with proper or subsidy to the manufacturers. Whatever all this Unilever that ran to Ghana, it's just in the no matter of time. They will come back because the capacity, the value of our currency will make our products, will be attractive. Because after all, when you are bringing if your money, if your currency is stronger than us, that means that you can buy more product from us. All we just need to do is to produce more. So if we can produce more items at cheaper rate than what you get in Ghana or what you get somewhere, it will take the local policy to go against the importation for us not to get there. And any country that even want to do that kind of Donald Trump against us, we have a lot of battle with, because look at Ghana. Nigeria banks are dominating in Ghana. You go to Sierra Leone, you see Nigeria banks there. Are you saying you want to push all those things away? If you try those silly things, then you are likely to have problems. So it's just like Dangote now. Can you stop Dangote? Dangote is the largest manufacturer of cement in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's the way I see all those things. Globe has extended to West Africa. So if we get our economy right, what we just find out is that Nigeria start annexing the neighboring countries. Even despite the fact that we don't have power supply in Nigeria now, we still supply some African countries power.
But it's easier to sell than to consume, because they don't see a viable market by consuming it. So we rather sell it to the neighboring countries and make money than to be,
Exactly. So personally, I won't deceive you. Why is it that I'm taking interest in Nigeria as it is going? I can tell you, Gary, I'm looking for every little opportunity. If I see opportunity in manufacturing as I'm speaking to you, go back to the world of IT. Even if they say yes that Tinubu is going to spend there, if I know that I have an opportunity to produce here and sell, even for example, if it just to be doing some kind of small scale tomato production and be selling, see, I will go there. So to me, where am I saying this? The same way I'm thinking, I know that many Nigerians are thinking those way, because all of us, we like to become multi-millionaire overnight. If you ask me to, I want to become multi-millionaire overnight, but how I want to become multi-millionaire is to do the right thing, is to kill into the right thing.
The likes of Obi and some people that benefited from the past administration by focusing on importation more than manufacturing. And I wonder what they were thinking at that moment when licenses were given out left and right to people to import. I mean, it is a known fact. Even when we look at it in a micro level, in your own household, you can't spend more than you are making, right? So, in as much that you can't even produce of what we are consuming, you limit it. But then during the IBB era, fast forward to OBJ era, I think OBJ was trying to revive the manufacturing industry when he became president. But then you have a decayed infrastructure, such as electricity, that was not guaranteed. And you remember all those textile manufacturing companies there folding up left and right. Some even moved out of the country. Those were owned by the foreign companies. So at the end of the day, company that supposed to be the catalyst for the economy to grow better, they were leaving. They were going because they couldn't the environment was so hostile to them who are importing. Importation is like a birthright to some people. Once the government gives you that importation license, they waive the tariff and you bring it in as long as your container landed, and then you're a rich man overnight. And then the likes of Ojius or Kalu, those are the beneficiaries of those legacies from the Kakume, and that kills the economy because you see, one single policy is enough to you know change things in a negative way, and sometimes to catch up take years because every time innovation comes, and why the sector is still growing, but when you now have something that completely halt the sector of the economy to grow completely, it will take years to catch up. So now there's no electricity. What can you manufacture? What can you produce? Nothing. Not even toothpick, because you would need electricity to cut the wood to you know.
Anyway, yes, yeah, I agree with you on electricity, but you know what other problem with Nigeria is this? Look at it this way. Obasanjo did something on electricity that time, if I remember. I think if you import any generator in excess of 1,000 megawatts, it's duty free. So it is like a 1,000 megawatts was like almost cheaper than to import to Nigeria than 500 kVA generator. Because why this example? Where am I saying this example is this? The guy actually wanted the manufacturing to boost, but I think where the mistake was made was not giving. I think they should have tried to subsidize production in terms of instead of Nigeria subsidizing petroleum, gasoline. I think these two should have been what Nigeria should have subsidized, because look at it this way: if you don't have electricity and the alternative is still expensive for you to use, it makes all the cost of production to be very high. And the China that you see flooding to everywhere today, what did they do? It's just because of the single policy they did. If you remember, during that recession, 2007, China didn't go down. What happened? The government started subsidizing cost of production. Like, okay, let's say it is
Virtually all
$1.
the developed economy were doing that.
Exactly.
They were doing that.
So, like water bill, like electricity bill, they were just subsidizing everything so that the economy will not lay off workers. At the end of the day, all these people, there are so many American investors among them. They make more money. They made more money because all the taxes they were supposed to be taxing the company, I think they were now putting it in on the workers. After all, okay, does it not make sense if I earn $100 a day and maybe I was paying like $10 a tax before, but you say, okay, no, this time around I'm going to tax you $30, but I will subsidize for your company. So I make sure I keep your job. I won't, yeah, but your tax has increased from $10 to $30. I will joyfully take it because I'm not going out of job. I think that's exactly thing they did in China. Now, they should have done the same thing in Nigeria. Instead of good, you've deregulated the diesel. And what should have done to production is this. Okay, look at this. Maintain this so number of staff. Find some kind of monitoring mechanism and subsidize directly. Don't pay directly to oil marketers so that they don't take the oil to the fuel to the diesel to the nearby company. Subsidize directly in time of a tax concession to those companies. So that thing will have even encouraged the alternative means of producing electricity, for company to stay and be able to compete. And the other thing the government didn't do is this. I still believe that they didn't put enough restriction on importation. Like one of my bosses was telling me that if you could go to cement importation, was it 2009 or 2010? I can't remember. It's like he was telling me that if I know that the landing cost of cement that time, but did they call it around 200? If we were importing from China, the landing cost, then we come to Nigeria and rebag. Then this is the same cement that you take to the market and go and sell for like 3,000, 3,000 naira. So look at those things now. It took Jonathan. To promise to find the mechanism to restrict importation of cement to Nigeria. before Dangote now took over. Otherwise, Dangote too would not have even grown to the level like Dangote is today, because Dangote is a old asset to us. Because when people are saying Dangote monopolizes the market, people should go back to the history. What happens to those people they gave the cement license? Some of them were just importing. Just imagine someone that is having landing cost of 200 naira, and you are rebagging, and you are selling for like 3,000, and you are helping the Chinese economy. That's exactly what was happening there. So when people, when my sentiment goes to Dangote, people think that maybe I'm just Dangote is a Fulani or Hausa man, for goodness sake. So if I want to be tribalistic, and then definitely I will be supporting Dangote. And you will see one thing about me is this: when you see our entrepreneurs, when you are talking of like Adenuga and all those Otedola and those people that are even putting something in Nigeria, they are putting their factory in Nigeria, I tend to defend them. I'm not saying they are clean, but the fact that they believe so much and they contribute to employment in that country, I'm ready to argue against anybody that is trying to criticize them. I'm not saying they are the best. Others that are criticizing, what are they doing? They are just importing and dumping it. Now, what is supposed to create like maybe like 500, 1,000 jobs for us, you just employ like 20 people, and you now go and help some manufacturing in the foreign country and dump in Nigeria. So if we, the devaluation of our currency, to be honest with you, is good for us if we can enhance the value in it. Because what we need to do today is we produce. With time, people will start negotiating with us to say, okay, even if you don't want to allow our currency to get strengthened, people will start telling us, please strengthen your currency. They can tell you to destroy your currency when they know that they want something from you. But when we start growing, it's just like if China say they want to devalue their currency today, I believe the Western world can go to war with them, because they won't allow that, because they know the implication. Because already look at China, their second world war today. They are the one that created crisis in the Europe. They are the one that created economic crisis everywhere, because people go and produce there.
They manipulate their currency though.
Exactly. They manipulate their currency. But just because the cost of production there now, people are moving their production to China. What they now do is that to dump to Europe, to dump to America. That's exactly what they are doing. They don't want that. So Nigeria can get to that stage. You see, the foreign influence is still not on Nigeria now until Nigeria starts developing. And I'm telling you, if we get the economic value right,
people will be interested in will not start coming in.
Exactly. So I believe you see one thing, by the special grace of God, if we get the economic policy right, look at all those bandits that you see. All of them, most of them will even prefer to do a factory job and enjoy themselves. Why am I saying so? With my experience in Nigeria.
Bandit is lucrative.
No. Why
do you say it's lucrative? Why do you say it's lucrative?
When you have millions of dollars being exchanged for ransom and all.
But we shouldn't promote that. We shouldn't promote that.
It's just the reality now.
I got your point. But at this stage now, we can nip it in the bud, because look at it this way. Now let's put demarcation there. Now that going forward, we want to target the next generation of Nigeria in the next 30 years. That we are going to make banditry non-attractive to them. How do you do that? When the federal government start doing the right thing, you start prosecuting, you start doing the right thing, then you can restrict that. So then, if they are working, why am I saying people will prefer to do legitimate job and enjoy themselves? While I was busy installing the IT equipment up and down around the country, I traveled across so many states in Nigeria, if not all the 36 states. At least I've tried. So now, there was a time that I used to travel to Kaduna. If I made a mistake, if I did not book my hotel before I go to Kaduna that time, honestly, on Friday, I may not likely get a place to sleep. What am I trying to say? People must have booked all those hotels. People, they book all those hotels. In Kaduna, when we are talking of Agbere, they do a lot of shit and Agbere there. They must have filled those hotels, and you will see them carrying guests around up and down. So some people are likely to prefer such life when you give them the economic environment to get all those things than to be sleeping in the bush. Some people will prefer to drink the ogogoro and all those stuff, and don't allow religious law. Just maintain the same law. Don't allow people to use religion to manipulate people. And you see, I don't believe that all those bandits, give them proper environment. Honestly, they won't become bandits, even though they are making millions there. I think my hypothesis or my theory or my propaganda is that they will prefer the little they earn and to enjoy themselves and to stay in the city without the fear of being pursued by the security men, right? So they prefer that than banditry. So it's just a matter of getting our economy right. The same China we are talking now today, it's not the same way the China is today. It's just like this environment we have a crisis when we have a huge number of unemployment. That's when you will now be looking at burglary. At least there was a time they they carried something from my garage, my compressor and some other things that they took it away from my garage. Normally, during the economic activities in Canada here, you can put your item in front of your house. You can travel for 1 month and come back and find your item there. But whenever there's economic crisis, put your items, even if you lock it, if they can just open and they can get to they take it away. So that's just the thing I believe. So I strongly believe, because where I know that politicians can fail sometimes, but I so much believe in the brain that the Almighty God has given to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because that guy, because I know the difference between when I was fully techie, I was fully technical without having business knowledge so much, and when I even had formal education in business. The way Bola Ahmed Tinubu is functioning, honestly, many politicians are like 100 years behind that man. So that guy is a great asset to Nigeria. And if God has truly ordained him, I can only pray for long life and prosperity for that.
Ola, don't let Rational Man hear you. Don't let him hear you.
National Mind has his opinion, but we will always disagree with one another when it comes to that play, because I am such a person that I don't believe in the type of sainthood that we want to be painting in Nigeria. Nobody, I repeat, nobody is a saint. The only thing is that the level of indecency of individual is only that is different. Some people are offenders, some people are criminals. That's just it. When we are talking of morality, it is very difficult to find any human being, to find 1% human being that are actually moral in everything. So nobody is a saint. As long as you can do the right thing, I don't believe in I will stop corruption. The best way to stop corruption is to be productive. You understand? All those civil servants that we are talking today, people in the civil service that are creating problems. When did they start creating problems? When they retire from job, I will not pay the entitlement. Everybody started planning. Why should you be using your own money to buy to build house? By the time you can access mortgage, by the time you can access a car loan, you understand that your jobs are guaranteed. You don't have to. There's no reason that you start looking at how to take bribe to get 1 million from anybody to do anything, because whatever you are going to get without going the corrupt route, you are likely to get the same thing when the system works. So to me, I'm very hopeful, and I'm spiritual to that. In the next 4 years, God is not going to disappoint Nigeria, and we are going to have every reason to thank God, and to thank God for the life of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. What is going to happen after him is the only thing that we should even be praying for. Because what happened post Obasanjo, if you ask me, I don't like it at all. Because Obasanjo was actually moving us in the right direction, but everything started going the reverse way when Yadua came there. But that's just my opinion, though. I could be unfair. Maybe I'm unfair to Yadua. But then Jonathan, the so corrupt human being, still managed to do something reasonable. But the anti-corruption person has killed the economy of Nigerians. It's just like, some of my friends are used to praise.
Ola, thank you. I want to shut down in
Okay.
in
I
in,
say, well, I
in
just
10
come from
minutes.
here before. Maybe you want him to speak.
Oh no, just enjoying what you guys are saying.
Ayo, are you
Uh,
still there?
no, I'm here. I'm
Really?
listening.
Oh my God! I brought you in and you were quiet. I thought you will
No,
interject.
no.
Yes, yeah. Come in here. Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
king of comment
Let's hear
section.
from you.
Let Ola talk. Let Adewale talk there.
No,
No,
you
no.
go
They've
ahead. I
spoken.
would
They've
like to
spoken
hear you
enough.
just today.
Ayo, let's hear from you. No.
I'm
They've
enjoying
spoken
their
enough.
food. Yeah,
Yes.
just
What brought you? What brought you today?
I've been here. It's just I've never come on studio, but I just decided to just come in and listen in and
The
pretty.
king of comment section.
Is the king of come? That was your gal, even on last off. Now it's just
Oh, brother, it's nice to hear from you, brother. It's nice to hear from you, bro.
so
What's going on? What do you have for us today?
pretty much they've covered a lot of things. When you're talking about corruption and you're talking about, say, someone wants to rent a house in Lagos, for instance, they say go and bring 5 years worth of rent. Where do you expect that person to get the money? Month to month is just the way to go, I guess. It's just things to fix corruption, credit system, as Ola has already mentioned. So there's a lot. There's a lot. I'm actually very hopeful, and I hope
No,
that.
no, no, don't you are not running today. What have you gained? What's your take about the election so far?
Someone said he wants to leave. Now he's proving.
About who?
What's your take about the election so far?
Oh, the election went very well. It went according
Are you
to.
sure?
Yeah. You can't expect such thing. There's no such thing as a perfect election. We have elections here in the United States, and Donald Trump till tomorrow will tell you that the elections were flawed. He tells you that he won the election. Hillary Clinton told us that she won the election. We could also argue Al Gore won the election in 2000 against Bush. We could argue, it's when you lose, you lose. It's all about sore losers and all. If you Obi can go to court, his boss Atiku also went to court. They-
But Ayo, Obi said they stole the mandate. Number third saying they stole the mandate.
where
Do you
did he
agree with that?
where did he keep the mandate that they stole? You can't sit down in one place.
I
They
want
can't
to.
steal, they can't steal what you never had. He did not have one mandate. He did steal. They were here telling them, I think we were here telling them, both on studio and in the comment section, that elections there's a way it goes, and there's also the Nigerian factor. They were busy conducting nonsense polls up and down.
I think you're on point. You're on point. We told them, oh, we told them, we told them. Yes, yes.
At a point during the election period, I was even thinking that maybe I'm intellectually deficient because the way some people, the way they promoted Obi as if has been the best thing since the creation of Adam. So it's just funny, and I think many of our countrymen really hate that country so much that they are trying very hard to destabilize the country with their attitude. So
if he can't be them, then everything has to just go down the drain. They have to scatter everything. They will be all right. They'll be all right. It's just that we'll see. We'll see how everything plays out and how everything.
But Ayo, we can still give them some credence. Obi really it threw me off guard with the number he got. Even though I know I've said it, I said he can't win the election. But the number he got, what do you think about the number? At least can we give them some accolade?
Yeah, actually, he did very well, and he should take solace in that, and his supporters also. if he really wants to take that forward and be a statesman, he just needs to understand that he needs to go back to the drawing board, regroup. It might not be
board. Which board?
You
are not nice, are you? You are
we can
not.
borrow them from board.
In the next 16 years, or next 18 years.
Yeah, no. That's what I was saying. I said that not him specifically. I don't think it's for him because by the time he will be coming back, it's 2039. I said earlier in the comment section, he will be 77 by then. Then hand go they shake, and leg go they shake. So since then,
Ayo, do you think this is the only chance for Peter Obi to win this election? I think this is the only chance for him to win.
this is the only chance for him to win this election. He could actually go down in history two ways. He could go down as a hero or a villain. So if he wants to go down as a hero, like I said, he might need to go back to the drawing board if they have one, and then they have to start prepping someone else, or someone else comes up, and he has a followership. A lot of them would, a good sizable chunk of them will go ahead and go back into agitation. They will give up on Nigeria because they can't.
My brother, that power is going back to the north in the next 8 years. So.
Oh yeah, that's why I said 16 years. He has to prep for 16 years. He's not. No. This is the only chance he had. If there was ever a chance, because it's not at the level the
So
country.
are you deliberating? Maybe is even there is a chance at all?
No. There was never a chance.
Are you sure there was never a chance? Why do you say that?
Because he never had the spread, and there was just so much that the Nigerian factor is there. That's why I was surprised when Chief Obasanjo was supporting him and going up and down with him. I was very surprised that he actually staked his neck out for a Peter Obi that didn't have a chance. He didn't have a chance. We could see it now. We could see it from afar.
But I said it. I analyze it here. I analyze it on some platform. But they think we don't know what we are saying. I'm politically educated to know for you to win an election, you have to have the spread. What do you think make Tinubu won the election? He has the spread.
You read the election.
Well, that too, but that's 30 years or more.
The biggest rigger rigged the election and out-rigged the other riggers.
Did IBB said something about, and it's common knowledge for anybody who's a little bit astute in politics. In order to win in order to win a national office in Nigeria, pretty much the presidency, in order to win that, you need to have made friendship all around the country. You need to have stretched your tentacles all around the country. And he said at the time, IBB, before this whole electioneering process started, that the person that is going to win will have to be someone who has friends in every corner of the country. Peter Obi forgot that fact. He was busy making friends in churches. He was busy holding on to. You cannot win elections.
But Ayo, give it to him.
No.
8 months. 8 months is not that. I mean, in politics, for someone who's been doing for 15, 20 years, 8 months, and is still able to whip those sentiments up.
Let me ask you a quick question. You said 8 months. So if you give him, how long do you think you will give him to be able to have won this election?
Maybe 2 years. 3 years.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
When Obi jump enter crowd, Obi no build anything. He jump enter crowd and electricity. Now Obi jump enter. No, na they talk truth. Na truth be that one. He no build any crowd. He no build anything.
you think in 2 years he will be able to make the phrase
I mean, give and take, give and take. You know, if he's able to maintain his relevance in 2 years in politics, that make him, you know, at least it's not a better chance. But how many politician is able to stay relevant for a decade in politics without somebody overshadowing, so or overtaking that individual? That's why I said maybe just 2 years. The 2 years sentiment will have been able to spread more than what was able to do, you know, with the ethno-religion policies that he played. But that's the reason why I gave him 2 years. You
So
know,
in
8
2 years,
months.
do you think he will have been able to meet the spread?
No, 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 not exactly. But you know, some people that were holding out probably would have, you know, uh, voted for him based on the message that he was passing around. Remember, he was a populist candidate, so that's why I gave him that 2 years. That at least if it's not, you know, spread. But at least able to spend beyond what he had now, probably maybe have some number, not necessarily win some state, but maybe have some higher numbers in some states, you know. But the message itself, you know, shows that, you know, he was cutting the religious body and all that. So that optic didn't speak well in the north. Of course, the southern, I was shocked tonight. My mother, my family member voted for B. I was shocked. You know, I guess his message resonates with them based on the religion affiliations and all that. But that is, you know, tells you about, you know, how message can travel within a year or two. So that's why I gave him that 2 years.
And
Maybe
he
he'll be
did,
able to get.
and he
Huh?
successfully did a lot of rebranding, the image laundry, because there was a time at the height of the electioneering process, I went back and looked at some certain articles about how when he left office, and I saw what people, supposed indigenes of Anambra, was saying about him at the time. So I was wondering, is it the same person that they have come to sell to us as this saint, as this holy figure, pretty much above everything, above all reproach? And it's oh my
Be
goodness.
nice now. Be
No,
nice.
no, no, I'm just saying it as it is. It's just funny. Oh my goodness.
Oh, my my nephew. My nephew, my nephew. One time, I asked him who's gonna vote for. He said Obi. His father said, "Don't worry." So one day, my brother went online, started looking for online publications during this time, and gave it to him to read, and then look for some old videos. You know, in those era, in the 2007 and called, there wasn't much. YouTube wasn't as you know as it is now. So he gave the guy to my nephew to watch, and he watched it. So later on, I've forgotten about it. So I asked about who you voting for. He said, "No, Uncle, I've changed my mind." I said, "But why?" I said, "Okay, you look at it this way. These people have never been in, you know, been ahead in charge of government before. You know, one time maybe you could just say no, Uncle, no. He doesn't know. I can't do that." I was like, "No." I tried to convince him, but he said no, that he's not going to vote. As a matter of fact, he said he's not even going to vote because he didn't like Tinubu. The fact that Tinubu is old and shaking and all that. I said no, it's not going to vote for any one of them. They're all together. But you know, that message go far, really, really travel, and it resonates with a lot of people,
Yeah,
especially those people in the religious circle, especially in Christendom. Christian.
yeah. So they pretty much rebranded him as some new wine, and everybody trying to run away from this corrupt set of politicians, find solace in his own space, saying how he's this mosaic figure. It was just so nauseating at the time. But well, we're here now, so that's all good.
You know, somebody in the comment section said, "Who played religious card more than Tinubu?"
Well, it's one thing to play it, is another thing to make it glowing and be
The
going
way we did.
or to stay putting it in everybody's face that this is what I'm doing. You have to be subtle about things, and he did what he had to do to win. This guy was going from church to church to try to tell us that, oh, I'm a Christian candidate.
Hello?
That's what he was pretty much doing. I'm a Christian candidate. And then
Can I contribute?
One second before you contribute. Somebody in the comment section said he had been governor for 8 years, vice president for donkey years, and then also all that, he's not the newbie. 8 months. It's not just 8 months. He has been there, but we're talking about the current, the past election. When he joined, when he bought the form, when he decided to go to Labour Party, that was what I meant by 8 months. That was how long it took him, to get this little spread that he had. So it's not that, how long he has been in politics. Of course, as a matter of fact, I learned something new today, that Peter Obi was once the chairman of a Tinkan Island port.
Apparently they went to meet Abacha, and Abacha appointed him.
He's one of those. He's one of those guys now. So he's not a new. He's one of those old guys.
I was shocked because not like a lot of people also took appointment during Abacha era, but just that to tell you how long he has been in the corridor of power. That means it was around 30-something years when he took that position. That's a long time. That's a long time. Go ahead, sir.
Who know and call her small boy.
Go ahead, please interject. Me too. I will soon go and sleep. Work today, tomorrow.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to salute Asiwaju, because during the process of this election, I will use the word the Christians, the so-called men of God, they think they can fool everybody. They think they can fool the way they fool their members. That is how they can fool everybody. Because when you watch how things was going, they started shouting that they won't accept Muslim ticket. But the reason why they are saying they won't accept Muslim ticket, if he pick Muslim Christian tickets, they will not vote for him. That is for sure. So even me, I knew that was their plan. So they can't just think that everybody is being everybody can be stupid, just the way everybody in the country can just be so stupid to their own narrative of maybe sometimes some of them will come out, they will tell you, if you don't do this, you will die. Out of fear, so many people will just be running. So many people will be fidgeting. Because, like for me, even if I were to be Asiwaju, I would do the same thing. I am the one spending the money for the election. I will take my decision. It is better for me to go with Muslim. When I lose, I know I lose honorably. Because if he picks Christian Muslim now, if he loses, who is going to lose with him? Nobody. So you just come out and be saying we won't take as if Christians and Muslims are fighting.
No, they won't even vote for him if he takes that Christian as a.
Yes, that was their initial. That was why they were hitting on Muslim.
Like he should do
Muslim. When that debate came up, when people were castigating me about picking a Muslim vice president candidate, and I asked people, you've had Oshibajo in the Aso Rock for the past 7 years.
And he's a pastor.
So I asked, what have you yourself benefited from his presence in Aso Rock? What have you as a Christian benefited?
Nothing.
They say, oh, the way the Christians were being persecuted in the north, that was the reason why. I said, look, even if you bring Jesus Christ today, it will still not say a word, because this is politics. Now, you can sponsor people without being partisan. You can say, you know what? This person, we want you to go and represent us. We will campaign for you. But not like, we are doing this because we don't want this particular candidate. It's unfortunate that we for the first time in the history of this country, religion takes center stage in the election, in the electionary period. It takes center. As a matter of fact, he put his own chair in the front and sat down. I'm talking about religion now. And Tinubu, what he did shows how good it is as a politician, because Muslim would not have fly with any candidate, not
Any
even with Atiku, not even with Obi, not even with any of the candidates. But he did it knowing fully well that there's no option. Even Ganduje himself said they don't even have option. That is the only choice that they have. I'm talking about candidacy of Tinubu. And Tinubu wasn't my first choice, but I look at him the fact that this is
if not
someone
for
that
APC would
that
have lost this election.
yeah, of course. Even if not Obi, APC would have lost the election as well
Yes, now see,
because people
look
would
at
have
the
voted.
hand, look at the
Yeah.
hand they were dealt. A very, very terrible economy, very,
Oh,
very bad on security, corruption, everything. And the guy still managed to pull it off. Yeah, it was Obi.
you, you know when he kept saying, I know I will win this election," I was like, "Ah, where does this man get
He was
his
so
confidence?"
confident.
Well, so politics is it's a science, and it also requires some form of I don't know.
But
Some people are just good at it, and he's good at it.
He's good at it. You
I, I,
remember, I think when who went to visit Obasanjo, when Obasanjo was making reference to him that if he's looking for politician, that he should go to Bodilon. That was what Obasanjo said.
Hey.
And one of the reasons why I knew Tinubu is going to win this election is because Obasanjo supported Peter Obi, because Obasanjo has never defeated Asiwaju.
That's a bad woman for Obasanjo and anybody that come from his circle. At the beginning when I thought, um, do you know the funniest thing? Obi went to Arise News. When he was asked if he was going to run, and he said, "Where is the money going to come from?" That he won't run. That where people are talking now? There's no money. Only to find out he attended Atiku's declaration. Press conference. He did. He was there, and then he went to. That was he was still in the PDP there, and he left and went to Labour Party.
That guy is too full. He's too full with deceit. He's a
I
liar.
want to believe. I want to believe Obi sincerely wants to, govern the country and take the country to the next level. You have to have some backing, and the interest that are backing you is what makes it different. They are the one that will assure you that what coming, anything necessary will do to make sure you get there. I think he's open-minded, but when the interest that is taking you to that next level are not as they are not as savvy as the people you are competing with. That takes a it's a different level. I think that's
Yeah.
what happens to him. He thought I want to say that he has a good intention.
Ayo,
yeah,
Ayo, don't run away. Oh. I have some couple of questions for you,
He
please.
has
wow,
good
Yeah.
intention, but
yeah.
because if you look at the composition of his campaign team, these are just people you will find in academic. Majority of them. They are not even as bombastic as the one you find in the PDP and AP. These are the
Oh.
confirmed agbero of politics.
And then,
And,
and then some of them are rejects from PDP and APC. What did Showore call themselves? He said that Labour Party was like some home for displaced politicians or something like that.
but the campaign team and some of his think tank, they are just academic
Yeah.
stuff, and the
But
likes
because
of people.
they wanted to play in the big leagues.
But,
You
but
don't have.
if not for biasness, and ethnicity and religion, towards the end of the campaign of this season, with everything that played out, I don't think a reasonable person will vote for this thing, Obi and Atiku. When it comes to the issue of the Naira redesign policy, I think they failed woefully in that aspect.
I mean, the Naira issue was just, if I just said that the PDP were the mastermind of it, uh, and
Yeah,
of course, other candidate will benefit from that because to them it will create this, uh, level playing field for everybody. So the money would not be that much during the election. So I think they
at the
thought that.
expense of the suffering of the masses suffering. They don't
Yeah.
like Obina. He does not have anything to lose. It's for him to keep on amplifying it that this policy is a wicked, is barbaric. He has nothing to lose. At the end of the day, you see Asiwaju, who is from the APC, he's the one fighting for the people again. So to me, I see that he's not genuine. Honestly, he's not genuine. Because if I'm supporting Obi with that singular act, I won't support him.
Yeah. He pretty much thought he was going to favor him now. So he's a politician.
I mean, every candidate goes into the ring with the hope and believe that they will win.
Yeah.
But also it shows who you've met. You know, the return officers and the rest. Yeah. Yeah. You know, these people come out at the end of this exercise and become millionaires and billionaires.
They don't know.
Look,
They don't know how
they
funny.
put their people in those positions. They put them in those
And
strategic positions.
that takes years and years of planning and
What are we
strategizing.
talking about? What are we see? Ashiwaju had moved to Abuja for the past how many years now? People didn't even know.
Yeah. I just it was just recently that it dawned on me that this guy, they keep saying lion of body law, it doesn't stay body law.
He has been the lion of Nigeria for a very long time. You know, when you have to go and take residency in issue residence, he's permanently moved down to, you know what, I will stay in your neck. I will be watching every single one. Why would he even move to Abuja in the first place? But he moved there. Man, look, I don't, this time around, I don't even care what people say because it shows somebody who is enemies necessary is going to get this because there was no reason moving to Abuja. It can be in Ogun State and be contesting for election. After all, Buhari was in Kaduna, right? But he moved to Abuja. He moved down. He bought a house. As a matter of fact, I was told the house belongs to the state government anyway, but he bought the house.
Wow.
So I don't know how true it is, but that tells you about somebody who is damn serious about this. Way before the even election period comes up and all that, way before he had been living in Abuja for a very long time. So all those times they were yelling about NSAS and this time, Alaye was
he was just in there. Even when during the primaries, when Amechi was doing his running, jogging around the stadium, Tinubu was like, some are running, but I am running to the.
He said he doesn't know where they are running to.
I don't know where they are running to.
I'm going to the Azu Rock. Hey, now we're rugged, now we're rugged, honestly.
You know, the guy will invest with money too, but this time, I think his political career is winding down because he's getting frail and frail by the day. So this is the right time. You just have to calculate. Okay, it's coming to the south, and then I need to grab it. If not, it will slip. So now, and at the end,
now.
Yeah, that's where that Imoko comes from. And at the end of the day, if we had not gotten it this time around, my brother, that would, in fact, his political career build-up will have resulted into nothing. It would just be a regional champion. And I think, that guy is,
he needs to be studied. Somebody needs to study that man.
He's a political evil genius.
Since not even with this one, he just capped everything. Like just
the likes of Awolowo would have suited for this, but I don't think Awolowo wanted to compromise his integrity to some level. So that was the reason why he got rigged out, even though he got too much vote.
But Baba Tinubu doesn't fight.
Yeah, but Baba Tinubu he himself is a pig, so he's ruffling it. He's ruffling that way in the mud.
You know, there was a one day, was he on a press or when he was saying that before when he resigned from his private life, that he's going into politics, that he has made up his mind that politics is a dirty game. That in order for you to play politics, you have to go into the mud, and he's ready to go into the mud with them.
You know, the funniest thing, his boss then joined him in politics. Adefulle or something like that. He joined him in politics. His immediate boss at that time.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, I want the something that I've learned. 8 years ago, when Tinubu won I said Tinubu when Trump won the election.
Yeah,
my brother, I was so much into it as if the heaven is crashing.
yeah.
But one thing I've learned, that I have a friend, a very good friend of mine, who supported Trump, and I kept asking him. I said, "Look, what do you see in this man that I didn't see?" He said, "Look, I like him because it was a no nonsense. This in your face kind of qualities, attitude is what he likes about." And I said, "But that's not gentlemanly. How would you like somebody with that character? That's a flawed character." He said, "No, I just don't know. I like him because everybody's against him. To be honest, I despise Trump. I still do. But you know what I realized? The moment he won the election, oh, everyone is going to fall, but nothing happened. Every single day, this man's face is always on the television. And then he lost the election and Biden become president and everything becomes boring again. But you know what I now learned in all this is that you can't be emotionally involved in what you are not going to be directly benefiting.
True.
Yeah.
You know, people campaigning for Tinubu, campaigning for Obi, majority of these people will not even benefit from what they're proposing. What if they fail, like Buhari did? All right. So I'm always skeptical about what they say because politicians always come to tell us what they want us to hear.
True.
There's no saint among them. So don't be emotionally invested. If your candidate doesn't win, I think majority of the people, what they're trying to say, especially my brothers and sisters from the southeast, is that they needed something that identity, and they needed somebody who looked like them, who talked like them, as somebody who is in charge of this country. And that to them is to show them that they have identity, that they have a place in the country. And I think that's where that emotional outburst comes from sometimes. And when they don't have it, of course, you will react as human being because it's as if you are taught tier citizen in your own country. And that was the reason why I wish Obi actually won the election. But the life continues even after the election, right? So I want them to look at it that way. Yes, whoever become president today, even if Atiku had become the president today, would the world would still not go continue? It will continue, right? But we will talk about the Muslim takeover again, but what have we do? We continue. But that emotional attachment is just so much that, in fact, as a matter of fact, sometimes you can't even say it in some places because you will be attacked. And I get it, but the funniest thing, my brother, most of us in diaspora that have put this thing on our head most of people back home, they continue with their life, even though some occasional time you will see them on the news, they talk, attack, and all that. But after that, they continue with their life. The Igbos and Yoruba existed in the one room and a party, I face me, I face you, Baba and Kechito, yeah, but everybody commingling and all that. Life continues. But, for me, diaspora.
Ayo, I have to document since you come in just
Let
briefly.
me
I
leave
have
you guys.
document
You
something
guys
for you.
have a wonderful night.
Take care.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, Adewale. Yeah. Ayo, I want you to respond to this video, please.
And I'll say Echo Ejide. And I'll say Echo Ejide.
Well, more than
What do you say about this man that doesn't understand Yoruba that wants to rule Lagos?
yeah, I think it's either he was very lazy to learn it, or he just doesn't respect the culture enough to learn Yoruba, because the Yoruba was just there He could have learnt it if he wanted to. And if rumors are that he speaks Igbo, I'll say Igbo is more difficult than Yoruba language. Yoruba language
Ayo,
is
he
easy.
does.
So if he speaks
Ayo, he
Igbo,
does.
so if he speaks Igbo, then he should be able to speak Yoruba, because Yoruba is actually easy to speak. So the thing is this. Beyond that, you just also have to go into if he's actually competent enough. If he's capable, what's his capability? What are his qualifications? And if what we are hearing about him is true, then he's not qualified. But people are trying to vote for him out of emotions, out of anything. We want to do everything to hurt Tinubu. We want to do everything to stop this guy's dynasty. So that actually just takes away that you're just voting for this guy out of pure emotions, not because you think he's capable. But oh well and good. If they vote for him, he will be there. The people that will suffer, it will be the majority of the plurality of people that vote for him anyways. But the thing is, if you're voting for somebody, you vote for him out of competence. Don't vote out of anger, so for me,
But Ayo, where did you see this hatred for Tinubu coming from? Most especially from the southeast. Why did they hate him like that?
well, I'll say it's also not just the southeast. It comes from also within
Majorly
the
from
Yorubas.
them.
The Yorubas say "Tikule Obakpani." Finish that. You know the meaning. So
You
yeah.
know, the two region, they are pursuing the same thing, the same secession. This Oduduwa Republic and Biafra. So, like in the southwest, they believe Tinubu is hindering them from actualizing their dream because of his own selfish. I'm talking the way they think now.
Yeah.
They'll say because of his own selfish interests. So that is why you see the hatred for him.
It's just so mind-boggling sometimes. Like, they just don't want to listen. That's also what brought Obi out as a saint, because they saw this guy and they all flocked to him as a savior from these bad politicians, this bad old guy, not knowing that this guy 4 years ago was actually a vice presidential candidate, a running mate to the very corrupt Atiku you guys say is part of the old guard. So what was it then? Did he not know then? Was he oblivious of what was going on then? Didn't he know that during that primaries, in order for Atiku to get that ticket, they shared dollars? Are you telling me that we that are outside would know things like that, but he didn't know? Or did Atiku just become corrupt overnight?
He might even contribute to the
well, I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt that this guy.
Ayo. They said Peter Obi doesn't know. They said Peter Obi doesn't know.
He didn't know. He was born yesterday. Okay, no problem. People just like to, sometimes when we are emotionally attached to, and this has happened over the years to me as well, when you are emotionally attached to a political candidate, and you look at that candidate and you invest all your interest in that candidate, you put all your hopes, everything, and you try to see them as this very holy person, and then you try to. That's why when they ask people over time during this election period, you ask like a Peter Obi supporter about things. Oh, he said this, and then they will now start talking about things that he would do, like all this pie in the sky story, building castles in the air, talking about him as if he's this saintly figure, and then making up stuff as they go along. This guy doesn't represent any of these things that you guys are making up. You guys are just making all these things up for the guy, saying, "Oh, he's going to put all youth. He's going to do this."
They will even be telling you that this is what he said. This is what he said. I will ask somebody, have you seen any armed robber that was caught and he agreed to you that profession.
Yes, now they'll now be telling you that he said that if you ever see anywhere that he's corrupt, that when you now bring something and now say, oh, here's evidence that this guy is corrupt or he did something corrupt, they will tell you that, no, this is a lie. This is a lie. It's a lie. But you said we should go and bring stuff. We bring stuff to you. You now deny. It's just crazy.
I have been following this one-man show all through this election season. People will come, they will speak about education in Anambra, As I am talking to you today, my eldest brother's wife's sister is living with them in Delta State. They are relocating from Anambra State because of education for a child. Even the worst part is both public and private is zero.
Yeah, and he supposedly fixed that. I'm not saying you should not support someone. Support the person.
But let me come in here. Can you permit me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
This is Midwest. You know, for me personally, I keep on telling you, I supported Peter Obi and
yes, come in there. Midwest. How are you, brother?
Yeah. Fine, my brother. Good morning, I will say, from where I am here. So, you know, I voted and I make sure they did their best. But one thing I want to say, I don't see any of our politicians as a saint. It's a matter for you to make your choice and support that candidate. I thank God today the power is already in the South. I will only advise Peter Obi, and he has taken that step. And we should encourage him to say, congratulate Ahmed Tinubu, because the election itself, the three major political parties have right to question the manner at which that election was conducted. It was just, for me, is that it was an election between Nigerians versus CBN Governor EMEFIELE and the INEC chairman themselves. Neither APC was satisfied. The money the president had been announced from there, neither the Labour nor PDP. That was not what they were expecting, the conduct of that election. But one thing I want to say, please, let's leave campaign now. Let's see that power that we said it must come to South is already in the southern part of Nigeria. I think Peter Obi should congratulate him and look for a way to say areas where it can help if that chance is given to him. I don't want us to end up in a scenario again. Remember, when we entered this democracy, the power came to the western part of Nigeria. And that western part of Nigeria, I think if you want to count constitutional lawyers in Nigeria, maybe majorities from there. I know that we have a lot in the southern part of Nigeria, from Edo, from the east, from everywhere. But we couldn't see this constitution clearly. That was very bad of them. And the power also shifted to Yaradua. I can see here, it didn't even rule. And from Yaradua, it ended up in the hands of a professor. So at the end of it all those years, at the end of it all, we couldn't even see that constitution. But it went back to North. Then we were crying. We have a bad constitution. Constitution's our problem. We have been passing through a lot in this country for the past years. Though I'm not going to say BUHARI is a bad president. I will never jump people to say that. It might have failed in some area. But economically, it did well. But because of the way the country was designed or has been designed, there is no amount of resources you're going to put in people's hands in that country. Particularly the governor that is going to help the people. Because the president is too far away directly from the people. Except you just have to select. But the governor are the ones that are closer to their people. But no matter the amount of money you release to these people, they will keep on building and building. The day they leave office, you will not see anything. The whole of them. So I think we should put our heads together and make sure we talk to him, Yoruba sons and doctors, and think they should look carefully to our problem.
But Midwest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Midwest. Peter Obi is a stubborn person. They've said it thousands of times that anything he said he wants to do, he will do it. So I don't think he will go in that direction by congratulating Ashiwaju. I don't think so.
I think he have a right to challenge some aspects. You see the way he make that statement. So a time is coming he will do. Even though if he refused to do it, at this junction, I don't want us to keep on fighting whether the power, because the way they structure the whole thing, judiciary, Obi is not standing a chance. Every case that Obi is having today, Obi is challenging Atiku, not Tinubu, because he is in third position. He have to, first of all,
remove Atiku.
remove Atiku from the way before you now start talking of Asiwaju Tinubu. This is what is on ground. So that is going to take a lot of time. So why not we open our mind to one another? I know there's no unity in the South anyway. So that we can say, okay, let us look for a way to govern our own country called Nigeria in a proper way. Because our issue is not a fundamental issue. The military were the one who created this state. They were also the one who wrote this constitution. And the constitution is harming us as a people. So it is at time they should allow people, learning people to read this book, and whether to cancel it totally or so that we can put our heads together as a Nigerian, because we are potential people, whether from north, whether from south, whether from east. It's just because of the way they design the country that is affecting every one of us negatively. And that is how I see it. I don't want us to start, start campaigning. A campaign is over. None of them is perfect. It's just a matter of we convincing that this man can do better. But we should also look at the mirror very carefully now. This power was once with us. What did we do with it?
But Midwest,
yeah.
Are people not advising Peter Obi? Because I've said it countless of times. You have to take Atiku out of the way before you can tackle Ashiwaju. Because you are in the top position. With the result on ground. Midwest, 2.7 million votes. 2.7 million votes. That would be difficult to challenge in the court of law. How do you want to challenge that? How do you want to challenge 2.7 million votes?
Well, he has the emotions of millions.
The reason is this: there are, as a human being, when you feel cheated, it is very, very hard to go through it easily. You will be moved to challenge it. It's natural. So, but however, since this power is already in the South, as we said, the question is, what can we do different? That is just the thing. We need to ask ourselves. There's no need of going to court. I look at everything. I'm not his advisor. I cannot have access to him to talk to him. But perhaps sometimes when we talk on these social media, they listen, they watch all the time. So you should forget about this case, congratulate Tinubu and prepare, because he's having a space and chance to rule this country. I'm telling you. It's just a matter of time.
It does not have the chance. He can't rule Nigeria again. He doesn't have it.
Well, that is your own opinion. Just as the way Nigerians never expected him to rise to this.
Demographically, he cannot.
Look, my dear brother, we
should be honest. We should be honest to ourselves.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Michael. He doesn't have there's no way he's gonna. This is his only chance. If ever he had a chance.
And sugarcoat some of this stuff. We shouldn't try and give people false hope.
Yeah.
Just like when every Nigerian citizen are fighting for presidency. Like me, I'm from Delta State. But you can't see me abusing Buhari. Why? Because my governor is not performing. So Buhari is not my problem.
Me and you, we are brother. I'm from Edo. All these our governor, they are like, I don't know, the two governors we have in that state, my brother.
So,
may God help us.
But they said Obaseki is performing.
the one, the little part I know, the one that is destroying, that is demolishing people's building. That they are
Michael, I don't know the Lagos. I don't know the Lagos now.
Okowa also is doing well.
I beg.
You see, my brother, my first statement was that all these governors, what we have witnessed, I fear them. Look, if Buhari, the only thing I hate about this Buhari administration is just the information. I don't know any reason why Buhari kept quiet when it comes to economic policies, economic dividend that he has given to the people of Nigeria via their governors. This is the only thing I don't understand. The rationality behind it, I don't understand. Because if they are to publish what they have been doing, you will hate your governor.
Do you know?
Look at the amount of money Buhari gave to Delta State governor in the name of oil derivation fund.
If not for Wike, nobody would have known.
At all. The one that this money now, let's call it a bonus. That huge amount is not part of what is it called? Allocation.
13% allocation.
That one is also another bonus. That is another bonus. I mean, monthly allocation is not part of it at all. Imagine if these two bonus were not there, you will still run your state with that only allocation and the one you generate, whether you like it or not. Now, upon all this bonus, my brother, what is called single human capital investment is not in existence. So, Tinubu need to, I'm just telling you the truth. From my own point of view, I say they should forget. Tinubu it should not be Ori. Come and build life, come and build road. It should go on, it should allow Yoruba to help him to see this evil constitution that is taken again. If he start building Nigeria with this constitution, a tree cannot make a forest. Everybody that clap for him, some of them are just there for their interest. And whatever that goes wrong is Mr. President. This is what I feel.
Let me say something.
Because Buhari released money to these people, my brother. Yes. And they can never account for it. He released, look, he even allowed them to loan money. There was a time he had to support them to pay salaries. And those money they loan, it is the foreign reserve that will suffer for it. Yes.
Do you know
it is the foreign reserve that will suffer for it? And at the end, just because of this, killings that we witnessed for years, Fulani bandit, because of the people he put in power, and they are his people, we see it like ethnic something, emotion, people were dying. Why can't you do it like this? Why can't you do that? But if these people have utilized this money properly, economically, it will also reduce crime. All they did is to mismanage this money with ghost companies that build road you cannot see. You don't even have address of those companies.
Midwest. I said one thing. I said we blame Buhari every day. In the southeast, is it Fulani your governor? In my own state, in Oyo, is it Fulani the governor? These people are your people. See what Wike is
These
doing.
Are our people, my brother.
Look at what Wike is doing. Look at what Wike is doing. Look at what the guy is doing. Project upon project every week. And we blame Buhari every day. It is full of
Look at this
even
other
you
man
know
from
our governors
David Umahi.
were even crying. Yeah, they were trying to create a state police for them. Imagine if there is a constitution that gives these people state police, they will kill their own people more than the thieves they tell you they want to kill. I'm telling you, they are so heartless.
don't mind Nigerians who are when they will just join the bandwagon, be shouting, "We need state policing, state policing, state policing."
Okay, you
Without
look at this CBN something. Let us also look at CBN. What EMEFIELE did. Do you think Buhari will just wake up overnight and say, "I want cashless society"? People just sat him down. They talk to him very good. They benefit, like pure 419. Okay, he said, if this is what is going to help Nigerians to be able to reduce this corruption, is good. We will stop it. But remember, under the watchful eyes of EMEFIELE, I told people they were able to siphon this money and keep it in their houses. He could not be able to stop it. He knew this was happening. Me, I don't know. I'm not in their class. I don't know those people. Because we have to tribe. So he belonged to the tribe that can do that. He knew exactly people that was doing it. He could not be able to stop them. At the dying minute of an election, when Nigeria is supposed to stand up for their right, he distracted them, finished them with hunger, frustrate them. What kind of policy is this? We don't have, with even a layman point of view, we don't have facility to run this. Even when the policies is good, even at the dying minute, politics, voting period is not easy in our country. Don't talk of you putting this one to it. So Buhari allied, I will still blame him. He's the president. But however, I think he has realized his mistake, that this is not right. It's not good. It's not helping Nigerians. And thank God the judiciary have done their own part. And a new president is coming another few times. Let us unite, please, and see what we can do that can benefit us as a people. This is my contribution.
Yeah, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. Ayo, I'm sorry that I'm holding you.
Oh no.
You've been running away from us for so long. So I have this, we play this audio contest of time, but I just want your reaction to this video.
We must take Lagos. Must. The people who want to keep it are fighting. We that want to take it must fight harder. The people who want to keep it are threatening. We that have to take it must prepare for that threat. There is no new thing they are going to do now in Lagos. We already know what they will do. Therefore, we must prepare in our large numbers to go to our polling units. You must encourage your parents that came out before. You must tell your friends that don't have PVC, come and help me protect my parents. We are going to vote so that you will live in Lagos, so that I will live in Lagos, so that we can protect ourselves. Because if we do not take Lagos, I do not know if you can still stay in Lagos. To stay in Lagos, you have to win Lagos. It is that straight. To remain there, we must win. To remain there, to do that your business, for your parents to go to that church, for you to stay in that estate, to enter that bus, that Marua, you must win. It has come to that. Tinubu has brought the country to precipice. The only way is to defeat them so we can lock them up and send them to jail. The only way is to defeat them so we can put them in prison where they belong. We must. It is not a matter of, what you must fear is fear itself. That fear you have is what you should be afraid of. Because these people do not care whether you voted or not. They will attack you in your shop, in your house, on your street.
Yeah.
Ayo,
It's
you have to that.
It's crazy talk. It's crazy talk trying to galvanize a base, trying to make them angry enough to go and vote. Where they must take Lagos. If they don't take Lagos, they won't be able to go out. They won't be able. That's just a big lie. Nobody is going to make them not go out. Maybe there might be a few skirmishes here and there. Because of election, it's normal in Nigeria, unfortunately. But them coming out and telling us that if they don't vote, if they don't take Lagos, they will do this won't happen, they will not be able to go out. It's just nonsense, loads of nonsense. They will be able to do that, and then all these words sometimes it's political talk, it's scare tactics.
Oh no, Ayo, I disagree with you. This is more than political talk.
You know why I'm not gonna be too harsh on them, because it goes both ways. It goes both ways. We can't deny that. So I'll give it to them. But them taking Lagos, where they keep Lagos, is Lagos their own that they are no, so it's
where do they keep Lagos?
Yeah, it's just the political talk. It's nonsense, it's stupid talk. It's just it's stuck. And also, if this is actually an issue for the indigenes and the Yoruba people in Lagos, they just need to open their eyes and listen if people are already telling you that they are going to take your place and all that, because and you are going along to vote with them. It's just, I don't know. People just need to, they say Yoruba Ronu and all that. Like the guy said, they say Yoruba should Ronu. So I'll say Yoruba should Ronu, because at this point, Nigeria is not at that place yet, and I don't know if we will get there where we go by where someone like a state of we'll still go by state of origin, not state of residence. So if a person is bears Chinedu and is actually mother and father from the east and he's lived his life in Lagos, and we have that system where it's state of residence, this guy speaks Yoruba, because a lot of Igbo guys speak Yoruba now in Lagos. They speak Leo. Some don't even know how to speak their own language, but they speak Yoruba. Some speak both. But I'll go back to telling you that Igbo language is very difficult to learn. Yoruba language is simple. For someone
very easy, very easy to learn.
Yeah, so for someone who's saying that his family history dates back 200 years, they own Lagos, they've been Lagosians, blah, blah, blah. I don't know why he never took out the time to learn the Yoruba language. It's either he's just lazy, which I don't think so, because he learned Igbo language, or he just doesn't respect the culture enough.
Should I tell you what happened?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, in the Southeast, when you are married to, or maybe an Igbo woman give birth to you, and maybe, for example, they didn't you didn't pay the dowry, you didn't do the marriage rights. The child tend to lean towards the maternal side. So, and you know, some of these youths, they tend to lean towards their mother's side. So the father is always the bad guy.
Makes sense.
I think those things contributed to that guy's problem.
Yeah,
but I wanted to ask a question here. Was he raised in Lagos? And the second question is another one. I watched a program where someone said this guy, I think he contested as a Senate in Lagos, Abia, as a House of Rep, or State House of Representatives.
Yeah, he contested in 2019. Yeah.
And the name in the poster he used, the current Yoruba name he plays in this governorship was not in that poster. Is that true?
Yeah, I think that name was actually, the Yoruba name was the middle name, and the Chinedu was the first name there. I think he was just appealing to the senatorial district. He was banking on the Igbo vote, so he was appealing to that demography at that time.
Then.
Okay, but the name was there.
Yeah, Chinedu.
Yes, I think yes, the name was there. But to me, then he doesn't portray himself as a Yoruba, because, as Ayo rightly said, he's trying to appeal the Igbo's vote that I am a Igbo. You understand what I mean? So that to gain that vote. But now he's coming out as a Yoruba man. He's contesting for a governorship in the Yoruba land. So he's painting himself now as a Yoruba man.
But now he can't speak the language. That's the unfortunate part.
Well, I keep on saying, because for me, my contribution is that as a Yoruba father, the guy have 100% right as every Yoruba person. And that is what our culture and tradition stand for, even from Yoruba land down to Benin and the large portion of that I can say. But however, if he doesn't speak his own father's language and he was born and raised in Lagos, that one is controversial. We have to be sincere.
I don't know where he was born. Nobody knew where he was born.
But I hear he speaks I hear he speaks Igbo, which now takes it a little bit.
Fluently.
Yeah,
Yes. Fluently.
perhaps
Fluently.
I don't know. Speaking Igbo is not the problem. It's that you can learn Igbo, but you didn't take it upon yourself. Even if, say, they never taught him at home, it was his mother had his influence. So what about his time in adulthood? He never took the chance. So now we are hearing him in an interview saying he has a teacher teaching him Yoruba. What kind of talk is this? You should not even be saying that, even if it's true. You know?
That one is another thing. But if he's going to use emotion of Igbo's settlers in Lagos to change the demography of the political system in Igbo, in Lagos,
that's his plan.
They should be very, very careful. I keep on repeating it. And I've seen people bragging about that it's normal and they should do it. But the thing is, how will it play out to the rest part of Nigeria?
People say
what?
Let's hear this. Let's hear this.
People say Gbaribo gentle, Gbaribo hometown, ẹjọ ìdá ìkíni. Àgbàlagbà sọ wípé yíyọ ẹ̀kún ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ kó pọ̀. Ṣé bá fẹ́ Olújídé tó ní experience mo ti dé. If you are looking for somebody that will fight after you have given.
So that was,
you can see that is a big disgrace.
The
disgrace ever. Oh my God!
Him appealing to the Igbo vote and trying to play that in 2019, and also somehow he's doing the same thing here. And then when they're saying, "Oh, we take Lagos, we have to take Lagos," all this kind of nonsense rhetoric. It's just telling you that you need to reason if you're a bad guy voting for this guy, because out of emotion, out of saying, "Oh, Tinubu is he only him? They've had a stronghold on Lagos," and then you just vote out of anger, out of emotion for this guy, and then these guys come out and they declare victory. Not just that, this guy, there's the very small matter of him not even being qualified enough, of not even having a job that he can actually speak of on his resume. So what are we talking about here? Are we going to just hand over Lagos to him to learn on the job?
No, Ayo, we can do try and error.
Okay. Well, all the people that vote, if they like, let them vote for him, and we will be here. We'll be looking at them. But anyway, I believe they will do the right thing. Lagosians will do the right thing, and
But I have so many obedience. They are campaigning for Tinubu, for Sanwo-Olu rather. So they still want some few of them that I've heard from. But is there no? Tinubu is not in this.
See, I will come in here. Sorry, what I want to say is this.
Yeah, come in here. Yeah.
Many Igbos have settled down to digest this guy carefully. The threat and the danger the political campaign carries for them. As far as Nigeria is concerned, what is on ground is state of origin and is still there. However, he is a pure Yoruba person. But if they use emotion because of his connection, they should ask themselves. Because some states in Nigeria like mine, we have done what is called an emotional election. We did it against Oshomole. We elected the current governor. Today, my dear, some of my Benin people in abroad there, they hung themselves when the governor was destroying their houses. This will not be saying, go and find out. The same people we campaign who send their money hang themselves.
I don't know. Where did they
you understand me?
So where did they build those houses? Did they build them on where waterways or?
No, they said it's government. He said it's government property.
How can it be government You know what happened? He said that one is a different thing. Let me just quickly round up this one. So people should be careful about emotion. They should not put the life of innocent Igbos at risk, because if they use that population to change that election for the favor of this guy, I think resentment is going to grow in the heart of Yoruba people. no one can just pretend about it. For me, I sense it. And that resentment may lead to kind of uncontrollable emotion. And that could even translate to violence. And look at the politics in Nigeria. I'm afraid of the governor more than the president themselves. Their politics is the most dangerous one. All of them will look for a way, because we live in a country where rule of law is not in total practice, it's not even a practice. And they will exploit the whole thing, and you see the way they will start, it will spread to other places. And that hatred will grow for nothing. And at the end of it, the common man will suffer for nothing. And the governor you die for or you voted for out of emotion, when they start ruling you, you can't believe your eyes. You can't stop them. I'm talking for like that. You just asked me a very good question, and you said, is the land government land or waterway? Which waterway? What the governor is saying is that this land during Ogbemudia, I can say that is around 70 something. Yes. So
oh my
he
God.
went to some villages.
How many years ago?
He went to he went to some villages. Those days when he was ruling, he went to villages. I want to build school for you. I want to build any government infrastructure. I don't know. You understand me? So we need free land. Normally, the villages will cut land for that government. You understand me?
Yes.
So now when they cut that land for you, you did not build it. It remained their land. They gave it to you to utilize for them. It remained their land. There was no single document that covers it that this land is for government. You can't even see any document. That was when we were banned. Can you go to Delta and go and be destroying their house today? Because there were also projects that people donate land for. So this is how they call all these places. Now, when they come back, a entire generation, even mud houses were in some places. You know, the one they built before we both started to colonize us with sand.
Yeah. Red sand.
They were there in those lands. It still lay claim to them. Yes, with red sand, it still lay claim to them that these are government. Play before you know what is happening, my brother. People could not be able to stop this guy. Then a lot of people that built houses in that place came out with seal of O. Even some of the seal of O were issued under his own administration. He could not even wait for those people, no compensation. He mobilized the whole army in Benin, police. What is the other one? I don't know what they call something cop. The federal something cop. He mobilized them. The vigilante group. He carried bulldozer and everything. That is how he leveled those houses, my brother. And render people hopeless and homeless.
Oh my God.
So emotion, people should control emotion and watch carefully. Some people, for him, nobody is, as far as leadership is concerned, there are people that will praise him and they will sing good song, no matter what he did. He did to other people. It's none of their business. Even Satan, if he come today, there are people that is going to praise him. So I believe that.
Yes.
One thing is very clear. A time is coming. I want to tell people that we have made a mistake. Emotion is not good in terms of politics. They should just settle down, take a good breath, and look at anybody you don't know very well. Just play with the devil you know than these unknown people. Just appear from nowhere. And they will tell you that they are good. My brother, vote for the one. That's why I supported Peter. He has been tested. He's not a stranger to when it comes to the politics. So that one is very clear. So, but people you don't know, no local government idea, no, they have not even campaigned for anybody. They have not handled any post, and they want to tell you, I will blah, 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 I will stop this, I will stop that, my dear. Before they stop that thing, they promise you, you are already crying. So people will be committing suicide in your two naked eyes. So they should be careful. That is it. That's all I will say. I don't know. Emotion is very bad when it comes to anything, man. When it comes to politics, it's not good.
I saw.
Oh my God.
I don't. Midwest. I don't know if you know this. This privileged son.
Who be that?
Privileged son, one comedian in Edo State.
Okay, yeah.
I saw him when he was crying when they were demolishing his project.
Yeah.
The guy was saying all through that year, everything he has ever worked for, they destroy it within how many minutes?
My brother, my in-law in Spain lost 2 houses there. One was constructed for a hotel. The structure was for a hotel. Every room with toilet. Everything down. As I speak to you now, nothing as far as Nigeria is concerned. Nothing, not even land. So that is wickedness to the highest level. And those lands were with COO. What they are now saying is that if you have COO, you come to the government can see whether they can compensate those kind of. You see lawlessness that I'm telling you. That's why I told these people they should be careful. They should not use emotion, because you cannot just say there is no differences among us as a Nigerian just because it favors you. If you use emotion to change it, it's going to backfire. I've seen it, and I keep on saying it. It will. There will be resentment. Yorubas are not going to, as indigenous people, somehow they are going to be saying, oh, if not for these people that is here, this guy would have won this election. That is not a good thing. So please, you are free to vote for him, but don't let emotion decide what you have to do. All these strangers, I will advise you, stay clear. When they enter power, you can't believe your eyes. They don't have experience. They don't
Midwest.
They don't know when they are making big mistakes. They don't have.
Midwest.
When they are making big mistakes, yeah?
Yes, I'm sorry. Why can't Obaseki sell the land to them again? They should repay again. But for them to demolish the house, that could be a better solution.
When I told you, you see, just eat with the devil, you know. This is my advice for all Nigerians. Just everybody hearing my voice, as far as Lagos election that is coming is concerned, please vote for the devil, you know. That agent that is coming, all the chase away demons in heaven is behind their back, and they are not even angels.
But he's
vote for the one you know, because our own is an example. My people's look, this Buhari you see, as an Edo person, we as a Edo indigen, we have a lot to respect Buhari for. It's very saddening that I want to say some certain things here. The artifacts were my own ancestors paid with their blood. A terrible and the most tragic something since I can say an administration that has been running in a land since like 10, maybe 9th century or even more than that. When we mention Ododuwa here, like Yoruba, no matter how we narrate the story, we are talking about one person. We are talking about 11 centuries. According to the findings so far. So it means our people have been running a government, no matter how they run it. Well, no. But in 14th century, when the British came, they still have record of it. Now, people came from nowhere. The same king was betrayed by his people. And the land fell. And the blood of our people were shed for nothing. Nigeria was created. Now they want to return some of those things. Obaseki lay a plan how to restore it back. To make sure it never come to that even beginning. Can you tell me any wickedness that can be more than that? If you betray your own king. But if Buhari have supported this evil man to achieve what he intended to do, if Buhari is a real bad person, he would have supported him. So, if you talk of evil, I tell Nigerians, make una chop with the devil, una know, or they change that constitution, eat with the devil, you know. No stranger can come and change anything overnight. When they come, many will be dying, many will be committing suicide. They will never listen to you. You don't know whom they are. You don't know anything about them. Even few people that knew them will come to you openly and they will tell you, please don't ever support this man. It's bad. They warn us. Few people that knew this guy, they didn't listen. So we have tested it and we are speaking, but I know he has a support.
Midwest, what he did, he did it in the second term, isn't it?
This is the last tenure. I don't know whether it will even last the last 2 years.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So this is the last tenure, this one. You know, after we voted for him massively.
So you guys could have prefer Eze Yamo, isn't it? But you don't know what he's going to do as well.
The real problem we have is this. When Oshomole came, the state at which he met Edo State was very bad. So he did a lot. But you know, this political system that we have on ground, that when governor is working, they eliminate the ministries that are supposed to take charge of what they are doing. They just drone everything from their place. So once they leave office, everything will just collapse. So when he left office, perhaps also, you know, Nigeria politics, they have a lot of skeleton, no matter what they do for you. So that is why they make sure they carefully select those that will replace them, not those that will bring them down politically completely. So he picked, with that popularity, he was able to pick Obaseki. And the political party said, we don't know this guy. You can't take this guy. No. But because of his, you know, the way he governed the place, he wrote his name in the heart of Edo people. I have to be sincere. So he was able to go through all those obstacles and stand for Obaseki to be the governor for the first 4 years. But what Obaseki did is this. When he was exhibiting these satanic characters within among these people, we didn't know as Benin. So he came out to say, they want all us to share the money. And Benin people were saying, enough is enough. You understand me? So they want me to share the money. So people were carried away with this slogan. So that is the emotion I am telling you. No matter what Oshomole came back to say about this guy, nobody listening because we have been carried away emotionally. So at the end of it all, we campaigned, we did everything. People tried. You know, they came with a lot of side of money. People were beating politicians with their money. First in history in Nigeria. We voted him. When he came to power, what are we going to boast of today? These are people who are so privileged to receive bonus money. Okowa.
Is MOU.
Governor Okowa, Governor Baseki. All your derivation is a bonus. It was not there before. Whether that money comes or not, they're supposed to run their state. So let them account. They got a lot of things from BUHARI. Economically, we're not supposed to be like, we're supposed to be grateful and be thanking all these guys. Oshomole never had this opportunity. That's the difference also. Because he was ruling from, I think, APC, while PDP was the ruling presidential destiny. You know, when different parties in the state, they always suffer. They don't go to some meeting that have to do with the party.
Of course,
there are things they cannot. So it's the ruling party that they can be so free. We need this one in my state. Oshomole never had that opportunity. So it's very sad, my dear, that most of my people will say, why are we campaigning against our own? We have to say the truth. So that second tenor is a mistake. Let people forget it by emotion. Let them take a proper breath. Don't allow people to just put you at a danger for nothing, for their own interest. After ruling, they will pack their load, they will abandon you. And at the end, even when you are losing your property, losing life, they are not there. They don't care. So you have to use just look for the good devils among them. Vote for now. Not those ones that will just finish everybody. There are devils that will still show you some mercy.
The beautiful devil.
Did you hear that?
What I'm telling people.
Devil.
Yes,
you can't just come out. Yeah, they are not perfect, but vote for the devil, you know. Don't these new people you don't know.
But this guy is youthful. He's a youth. He's young.
Huh?
I say he's very young. This guy, this LP Gbadebo guy in Lagos is very young. We want the youth to take over.
If he's young and few people knew his political style, maybe he has run as a local government chairman.
Exactly.
You see, this is what, if anybody has never handled this kind of, or someone has appointed him as a commissioner, or through election to any office, or being appointed to handle any position, then we can see people that will testify about his doing.
You can't point to any public career he has had.
Public.
Even our own, during Oshomole, he has handled a very big position. According to Oshomole, he handled the economic team for him. That is how he introduced it. Yet when he grabbed the power, he became a different person. So My dear, may God have mercy. When you see someone that is courageous to betray his own king, fear that person, man, in this modern life.
Now he's trying to play another card. He's trying to play another card again now that they want to impeach him, that they should save him.
My people are intelligent. Let him play. If you give money now, they will take. But don't worry, the last day will speak. Even the people, I told people that is going to impeach him, they are already in that PDP. He has reduced that party to ground zero in the state.
Yes.
The party has no level. Even when it comes to the next state governorship election, those who want to rule as a governor should look for another party, not PDP in Edo. Because the internal crisis that this guy has created is too big. Everything they agreed before they gave him that chance, he did not fulfill them. Because agreement is an agreement. Are you not hearing the UK saying it? Agreement is agreement. That's what the PDP say on the federal level. They also agree, and some people betrayed it. So in the state level, it's always like that also, like in my own state. So he's just there because he's the ruling governor. He have the power. Okay, you want to say something?
Guys, I'm very sorry. We have to shut down now.
Okay.
Thank you.
West, we have to shut down now. We
okay. Thank you.
It's 9 hours.
It's not easy.
We've eaten 9 hours. We have to shut down now.
Thomas, good night.
Thank you for coming.
Thomas, where are you in Australia? Thomas.